Side 5, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 139. The whole visit was frustrating, not just for its brevity, but for the hint of domestic bliss that it suggested but could not deliver. Of course, she didn't stay any longer at Hermitage than she had at the Barrises, and they tried to cram everything into the 2 weeks they had, as he introduced her, seemingly, to everyone he had ever met, took her roller skating at the Rainbow, arranged for all-night screenings at the Memphian movie theater, and proudly showed her his hometown. He gave her a toy poodle that she promptly named Honey. They had a Christmas party for the whole gang, and then they celebrated New Year's Eve at a private party for friends, relatives, and fan club presidents at the Manhattan Club on Bellevue, where, to her embarrassment, she got drunk and had to be taken back to Graceland early. Later, when Elvis returned home, inebriated himself, they came closer to actually going all the way than they ever had before, until he reasserted that maddening self-control and withdrew at the last minute, saying no, not like this. It was over almost before it started. At the end of her visit, he tried to get her to stay, talking wildly, saying that he couldn't live without her. He even prevailed upon her to call her father against her better judgment, and then he got on the extension to plead with Captain Beaulieu himself just to give them a few more days. Her father was obdurate, as she knew he would be, and Elvis was furious, calling his own father to come up to his office and cursing Captain Beaulieu in front of his daughter. Where did this two-bit army officer get off with his cocky attitude and all his jargon about making agreements? Now calm down, son, Vernon told him in Priscilla's account. It ain't that bad. He was probably just concerned about her being home in time for school. School? What the hell do I care about school? Elvis snapped, ignoring Vernon's efforts to soothe him. Put her into school here. That'll solve everything. She doesn't need school. Hell, they don't teach you anything nowadays anyway. Well, son, she's gonna have to go back. There ain't no two ways about it. Gradually he calmed down, and Priscilla returned to her parents on the appointed day, but she made it clear to them she was returning as someone different. She was all grown up now. She was no longer going to be treated like a child. It was no longer the way it had been when she used to wonder if Elvis would even remember to call her, sometimes for weeks at a time. Now she and Elvis were on the phone for hours practically every night, and he had only one thing on his mind, how to get her back. The key element of his plan, he told her, was surprise. She had to sugarcoat everything, be a good girl, get good grades in school, and then they would spring it on her parents that she wanted to come back to him and finish her senior year in Memphis. She hadn't even been able to carry out the first phase of the plan. From the moment I got off the plane, my attitude was one of defiance, and against Elvis's advice, she continued to maintain the posture of a daughter who had gone on strike. In the end, she gave her parents an impossible choice. They could either let her go, or watch her 3 younger siblings and the year-old twins get caught up in the maelstrom too. Through her mother's reluctant intercession, Elvis was at last permitted to address her father on the subject. He turned on all his charm and assured Captain Beaulieu that if he were to allow his daughter to return to Memphis, the Vernon Presleys would provide her with a good home, and she would get a good Catholic education, and he would make sure that she graduated. He said I'd always be chaperoned, and that he'd take care of me in every way. Declaring his intentions honorable, he swore that he loved and needed and respected me. In fact, he couldn't live without me, he said, intimating that one day we'd marry. In the end, her parents capitulated. In early March, it was decided, she and her father would fly to Los Angeles, where Elvis was already working on his new movie. There, Elvis and Captain Beaulieu would have a chance to talk man to man, and her father could get a few things straight. Then, she and her dad would go on to Memphis, where he would see to it that she got settled in with Vernon and Dee Presley and was properly enrolled at her new school before returning to Germany. Elvis was halfway through Fun in Acapulco when she arrived. He had been excited about the foreign setting when he first got the script and started practicing his Spanish for the soundtrack, taking to wearing a cape around the house in preparation for a bullfight number. Early on, there had been talk about location shooting in Mexico, but the colonel put the kibosh on that, citing security concerns and his sense that there was a lot of unrest down there. Elvis took some time out from the movie to show Priscilla and Captain Beaulieu around. Every day he picked them up in the Rolls or his customized gold Cadillac and enthusiastically pointed out the sights. But then she was gone, and he was left with the uneasy feeling that he had somehow charted a course whose outcome he could not fully predict or control. Sometimes he grew resentful at what he imagined Priscilla and Captain Beaulieu had forced him to do. He was only 28 years old. Why should he be stuck with just one girl when he could have any woman in the world at the snap of his fingers? But then, when he thought of who she was and what she had done, and what she was still prepared to do, he knew that he had done the right thing. Priscilla had given up everything for him, and she was now ready to be everything that he wanted her to be. She was too young to have gotten her values all screwed up, or to harbor any false expectations of him. He would teach her to be the kind of woman that he needed, and as a result, she would be the first to fully understand his needs. She was the one, if there was ever going to be a one. In Memphis, Priscilla harbored doubts of her own. Without Elvis, and after the excitement of insisting on and getting her own way, she felt alone and more like a child than ever. Vernon drove her to school every day, imposing the same strict rules on her that he did on Dee's 3 little boys, and he was very tight with his money, forcing her to go back to him for even the smallest expense. She sensed that he was still suspicious of her. She recognized that it took a while for Vernon to trust you. You didn't just walk in and be his best friend, but still it hurt. She hated school, she couldn't have any friends over to the house, and socially she was regressing to the level of the Stanley boys, getting into stupid squabbles with them over nothing. She was jealous about what she read about Elvis and his co-star Ursula Andress in the movie magazines. She didn't believe him when he said that he could never fall for a girl whose shoulders were broader than his, but she just waited for his calls. Gradually, she started spending more time with Grandma and became friends with one of the secretaries, Becky Yancey, and Elvis's cousin Patsy Presley, who also worked in Vernon's office behind the house. Soon she was spending so much time there that Vernon put up a sign: "No one belongs in the office unless they work there or have an appointment." She moved into Graceland not long after that, whiling away the hours in Grandma's room, as Grandma would reminisce about Elvis and Gladys and dip snuff or play hymns on the little organ that Elvis had given her as a present. It seemed to Priscilla as if they all lived for his calls, every one of them. Any time Elvis failed to call home for 2 days in a row, they worried that something terrible had happened to him in California. Elvis's enormous success and wealth notwithstanding, they were convinced that some misfortune was going to snatch it all away from them. Even Grandma was subject to the gloomy sense of foreboding that seemed to hang over all the Presleys' lives. If Priscilla went off with Becky or Patsy, Grandma complained that she was being neglected. She reminded me that Elvis's old girlfriend used to stay with her every single night he was gone. Was it any wonder, then, that she felt miserable and abandoned? She couldn't wait for his return. It all changed the moment he got home. He rushed back from California as soon as shooting was finished at the end of March, and bought her a pretty little bright red Corvair a few days later, so she wouldn't have to rely on Vernon or Dee to drive her to school anymore. A reporter from the Commercial Appeal happened to spot him with Priscilla on his motorcycle the following day, and seized the opportunity for an impromptu interview in the parking lot of Chenault's restaurant, after Elvis had dispatched his pert motorcycle partner for milkshakes. Elvis proved to be in an unusually expansive mood. He gave the reporter Priscilla's name and age, explaining, in a variation of the story that she herself had given to a press scimitar reporter the day before, that she was the daughter of an army officer that he had met in Germany, whose family would be returning to the States soon. They sent her ahead because she wanted to graduate on time, and she's attending Immaculate Conception High School now. People kept wanting to link him to her romantically, he explained, but she was just a friend. I couldn't get married right now. It wouldn't be fair to the girl. Since I got out of the Army, I've been busy all the time making movies. Making movies, he acknowledged, was not really such hard work, but I try to get better roles all the time. I always look over the scripts in advance, and I choose all my own songs. I've gone through more than 100 numbers to get just one that I thought was right. And what had he been doing since he got back to Memphis? Going to the movies, mainly, he said. I've seen Lawrence of Arabia and To Kill a Mockingbird since I've been home. Which one do you think will win the Academy Award? Lawrence, I'll bet, because more money was spent on it, but I think Mockingbird was really better. That's a wonderful movie. He talked about his motorhome and his own just-released film, It Happened at the World's Fair, which was the most expensive picture he had made to date and one of the best. He discussed his career with concentration, carefully pondering his statements. Then he pushed his familiar yachting cap back on his head and said with a relaxed smile, "It's great to be back in Memphis." It was great to be back in Memphis. He and Priscilla frequently went motorcycle riding together. They attended the movies or went out to the fairgrounds with the gang. He took her shopping and bought her clothes at various shops on Union Avenue, getting the store owners to open up after closing time and pointing out all the ways in which she could improve her appearance. He took her to his dentist to have porcelain caps put on her teeth. She dyed her hair to match his. He gave her extensive instruction in what he liked and what he didn't like in his ideal woman. Sometimes they'd go over to Vernon's in the early evening and just watch TV, and she would sit there watching father and son relaxing, puffing on cigars, discussing the state of the world, or something less weighty, like the latest car that Vernon was restoring. Sometimes they stopped by the Memphis funeral home, where Elvis would show off his knowledge of embalming and ask questions prompted by his fascination with medical texts. Almost every night they stayed up till dawn, and then she would drag herself out of bed and off to school, drowsing through her half-day of classes until at last she could drag herself home again and get some sleep until he woke up, with her still beside him, late in the afternoon. She objected at first to the exotic menu of uppers and downers he prescribed for them both, but he overcame her objections by pointing to the physician's desk reference and declaring that there was nothing in it that he didn't know or couldn't find out about the medications. His total familiarity, not just with their effects, but with their complicated medical names and ingredients, soon overcame her inhibitions, because, after all, as he pointed out proudly to her, it wasn't as if he needed the pills. They weren't anything habit-forming like heroin. He could never become dependent on them. Besides, if she didn't take them, how was she going to keep up with him? And if she didn't keep up with him, she was just going to get left behind. It was a little like playing house, except it wasn't a house. It was a mansion, and it wasn't a family. It was a bunch of guys coming and going as they pleased. That was the hardest part. None of them felt comfortable with me. He didn't want me looking at anyone else, not even the guys that worked for him. I was not to go in a room if one of them was there by himself. I was afraid to say anything to any of them, for fear he would hear me and reprimand me later. What was I doing down there in the first place? What did you talk about? What were they talking about? I was with him. It was an emotional roller coaster, what to do and what not to do, what was right and what wasn't right. I'm sure I appeared cold, but I wasn't used to dealing with any of this. There was a pecking order there unbeknownst to me. There was a whole other world when women weren't around. I mean, I came from a family that was very traditional, very close, and to be thrown into a situation where I had to always be suspicious of who was thinking what was being said, how do I look, who do I look to, I'm sure that they came up with the idea that I was very reserved. I was petrified. I did not want to do the wrong thing, because he couldn't. Once he was upset, he wasn't the easiest person to live with. Joni Esposito, who was her best friend among the wives and girlfriends, felt sorry for her. It was not that she was immature. She was quiet, and that's what gave her a leg up. But no one had taught her how to do a lot of things, and it was hard because she didn't have anyone to ask. Joni tried to help her and to cover for her as best she could, but Joni was a married woman of almost 22 with a 6-month-old child and her own home in Memphis, now that Grandma had moved downstairs to make room for Priscilla. And besides, the only person she really felt comfortable with was Elvis. No one else really understood them. The life they led together was a secret life, and no matter how much the others might think they knew Elvis, she was the one who saw him without defenses. She was the one who had to deal with his true unvarnished feelings. She was the one to whom he confessed all his secret fears and desires. More and more she pressed him to consummate their relationship, but he refused. It was a very sacred thing to him, he told her. I want it to be something to look forward to. It keeps the desire there. I sat up in anger. What about Anita? I yelled. You mean you didn't make love to her the whole 4 years you went with her? Just to a point. Then I stopped. It was difficult for her, too, but that's just how I feel. There was more than one way to satisfy each other, he told her. Instead of consummating our love in the usual way, he taught me other means of pleasing him. One of those ways was taking pictures. She dressed up in her schoolgirl uniform. Sometimes she was the teacher seducing her student. We were always inventing new stories, and eventually I learned what stimulated Elvis the most. They documented those stories with a Polaroid camera. Priscilla was mortified at first to have to keep going back to the drugstore for more film. She was sure that others suspected what they were using the film for, but Elvis just laughed. "It might create some excitement around here," he said. "This town's dead. Memphis needs a little gossip." Gradually, she grew accustomed to it. It became her world, too. There were lots of laughs and plenty of good times. She resented the thoughtlessness of the guys. Sometimes they were just so inconsiderate, but after a while she came to the conclusion that they were basically good-hearted, and she didn't feel quite so threatened. The best part was that Elvis was around almost the entire time. About the only time he was gone was when he went to Nashville for 2 nights at the end of May to cut what was intended to be his one studio album for the year, and then at least she was able to catch up on her sleep. She paid attention to everything he said and did, laughed when he laughed, and kept out of the way when he was brooding. It was a way of life that simply required alertness at all times. The only thing really bad about it was school. It was just a total waste of time, a meaningless distraction, and she couldn't stand to have any of the guys see her in her little Catholic girls' school uniform. All she wanted was to graduate and get out, and she ensured that by persuading the girl sitting beside her in algebra to let her copy off her exam in exchange for an invitation to Graceland. To her surprise, on graduation day, May 29th, Elvis all of a sudden started acting like a proud parent. While she tried on her cap and gown, he debated what he should wear to the ceremony, finally deciding on a blue suit. Priscilla eyed him nervously. If he were to attend, she knew, it would be a circus. All eyes would be on him. It would just be a joke. Finally, I worked up enough courage to ask him to wait outside, and explained why. Smiling his funny little grin, the one that came to his lips when he was hurt or upset, he agreed without hesitation. "I hadn't thought about that," he said. "I won't come in. I'll just be outside in the car waiting for you. That way I'll kind of be there." Afterward, he threw a party for her, and she cast aside her cap and gown with the alacrity of someone more than ready to embrace her freedom. In snapshots taken at the time, she appears ladylike and wary, her hair piled up in a huge black beehive that almost totally obscures her delicate features and might even suggest a kind of sullen indifference if it were not for the effort involved in the pose. For much of the next 3 weeks, they shut themselves off in Elvis's bedroom and never even went downstairs. With the windows covered over with tinfoil and blackout drapes, it made no difference whether it was night or day. They called down to the kitchen for their meals, listened to gospel music, made sure not to miss the Untouchables or The Tonight Show on TV, and watched some of Elvis's favorite movies, classics like Wuthering Heights, It's a Wonderful Life, Les Miserables, and a sentimental 1940 remake of the Emil Jannings silent The Way of All Flesh, in which a good man is ruined and, too ashamed to admit his failure to his wife and children, embarks upon a life of aimless wandering. Years later, he returns to his hometown and finds himself outside his old house, watching his family open their Christmas presents. Though she doesn't recognize him, his wife invites the lonely old man in to share their good fortune, but the old man refuses and marches off into the snow alone. They both cried when the movie ended. Elvis had thought of doing it as a remake, he told her. He had even toyed with the idea of casting his father, Vernon, in the leading role. It was their own private world, and in that world, Elvis could become a little boy again, escaping from the responsibilities of family, friends, fans, the press, and the world. Here with me, he could be vulnerable and childlike, a playful boy who stayed in his pajamas for days at a time. They had pillow fights and played hide-and-seek. They retreated to a world of childlike fantasy. And she tried to put it out of her mind that he would be leaving her again right after he and the guys had their big annual fireworks war on the 4th of July. The movie that he was returning to Hollywood to shoot, Viva Las Vegas, was the first of 2 he was scheduled to do back-to-back for MGM this year. The Colonel had been working since January to get this second MGM production, not just for the substantial addition that it would make to their combined income, but to hasten the renegotiation of a contract which, even at $500,000 and 50% of the profits, he felt could stand some improvement. Elvis had had 3 top-grossing films in 1962, with Blue Hawaii leading the way. He had been ranked the 5th most popular star in the Motion Picture Almanac's annual poll of exhibitors, and MGM said they were really excited about this new film. They thought the chemistry between Elvis and his co-star was going to create a whole new market for Elvis Presley pictures. Elvis didn't know about that, but he knew he was really looking forward to meeting his co-star. 22-year-old Anne Margaret was just coming off the explosive success of Bye Bye Birdie, the film version of the 1960 Broadway musical, which told the story of an Elvis Presley-like rock and roll singer who gets drafted. Pretty, vivacious, a gifted singer and dancer, whose personal magnetism and bubbling energy overwhelmed even her substantial talents, she had been discovered in Las Vegas by George Burns 3 years earlier, and subsequently appeared in 2 other films. It was Bye Bye Birdie that put her on the map, though, and it was the director of Bye Bye Birdie, George Sidney, who had previously directed such lavish MGM musicals as Annie Get Your Gun, Showboat, and Kiss Me Kate, who introduced his 2 stars on the MGM set. There was some polite small talk. Elvis, dressed formally in a dark suit and tie, said how much he'd enjoyed her in her latest film, and the 2 of them went their separate ways, though not before each sensed, according to Anne Margaret's later account, that the other was a true kindred soul. Much of the first 3 days was spent in the recording studio. The score was, for once, something of a challenge, with a clever title track by Doc Pomus and Mort Schumann, a thoughtful, deeply romantic ballad, I Need Somebody to Lean On which Elvis lavished some 20 takes, by the same pair, Red's first movie cut, If You Think I Don't Need You, and 3 duets with Anne Margaret, recorded live in the studio on the 3rd day of sessions. Then, on the weekend, the whole troupe moved to Las Vegas to begin location shooting on July 15th. Elvis and the guys, along with the colonel and his staff, all stayed at the Sahara, just as they always did. On the first day of shooting, a reporter from McCall's magazine observed a rehearsal and noted that Elvis makes a face and shakes his head. It is a flirty, cute expression that isn't in the script, but it delights Anne Margaret. She laughs and flirts right back. Whenever the dialogue brings Anne Margaret and Presley together, their roles suddenly become more than play acting, and electricity from the 2 charges the crew with alertness. By the time they returned to Hollywood 2 weeks later, they were an item. This is news to make the younger set flip, reported columnist Bob Thomas in an AP dispatch on August 6th. Elvis Presley and Anne Margaret are having a romance. At least that's the way it looks, wrote Thomas, who conceded that you couldn't always be sure with Hollywood romances, but then went on to describe their behavior on the set. They hold hands, they disappear into his dressing room between shots, they lunch together in seclusion. In short, it appeared that this was the real thing. It was. The chemistry that was evident from their first moment together on screen was borrowed from real life. From Anne Margaret's point of view, music was the catalyst. Music ignited a fiery, pent-up passion inside Elvis and inside me. It was an odd, embarrassing, funny, inspiring, and wonderful sensation. We looked at each other move and saw virtual mirror images. She was, Joe Esposito told Elvis, a female you, and soon she was at the house almost every night, or he was over at the apartment she shared with her parents. They drove around listening to tapes in his new Rolls-Royce limousine. They rode motorcycles together. She shared his passion for Harleys. The guys always knew enough to disappear at the right moment, and if they didn't, Joe let them know. Everybody liked Anne. They all referred to her by the name of the character she played in the movie, Rusty, but Elvis called her Rusty Ammo. She was funny, she was sexy. She was never anything less than a good sport. She was one of the guys. One night she and Elvis were sitting around watching TV with the gang, an average, lazy night at home, when she and Elvis put on an impromptu show. We snuck out of the living room. Then, without warning, he pushed open the big double-glass doors. Everyone turned and looked. We were both on the ground, stretched out like cats, and in a husky growl he sang, "You got me runnin'." I answered in a similar voice, "You got me hidin'." These are the first lines of the Jimmy Reed blues, "Baby, What You Want Me to Do." As we traded lyrics, we crawled across the carpeted room in time with the music, while everyone clapped and laughed. To Joni Esposito, Anne was wonderful. She would make him pick her up, and the 4 of us would go to a movie together, no one else. He didn't have to have everyone else with him to do things. It was a much more normal situation. From everyone else's standpoint, she was just lots of fun. Sandy Farrah, who was working on the show as a dancer, was not jealous in the least because they were such a great personality fit. She was his alter ego. He just really liked her. George Klein, one of Memphis's most popular DJs by now, who was taking his annual 2-week vacation in Hollywood to permit a walk-on appearance in another of Elvis's movies, couldn't fail to notice the spark. He had been around a lot of Elvis's girls. He had, in fact, introduced Elvis to many of them, but he had never seen Elvis act happier. To Patty Parry, who came around almost every night after getting off from her job at Neil Sloane's hairdressing salon, she had spirit, and she wasn't afraid of him. They just had the best time. It was against everything he had ever held. He was the one who was always criticizing show business marriages, telling Priscilla or Sandy Farrah that they shouldn't even be thinking about a career in entertainment. There wasn't room enough in one household for 2 performers. But maybe there were different rules for people like him and Anne. Maybe with all the energy she had, she could play every role without faltering. Maybe it began to occur to him he had made a terrible mistake. He talked to her about his mother. He'd describe her in the most heartfelt, childlike manner and talk about what a plain, simple woman she had been. He explained how she'd never been interested in the luxuries his money could buy. She didn't care. She only wanted to be able to love him and see him truly happy. Sometimes they talked about marriage, even though they both knew it could never be. Elvis and I knew he had commitments, promises to keep, and he vowed to keep his word. At one point, he was so overwhelmed with his feelings for Anne Margaret, and so guilty over his inability to do anything about them, that he even approached the Colonel for help. One of the boys called to say that Elvis was on his way over to the Colonel's place at the Wilshire Comstock Apartments, which told the Colonel right away that something was wrong, because Elvis never just stopped by to visit. Elvis was obviously agitated when he arrived, but even if he had possessed true extrasensory powers, Colonel could never have guessed what was on his mind. He had a big favor to ask, he confessed hesitantly to his manager. He had Anne Margaret waiting outside in the car. He wanted the Colonel to manage her. For once, Parker was stymied. What the outside world failed to understand was that you didn't just say no to Elvis Presley, even if you were Colonel Parker. The boy was very persuasive and very determined and very accustomed to getting his own way. Above all, Parker was aware, you didn't embarrass him in front of others. And if he had promised his co-star that he could deliver the Colonel, there was no way that Parker was going to just turn him down flat. Instead, he instantly agreed. He would be delighted, he said, to manage the young lady. Anne Margaret was a wonderful talent, and he believed he could really do something for her. The one thing that Elvis would have to understand was that this would take time and effort. Anne Margaret was not yet a star of Elvis's magnitude, and to get her the kind of deals that Colonel was able to get for Elvis would take, well, he wasn't going to shortchange Elvis. He hoped Elvis knew where his first loyalties were, but Elvis would surely understand that he would have to devote 50% of his time to his new client, at least at first. They talked for a little while more, but when Elvis went back to the car, he was no longer so sure of himself, and he never brought up the subject again. The Colonel saw bigger problems on the horizon. To begin with, the director was giving the girl too many close-ups. Some of the boys said it was because he was in love with her, but if that was the case, everyone else on the picture was in love with her too. Colonel was embroiled with the studio in disputes over budget, over publicity, even over the soundtrack. They had a clause in all of their contracts that prohibited anyone else in the cast from singing without the explicit permission of the star. Of course, with the cute story the scriptwriter had come up with, which pitted the 2 co-stars against each other in an employee talent contest, and with all the publicity the girl had gotten from her last picture, there was no question that she should have 1 or 2 numbers. But then, against his better judgment, Colonel had let himself be persuaded to allow her to do those 3 duets with Elvis. And the way things were going, it looked like she might steal the picture if he didn't step in and put a stop to it. No one at the studio seemed to remember that this was an Elvis Presley picture. That's what they were paying for, and that's what was going to be delivered. Colonel was already deeply embroiled in a dispute with the publicity department over that very issue. They couldn't seem to grasp who was the star. They couldn't stop talking about the special quality that the girl brought to the picture and how they were going to expand Elvis's audience by putting the spotlight on her. What kind of a fool did they take him for? Were they all forgetting that Elvis Presley pictures always made money? Colonel Parker fought back with every resource at his command, killing one of the duets completely and recasting another as a song for Elvis alone, vigorously protesting the way in which the director was favoring Anne Margaret and making sure that Elvis knew about it, letting MGM know that he would be perfectly happy to sit at home and forego his own proven methods for promoting a picture, which, as MGM was aware, had always paid off in the past, and which he was glad to deliver for a fraction of the cost, if the studio was really convinced that they had discovered a new way of minting money. In short, he fiercely defended the interests of his client at every turn. What galled him most was the disregard that everyone seemed to have for the bottom line. No Elvis Presley picture had ever been budgeted at more than $2.5 million in production costs, and his and Elvis's profit participation began only after all post-production costs, roughly twice the production budget, had been recouped as well. But in this case, for the first time, they were going well over budget, and Parker realized he had no protection against the rising costs. No matter how successful the picture was, their share was necessarily going to be diminished by all the unnecessary frills and fancy production numbers that would not add a penny to the box office, and that Hal Wallace would have known how to strictly control. It was all a rear-guard action by now, he realized. There was nothing he could do to make this picture right. On August 15th, he finalized arrangements for the next film, to be produced by Sam Katzman, a veteran B-movie producer currently operating out of MGM, who assured him that on his set, costs would be carefully controlled, shooting time would be halved, and quality would not be sacrificed, and put all but the last in writing. Meanwhile, Priscilla waited patiently at home. At first, Elvis told her he thought she could come out at some point during the filming, but then he kept putting her off, and she saw the pictures and stories in the papers, and she was worried and confused. There was nothing to do in Memphis. She was bored to death. She had taken some modeling classes at the Patricia Stevens School, and even did a little modeling during lunch hour at the Piccadilly cafeteria, until someone told Elvis about it, and he told her to stop. Now she was taking modern dance classes and working very hard at it, but she didn't know how Elvis felt about that. She kept trying to figure out different ways of reintroducing the idea of her coming out to see him, but every time she brought up the subject, he came up with another story of problems on the set. "What kind of problems?" she ventured tentatively. "Oh, you know, the usual kind," he said, as if she should know all about that sort of thing. The director was in love with his co-star, she was getting all of the close-ups, and Colonel warned him that if they didn't watch out, she was going to steal the picture. "Well, how about Anne Margaret? How did he get along with her?" Priscilla asked sweetly. "Oh, she was all right," he said, "just a typical Hollywood starlet, the kind he had often described when he was trying to reassure her as, into their careers and their man comes second. I don't want to be second to anything or anyone. That's why you don't have to worry about my falling in love with my so-called leading ladies." But she did worry, and she did keep pestering him, and she did keep seeing the stories, and she didn't know what to do. They finished shooting on September 16th, and whether to assuage his own guilt or to allay Priscilla's suspicions, Elvis came straight home. For all of Colonel's concerns, the picture was probably Elvis's best since Follow That Dream, and the first since he had gotten out of the Army to exploit his genuine sex appeal, even if it did run in tandem here with Anne Margaret's. Some of the production numbers may have been a little over the top, but there was no need to worry about losing the fans through artiness. In fact, this was perhaps Elvis's first legitimate Hollywood musical, in which the songs actually served the purpose of advancing character and plot, however skimpily developed those areas might be. There was even a big production number added at the end of shooting, in which Elvis and Anne Margaret attend a Vegas show, dance to a black quartet's version of a Lieber and Stoller tune called The Climb, and Elvis gets up on stage and launches into an incendiary, if somewhat incoherent, version of Ray Charles' What I Say. It's hard to imagine what may have prompted this last-minute addition, other than the sparks that Elvis and Anne Margaret were giving off on screen, and George Sidney's penchant for off-the-cuff musical inspiration. The song was not recorded in any case until August 30th, 5 days before it was to be filmed. Completed in 4 quick takes, it might well have benefited from a more tempered approach, and despite the presence of the Jubilee Four, a black gospel group that included 2 members of the original Golden Gate Quartet, it comes across as a frenetic, irretrievably wholesome mess. Nonetheless, it gives a sense, at least, of Elvis Presley unleashed as he mumbles, and on-screen Anne Margaret poutily mimics, Ray Charles's orgiastic moans, and the camera pans a soundstage full of all the frenetic activity of a Busby Berkeley water ballet. Perhaps the most telling moment in the movie, though, was its most atypical, as the Elvis character, troubled over the failure of his relationship with Rusty, wanders in a kind of dream sequence in which the beautiful Doc Pomus Mort Schumann ballad, "I Need Somebody to Lean On," becomes his inner voice. It is his purest acting in the entire picture, as we see him in an overhead spotlight shot, singing now with a quiet, earnest sincerity that belies the surface charm of the rest of the show. It is a sequence that would not have been out of place in a Gene Kelly musical, and you can sense the quiet satisfaction that Elvis must have felt as words, music, and image all come together for once. He had a month in Memphis before the next movie, Kissin' Cousins, was to start. Priscilla kept after him about what she had read, but he was steadfast in his denials, giving no ground, but at the same time talking to Anne Margaret almost every night on the phone. Colonel told the movie people that Elvis wouldn't have time to go out to Hollywood to cut the soundtrack for the picture, so Gene Nelson and Freddie Carger, the director and musical director respectively, flew into Nashville at the end of September and ran through 10 tracks in 2 nights, with Nelson contributing percussion on a few of the numbers which he and Carger had pre-selected and sent on to Presley for approval 10 days earlier. For the first time, Elvis didn't record his vocals with the band, and in fact did not do them at all until he got to California, though he was in Nashville and stopped by the studio briefly to say hello. To Boots Randolph, who played jug as well as saxophone on the session, while others contributed banjo and fiddle to emphasize the hillbilly flavor of the picture, it was all just part and parcel of the prevalent Hollywood view of Elvis Presley as product. And guitarist Jerry Kennedy, who had been working sessions for 2 years now, felt sorry for Elvis, trapped in an atmosphere that more and more resembled a zoo. 2 weeks later, the film had started production on location in Big Bear in the San Bernardino Mountains, 100 miles from the MGM lot in Hollywood. The Colonel had sought out Sam Katzman to produce this picture for one very simple reason: he admired his work. The 62-year-old Katzman, who had made the first rock and roll picture, Rock Around the Clock, for $300,000 in 1956, Katzman liked to boast that it grossed $4 million, giving it one of the highest margins of profit in Columbia Pictures history, was known as the King of the Quickies. Colonel had run into him at MGM while he was working on Hoot Nanny Hoot, which presented 14 musical acts and was filmed in 8.5 days. It seems they were spending an awful lot of money on the Presley pictures, and me being a frugal producer, the Colonel figured we could save a few dollars. His last few pictures before I took over hadn't been going so good. The grosses had been dropping. And so the Colonel and Katzman talked business. For once, the Colonel felt like he had run into a kindred soul. Katzman prided himself on his ability to deliver a picture on budget. He had what he called a below-the-line set limit, and we never went over our below-the-line. Which to Gene Nelson, who had won his spurs as a director with Hoot Nanny Hoot and was just the right man, Katzman felt, to direct an Elvis Presley picture, was not an inconsiderable ability. The man knew how to make pictures, said Nelson, who had embarked upon directing after a career as an ice skater, a dancer, a character actor, and an occasional leading man. The fact that he had lousy taste has nothing to do with it. He knew every angle, every possible way to cheat. He could have done a good picture the same way, and he would have been even more of a hero. He just had lousy taste in writers, and he wouldn't know a story if it hit him in the face. The more the Colonel and Katzman talked, the more they hit it off, and the Colonel even tried to get Katzman interested in one of his pet projects, the life story of Hank Williams, which he had been trying to sell MGM on for years, with Elvis in the leading role. It was a natural. It was a dramatic story, and MGM owned the music so they could make it for peanuts, and besides, the Colonel had a plan for promoting it by block booking it throughout the South. If Katzman were interested, he said, he would volunteer his promotional services even without Elvis involved, and when the producer indicated that he was ready to take him up on his offer and arranged to make Your Cheatin' Heart his next picture after Kissin' Cousins at MGM, that pretty much won the Colonel over and solidified the deal. Katzman, Nelson, and the Colonel went location scouting before Elvis came out to California, and Colonel regaled his companions with tales of the carnival days. He described to them how his operation worked as well, and Katzman noted admiringly how he handled all the exhibitors, all the publicity, all the sales, all the records. Everything comes through his office. I don't know any campaign that he hasn't added to and improved. He indicated no interest in the script, other than whether or not there would be any writer's fees to pay, and since it was based roughly on a story by Bret Hart, who had been dead for over 60 years, he was satisfied on that point. Gene Nelson was itching to get going, though first, I had to really talk myself into liking that kind of music. I couldn't stand it then, and I can't now. But if I was going to do this shit, you either fall in love with it or you don't do it at all. And I got myself very involved with Elvis. I mean, I began to listen to him. I ran all his pictures and really tried to see where he was coming from, what the attraction was. He was the handsomest son of a bitch that ever walked across a screen, you know. I mean, he couldn't dance worth a shit. He really couldn't. But he had these weird wiggles that he produced, which was, okay, that was part of his creativity. Nelson rewrote the script. It was a little square. And just before Elvis arrived, I packed it up and sent it over to the Colonel. It wasn't the first time I'd ever written a script. It was the second, so I'm concerned. I sent a nice note. Dear Colonel, the script is finished. I hope you like it. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to call me. The next day, I get a call from the Colonel. I got your script. If you say it's okay with me. As far as suggestions are concerned, for consultations, I get $25,000. I was in shock. I mean, he was a big teaser. He really put me on. Production began in Big Bear on October 14th, and except for the weather and Nelson's understandable concern about keeping to the schedule, 15 days had been allotted for the shooting, everything went well. To his great relief, Nelson couldn't have found his star more cooperative. I was quite nervous about working with him. He and Red, whenever there was nothing going on, would start doing karate, and everyone would gather around and watch. Then one day we were lighting the set for the big dance number, and I'm sitting in my chair facing the area that they're lighting, checking my script, and I hear, Mr. Nelson, can I talk to you for a second? I say, sure, so he sits down, and he says, I just want to tell you I've been a big fan of yours for a long time. I said, really? He said, yeah, the first time I saw you in person was when I was 15 or 16 years old, and I was an usher at this movie theater in Memphis, and you were in town with Virginia Mayo, and I heard music blasting in the street, and I left my post and ran out of the theater and sat on the curb with everybody else as this white Lincoln convertible went by, and you were sitting on the back with Virginia Mayo waving. This was She's Working Her Way Through College. I did a one-of-a-kind dance number, a gym number that had never been done before, where I used every piece of equipment in the gym. It was 1952, and Virginia and I were doing a kind of southern tour. There was a big banner on the side of the car with the name of the picture on it. He said, you know, I really love the stuff you do. He didn't have to say that, but he wanted me to know that he was not unaware of my status. The Colonel was all over the set, clowning, entertaining, donning Elvis's blonde wig. Elvis played lookalikes in the picture, one dark-haired, one blonde, and hated the wig. From Nelson's point of view, generally diffusing any tension on the set, and there was a good deal of that. There got to be some really high-powered tension between me and Sam Katzman, because I'm busting my butt trying to get this thing finished in 15 days, and Sam was really giving me a rough time. I remember one time the Colonel came on the set with an old-fashioned white car coat all the way down to his ankles, with the names of all of Elvis's pictures sewed on it and a funny hat, and he walked in and said, well, fellas, what do you think of this? Just, you know, trying to get us to relax and forget about whatever it was we were angry about. Even Elvis was infected with the tension. He'd never worked this way before, but the Colonel explained how he would make more money this way, and I explained that it was more like shooting a TV show than a movie, and he went along with it. For the most part, Elvis and the guys seemed to be having a good time. There were lots of pranks and water balloon fights, but Nelson couldn't be bothered. My mind was filled with meeting schedules. And whatever the guys might get up to as they were setting up for a shot, Elvis himself was never less than cooperative, always on time, eager to please, and easy to direct. Nonetheless, Nelson never felt like he really got to know him. He was just so enigmatic. I mean, you felt compelled to try to figure out what really made him tick, because what he presented was not really Elvis, at least not all of it. I mean, why would he isolate himself with this bunch of idiots? What is going on? Well, I finally came to the conclusion that Elvis had no insecurity about what he was in the media, absolutely none. He knew he was great. He knew he could do anything he wanted. He knew the value of his status, and there was never any shyness or awkwardness about his persona on stage. However, I thought he suffered an acute lack of self-esteem as a human being. I found, not once but a number of times, that he felt that he was uneducated and had nothing to contribute in a conversation. As a performer, he wasn't adventuresome. He didn't really want to learn because he was embarrassed. And besides, what he was doing worked, so why change it? I don't think he was ever involved to his full potential as an actor, but I could see moments when he would get involved in a scene. I think he could have been a very good actor, but mostly he would just be his charming self and get away with it because he was Elvis Presley. In 4 weeks, the production was completely wound down. As Nelson recalled it, there were 17 days of actual shooting, and Katzman was angry with him even then for going 2 days over schedule. There was unquestionably a science to it. When they got back to the studio, they started out on MGM's huge Stage 25 or 26, shooting exteriors to match the location shots, with giant pines, hills, and a farmhouse front. Then, gradually, they shut down the set, putting up an accordion wall as less space was required, letting electricians go as we needed less lights, so that in a week's time we had maybe 3 guys up high. Toward the end, the schedule was so hectic that Elvis offered to get sick. I hadn't learned the patience and control that I have now, and I'd get uptight, and this upset Elvis. He came to me the last week and said he didn't like to work this way, it wasn't worth it. He said he knew what kind of pressure I was under, and he volunteered to get sick or show up late if it would help. I thanked him and said to hang in, it was my problem. They finished shooting on November 8th. For all of Elvis's good sport attitude toward the movie, and for all of Nelson's cheerful energy and inventiveness, it was probably the film that most embarrassed Elvis in his career to date. He knew the story was ridiculous. He hated the way that he looked. Some mornings, according to his co-star Yvonne Craig, he didn't even want to come out of the dressing room, he was so embarrassed. The processing technique, which enabled the audience to see 2 Elvises on screen at the same time, was laughably amateurish. And in the musical grand finale, you can spot Lance Legault as Elvis's double walking toward the camera. He was obviously not intended to be seen from the front, but Yvonne Craig noted, Sam said it was too expensive to shoot over. As perceived by Legault, who had now made 3 pictures with Elvis as double and special choreographer's assistant assigned to the star, Kissin' Cousins marked a turning point in Elvis Presley films. Up until that time, certain standards had been maintained, but it seems to me from Kissin' Cousins on, we were always on a short schedule. It was like, it's good enough because it's Elvis, and it's in color, and we're going to make 2.5 times negative cost, plus another 2.5 times. Sometimes Elvis might comment about this, that, or the other, but he'd go ahead and do it. Very seldom he might go over and say something to the director, but very seldom. He just kind of went along with it. I don't remember how long I was on Viva Las Vegas, but it seems like it was 10 or 11 weeks, a long time. We weren't off a few weeks when, boom, we jumped back into Kissin' Cousins, which was shot in 17 days. When they realized they could take this guy and do a film that quickly with him, from then on, we were on quick pictures. Priscilla had grown tired of waiting at home. There was nothing to do, and besides, she kept reading about Elvis and Anne Margaret riding around Bel Air on their motorcycles. More disturbingly, she kept picking up hints that something was going on. No one would say anything to her outright, but all the denials, even Elvis's, were less and less convincing. Finally, she insisted on coming out. Elvis kept saying he didn't have time for her, she didn't understand, he was completely tied up making a movie, and this movie in particular took all his time with the schedule they were on. She told him she didn't care, she didn't need to be amused, she just wanted to be near him. Besides, she hadn't been out to California, since she and her father had stopped off on their way to Memphis, and she'd hardly seen the house on Perugia, which he had moved back into at the beginning of the year. She just wanted a chance to visit. Finally, she came out while they were still shooting the movie. She met Mr. Nelson and Mr. Katzman briefly on the set. The colonel smiled at her benevolently without revealing a thing, and she realized that the guys were even more uncomfortable around her than ever. Then, on November 8th, the same day that production ended and Elvis signed a new deal to make a picture with Allied artists for $750,000 in 1964, there was a UPI story in the paper headlined, Elvis Wins Love of Anne Margaret. The story was filed from London, where Anne Margaret was attending the royal premiere of Bye Bye Birdie, and according to the wire service report, Anne Margaret says she's going steady with Elvis Presley and I guess I'm in love. The red-haired 22-year-old beauty says she doesn't know yet if they will get married. Nothing has been fixed, she said. Anne Margaret says she and Elvis have lots of fun together riding motorbikes. But I cannot say when or if we will marry. Added Anne Margaret, he's a real man. Elvis came home from the studio with a newspaper that contained the story. I can't believe she did it, he declared without preamble. She had the goddamn nerve to announce we're engaged. For Priscilla, It was as if her world had suddenly collapsed. All her suspicions, all the rumors and insinuations that he had so vehemently denied, were true. Every major newspaper had picked up the story, he told her with an anger that barely masked his embarrassment and guilt. She would have to go home. The press would be all over him. Colonel thought it would be best if she were not around to complicate the matter even more. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Suddenly all the months of unbearable silence broke, and I screamed, "What's going on here? I'm tired of these secrets, telephone calls, notes, newspapers." I picked up a flower vase and hurled it across the room. "I hate her," I shouted. "Why doesn't she keep her ass in Sweden where she belongs?" Elvis grabbed me and threw me on the bed. "Look, goddammit, I didn't know this was going to get out of hand. I want a woman who's going to understand that things like this might just happen." He gave me a hard, penetrating look. "Are you going to be her or not?" Eventually, they both calmed down. Elvis was very honest and very blunt with me. He told me in detail what their relationship had been. Basically, he said that she had paid him the highest compliment that a woman can give a man. Here she was imitating him, and he was intrigued by it. He was fond of her as a person. He told me explicitly and in detail what the relationship was. But as far as it going anywhere, it could never have gone anywhere, because her career meant a lot to her, and his career meant a lot to him, and he wanted to have a family and a home with me. It was very hard to take. I was very hurt by it because I didn't understand it at the time, but what he was relating seemed to me very truthful and very honest. Maybe it was just the fact that he told me. He promised that he would never see Anne Margaret again, but he and Priscilla had to be apart for now. His resolve lasted as long as it took to get Priscilla to leave. At her parents' urging, Anne Margaret called him from London. She had never said any of those things to the British press. She swore she never would. Elvis said that he believed her, and he wasn't surprised or upset. That was just the way reporters were. But was she hurt? She told him she was terribly hurt by the lies. Just after Anne returned home from England, President Kennedy was assassinated. She heard the news on the car radio, listening numbly to the minute-by-minute reports. I drove to Elvis's house and found him glued to the TV. I sat down next to him. We stayed like that for the entire weekend, for what seemed an eternity, watching, waiting, and crying over the president's death. We clung to each other, tried futilely to make sense of what had happened, and prayed for the future. He returned to Memphis 2 weeks before Christmas, and although they continued to see each other and exchange secret messages well into the next year, soon she began thinking of him in the past tense. As for Elvis, he never made it clear exactly what he was thinking. Some of the guys felt that he was simply too much of a coward to do what he really wanted to do, but he never confided his feelings to any of them. At home he continued to do exactly what he always had. He rented out the Memphian, listened to his gospel records, and he and Priscilla watched movie after movie on Graceland's home projection system. He made his customary Christmas charity contribution, $55,000 this year, to 58 mostly local charities, and received a plaque in a modest ceremony at the mayor's office. He sent $1,000 to his cousin Jean, who had left his employ the previous spring under somewhat shadowy circumstances and was having a difficult time catching on. He even purchased a wedding ring, which had the jeweler, Harry Levitch, a kindly man who had befriended him when he was just out of high school, all excited, until he found out it was to replace a ring that Elvis's grandmother had lost. On January 8th, he celebrated his 29th birthday quietly at home, and then on the 12th, he traveled to Nashville to do a non-soundtrack session for the first time since the previous May. The May session had originally been intended to yield an album and a single, but as the Colonel's plan to concentrate exclusively on soundtrack recordings took greater hold, the album was set aside, and the 14 tracks dispersed among single releases. Witchcraft, for example, became the B-side of Fun in Acapulco's Bossa Nova Baby in October 1963, and bonus cuts on soundtrack albums. Elvis understood that this was merely good business. The Colonel had explained it all to him before, just as he had explained about the publishing. They had Hill and Range's top writers all vying for a spot in their motion pictures in a competition that prohibited anyone from taking advantage of the system. There were times when songwriters like Don Robertson or Doc Pomus and Mort Schumann might be favored, certainly, but they were well aware that they could just as easily be replaced, and frequently were, if they ever got too big for their britches. It might seem harsh, the Colonel conceded, but this was a dog-eat-dog world in which they were only doing what everybody else did before the other guy did it to them first. Still, Elvis could not help but notice that sales were substantially down. Return to Sender had been his last million-seller in 1962, and if he had studied the matter more closely, he would have discovered that overall sales for this year's 3 new singles releases amounted to less than two-thirds of 1962's total, while album sales hovered in the 300,000 range. Note, the one exception was Elvis's Golden Records Volume 3, a greatest hits compilation which sold almost 1 million copies after the Colonel dictated its precise makeup down to the most prosaic elements of the artwork and got $75,000, to be split 50-50 with his client after expenses, as a flat price for 275,000 souvenir photo albums, tied into his granting of permission for this unscheduled release. End of note. Nor did the quality of the movie songs or the declining standard of the new material that Freddie Beanstalk brought to the sessions escape his notice. They might still have some of the top writers in the business, but it seemed like they weren't getting their best songs. The reason for Elvis's return to the studio in January of 1964, however, had nothing to do with Freddie or the Colonel or song publishing, but rather with a song in which he truly believed, Chuck Berry's Memphis, Tennessee, which he had attempted at the last session, but which he knew he could do better. In fact, he felt like it could be one of his strongest singles in years. Memphis had first been released in its composer's version in 1959, with no great chart success. Then, in the spring of 1963, just before the last Nashville session, Lonnie Mack had come out with his instrumental interpretation of the song, which ultimately was a number 5 pop hit. Elvis's version was different from either one. With the heavy double drumming intro of Buddy Harman and DJ Fontana, you would think that you were in for the kind of jungle rhythms and unrelenting vocal attack that Elvis brought to Little Richard's Long Tall Sally some years earlier. But instead, with his vocal entrance, we hear a sweet-edged, delicate, almost keening plea as he recounts Berry's tale, in which the singer appears at first to be trying to call a wife or girlfriend in Memphis, but then, in a clever and poignant twist, reveals that it is his 6-year-old daughter whom he is attempting to reach. We were pulled apart because her mom did not agree and tore apart our happy home in Memphis, Tennessee. The idea for the last session had been to achieve a true pop sound, and while not every song was worthy of the effort, and not every arrangement did justice to every song, Elvis had worked out a consistent approach that pitted light, airy, almost ethereal vocals against fuzz-tone guitars and a heavily emphasized rhythm track for what seemed like a curious and deliberately incongruous effect. That was the tack he had taken with the Berry tune in May, and to a large extent it was the one he carried out now, in a version considerably more nuanced than Berry's, with the rhythm never faltering, as Elvis maintains a tone of underlying wistfulness and deep melancholy through 6 highly focused takes. The first and the last were clearly the outstanding performances. As with any Elvis recording session, the differences were relatively minor, with the aim being to get inside the song rather than to develop radically different variants. And while in the end it was hard to say whether he had surpassed the May version, he had at least satisfied himself that he had explored the song to the fullest. With that, he went on to the only other scheduled business of the day, Ask Me, an English-language adaptation of yet another Italian song, which he had also attempted at the last session. Here the instrumental approach was not so sure, with Floyd Kramer's roller rink organ once again taking the lead, but Elvis contributed a stunning vocal that alternated between the top of his tenor range and a falsetto of almost heartbreaking fragility, adding 11 more takes to the 6 he had tried at the previous session. There was clearly a certain amount of frustration, a continuing sense that the arrangement did not do justice to the Italian ballad's broad romantic sweep, but as you listen to the session develop, you become aware of a serious musician who remains unfazed and fully focused on his vision, one that he alone may grasp, but that he will not relinquish until he has seen it through. Save for his unfailing politeness and the thoughtful deference he shows at all times to his fellow musicians, it's hard to reconcile this Elvis with the Elvis who is used as little more than a cardboard cutout or a piece of moving scenery in films like Girls, Girls, Girls or Kissin' Cousins, but perhaps that is the point. For this one fleeting moment, he and we are aware of the goal. For this single instant, he is able to shed the trappings of fame and recognize, briefly, what it was he was seeking in the first place. and then it is gone. Though there appear to have been no formal plans to record any additional material, Elvis did go on to record one more song, It Hurts Me, a quietly passionate and beautifully articulated ballad pitched by Freddie and seconded by Lamar Fike, who had reconciled with Elvis at the recording session the previous May and was now working for Hill and Range in Nashville. The session ended before midnight, and he was back in Memphis by early the next morning. It might have crossed his mind how much more could have been accomplished, but then what would have been the point? The Colonel had his proven game plan, and Elvis had long since reconciled himself to his own need for going along with it. The Colonel, for his part, was reasonably well satisfied. The kids still loved Elvis, and if they didn't love him as much as they once had, with a guaranteed income from RCA for the next 7 years, and an increasingly lucrative schedule of movies to keep them busy at least through 1964, there was no immediate cause for concern. His promotions continued to make money for him and Elvis. Through controlled on-set interviews and photo opportunities, he was able to keep Elvis's name constantly in the news. "Our gimmicks work," the Colonel boasted whenever he was challenged by any of the record company or movie studio college boys with their fancy suits and college degrees. "Look, you got a product, you sell it," he told Variety, with a pride that was not at all belied by the disingenuousness with which it was put forth. There was no one capable of beating him at his own game. There was no one with a greater knowledge of the science of exploitation. No matter what changes in tastes or trends might lurk on the horizon, he was confident he could keep Elvis and himself in the 90% tax bracket for years to come. He didn't doubt his own abilities for a moment. He was getting just a little bit apprehensive about the boy keeping up his end of the bargain. Wallace had written to him toward the end of the year to express his own apprehensions about Elvis's appearance. He had screened Viva Las Vegas at home, and Elvis to him looked fat, soft, jowly. His hair was atrocious. With its inky black coloring, it looked like a bad wig. He had no business critiquing the MGM picture, Wallace admitted. That was not his concern, but Elvis's career was, and Wallace at this point was very concerned about that. For their upcoming picture Roustabout, in which the Colonel had taken such an interest, Elvis had to understand that as a carnival roustabout, he was playing a rough, tough, hard-hitting guy. If he didn't change his appearance, the character would be completely unbelievable, and to that end, Wallace wanted the Colonel to speak to Elvis about letting the studio hairstylist cut, color, and comb his hair the way they wanted for the character, rather than come in with his own barber, haircut, and dye job. He reiterated his concerns at the end of January, and no doubt to his surprise, the Colonel agreed with him. Note: Wallace's concerns no doubt were influenced by the precipitous drop in profit levels from $832,000 for GI Blues and $1,015,000 for Blue Hawaii in 1961 to just $30,000 for 1962's Girls, 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 and a substantial loss, $350,000, on the previous year's Fun in Acapulco. End of note. The Colonel would convey his message to Mr. Presley just as it had been expressed, with full support, but in addition the Colonel suggested to Wallace that he should strongly impress upon his production people that they convey their desires to Elvis simply and clearly, because if Elvis wasn't clear what was expected of him, he would naturally gravitate back to his own tastes and inclinations. Everyone would have to be instructed in this approach, Colonel wrote. Proper coordination was necessary in order to ensure success. The new picture itself was, as Wallace suggested, something very near and dear to the Colonel's heart. After first getting Wallace to agree to a production schedule that cut nearly 2 weeks out of the normal 8-week shooting schedule, and then eliciting $45,000 in bonus payments to be split equally between Elvis and himself, with an additional $25,000 going to him as technical advisor, the Colonel devoted himself exclusively to his consultant duties, which for once had a creative as well as a marketing bent. Note: Elvis was paid for 8 weeks, plus 1 week of pre-production, but shooting occurred during only 6 of them, thereby cutting down considerably on expenses. End of note. The idea for a picture with a carnival background went back to early 1961, and was, not surprisingly, the Colonel's, at least in part. Note: there is talk with Wallace about this picture going back to 1961, and gossip items concerning a film on the Colonel's experiences starring Elvis begin at least as early. End of note. More recently, as the studio had developed a script, the Colonel had come up with all kinds of suggestions, from toning down some of the more high-flown language to injecting many notes of actual business into the story. In his communications with Wallace, he was very careful to stress that he would not be party to a picture that cheapened carnival life, that this was a wholesome way of life in which the participants had a legitimate pride, and it was clear Colonel did too. When New Musical Express ran a story on September 9, 1963, indicating that Roustabout would be based on the Colonel's own life story, the Colonel reacted with the kind of righteous indignation that was always good for business. If the world was to understand that this was his life story, then he should be paid for it. But on this occasion, for once, his response seemed to reflect an underlying insecurity, an unacknowledged fear of accepting responsibility for something that he might truly be seen to be responsible for. It was as if, for the first time, the Colonel were exhibiting a creative nervousness of his own. Elvis returned to Las Vegas at the end of January. He wasn't scheduled to report for the picture until the beginning of March, but he was bored in Memphis. He was tired of playing the good boy. He was pissed off at feeling like he was somehow trapped and didn't know what to do. It was Marty Lacker's first trip to Vegas. Marty had rejoined the group after they got back from California. With Gene gone, and Elvis's cousin Billy a new father at 20, and temporarily on the outs with Vernon over the cost of long-distance calls home, there was room in the organization, and Marty hadn't had much luck with any of the radio jobs he had picked up since leaving in early 1962. Elvis felt sorry for him, and he was an organized little guy. Some of the others didn't much like him, but he was different. So Marty signed on, leaving his wife and one-year-old son back home in Memphis for a life of adventure that promised to be footloose and fancy-free. He found it without any delay. Vegas was like nothing he had ever experienced. Elvis built it up to him as they drove cross-country in the motorhome with a caravan of cars trailing behind. Elvis kept telling me how much I would enjoy Vegas, and that the greatest thrill was to see the city for the first time all lit up at night. We were about 30 miles outside Boulder City, Nevada, when the mobile home broke down. It was daytime, and Elvis kept insisting we would wait in the mobile home until it got dark, because he didn't want me to see Vegas for the first time in the daylight. 20 minutes later, he said, "Let's get in the damn car and go to the nearest motel and wait till it's dark and then go into Vegas." We weren't in the motel more than a minute when we discovered they had no television. That blew the whole thing, and Elvis said, "Moon," his nickname for Marty because of his bald head, "I'm really sorry, but let's get out of here and get the comforts of Vegas." It made not the slightest bit of difference to me, but he was really disappointed that his plan didn't work. They stayed up all night and slept through the day. They went to all the shows, saw Fats Domino and Della Reese, insult comedian Don Rickles, who would not cut Elvis because, like Rickles, he was devoted to his mother, and Tony Martin, whose "There's No Tomorrow" Elvis had adapted as "It's Now or Never." Elvis dated Phyllis McGuire of the McGuire Sisters, and refused to be put off by the fact that she was mobster Sam Giancana's girlfriend. One night they went to the Stardust, and just before leaving the suite, Elvis handed Marty a box. Marty asked what was in it, and Elvis told him to open it. The damn thing was packed so full of pills, I spilled some on the floor when I raised the lid. It was like giving a baby a box of candy. I'd never seen so many in one place. The opening act of the show they went to see was a sleight-of-hand artist billed as the world's greatest pickpocket. They were sitting to the side, as usual, so they could make a quick exit, and Marty was sitting on the aisle. The featured performer walked around the club talking with individual members of the audience. While he was talking, he would pilfer a necktie, or a wallet, or a piece of jewelry, which the audience member would not miss until he held the item up in the air to general applause. I had never seen the guy before, and I believed all of it. Well, I'm sitting there with this box of pills in my pocket, and I begin to worry. What the hell would I do if he came over and managed to get the box? I really started to get worried as the guy got closer to where we were sitting. I slipped the box of pills out of my coat pocket and held it under the table. I tried to kick Joe to get his attention, but he was watching the act and not concerned with me or the box. I finally leaned over to him and said, "Joe, take this damn box, man. That son of a bitch is liable to pick my damn pocket." Not long after they arrived in Vegas, on January 30th, Elvis's purchase of the USS Potomac for $55,000 was announced. The Potomac, known as President Roosevelt's floating White House during the Second World War, had been operational up until the previous year and had most recently served as a tourist attraction in Long Beach. Its current owners, however, decided to auction it off on the 82nd anniversary of Roosevelt's birth, and the Colonel persuaded Elvis on the spur of the moment that it might create the same kind of splash as the Arizona benefit in 1961 if they bought the boat and gave it to the March of Dimes. Almost right away they ran into trouble. The March of Dimes didn't want the boat, they had no use for it, and it was too expensive a gift to maintain. On February 11th, Colonel tried to give it to a Coast Guard unit in Miami, but the Coast Guard turned it down for similar reasons. The newspapers picked up the story and began to ridicule the purchase, referring to the yacht as a white elephant that nobody wanted, and the singer and his manager couldn't unload. Finally, on February 14th, Colonel succeeded in giving the damn thing away to St. Jude Hospital in Memphis, a research center dedicated to finding cures for catastrophic diseases of children that had been founded and championed by comedian Danny Thomas. He had the boat towed to a new mooring and arranged to have one side painted in a hurry in order to make a good impression on the press. Elvis and the guys drove in from Vegas the next day for the dedication ceremony at Long Beach, the guys all looking somber in their dark suits, Elvis dapper in a light continental suit, narrow patterned tie, and forelock of hair falling carelessly across his brow. Danny Thomas accepted the gift for St. Jude's, citing Elvis as a true humanitarian, and Elvis pointed out accurately that St. Jude stood near the spot on Alabama Street where he had once lived. In the end, the event generated a good deal of publicity, but Elvis was furious nonetheless. What had the old man been thinking, buying this piece of shit that nobody wanted and turning him into a laughingstock in the eyes of the world? He had agreed to it, it was true. As a student of history and as an admirer of Roosevelt and Churchill and General MacArthur, he had been proud to purchase the boat on which great issues of the Second World War had been discussed. Note: Roosevelt and his advisor Harry Hopkins went on a cruise of the Bahamas on the Potomac immediately following the passage of Lend-Lease in March of 1941. Elvis told Jerry Schilling that many of the elements that went into the Atlantic Charter signed in August were discussed on board. End of note. But the way this thing had gone, he was beginning to wonder if maybe Colonel was slipping. And besides, what did the old man mean interrupting his Las Vegas vacation? The new single came out on February 15th, 3 weeks prior to the release of Kissin' Cousins, which had been rushed out ahead of Viva Las Vegas and block-booked into 500 theaters around the country. After a good deal of consideration, Elvis had finally decided to pair It Hurts Me with the movie's title song. He preferred to wait for a better opportunity for Memphis, which he continued to believe would be his best single in years. Note: just how important Memphis was to Elvis is indicated by Colonel RCA paperwork on January 12th and 13th considering and then rejecting its release as the next single. End of note. Pre-production on Roustabout was not scheduled to start until March 2nd, so they took their time coming back from Vegas, spending the greater part of the month there, and only emerging groggily a few days before Elvis was booked into radio recorders for the soundtrack recording. Filming started up the following week. Wallace had put together a good cast, with veteran character actor Leif Erikson playing the sentimental heavy. He's a drunk with an oppressive burden of guilt and a pretty daughter who fights Elvis at every turn, but eventually comes around. And Hollywood legend Barbara Stanwyck, in a rare 60s screen appearance, deftly playing the part of the beleaguered carnival owner, a role originally offered to Mae West. The director, John Rich, was a television pioneer who had started out in comedy, Our Miss Brooks, graduated to westerns like Gunsmoke and Bonanza, and had just finished directing the first 3 seasons of the highly successful Dick Van Dyke Show, when he signed with Wallace the previous year to make feature films. I didn't know too much about the musical theater. I knew nothing about Elvis. I said, why me? I had visions of doing rather grandiose pictures like Beckett, but I was going to do the very best I could and try to catch up as quickly as possible. The guys looked at Rich with suspicion. He was not the affable, easygoing sort of director that Norman Torg was, and the atmosphere on the set was different from the start. Then Elvis injured himself on the 3rd day, doing his own fight scene against Rich's better judgment. He came to me and said, could he please do the stunt himself? I said, my God, no. What happens if you get hurt? He said, I'm not going to get hurt. I really know how to do this stuff. You see, I'm a black belt in karate. I said, well, congratulations. I think that's wonderful. I suppose that's good in life, but this is a movie, and God forbid that you get hit in some way. He said, I won't. I know these people, and they know me. I really want to do this. He begged, he really did, and finally he said, "I'll be totally responsible for this if anything happens." Well, what do you do in a situation like that? I finally gave up and said okay, but it was a mistake because he got flipped severely in the head, and it was like, oh God, there goes my life in the theater. To tell Hal Wallace that I allowed the star to do a fight, I thought this is not going to go down well. Of course, we had to stop shooting, and I sent him off to the hospital, and he had 4 or 5 stitches in his forehead, but fortunately, I had a way out. The script called for Elvis as a motorcycle rider to be run off the road by Leif Erikson in an early scene, and I thought there's no reason we can't put a Band-Aid over Elvis's eye. Wallace was quite pleased. He thought it was a damn good idea as long as I could keep shooting. And Elvis was all right as soon as he got back. He was a little subdued, having caused all this trouble. He was very apologetic. But once I told him what I'd like to do, he said, "Oh, that's great, because we can keep shooting." He was just afraid we'd have to shut down. The rest of the show was without incident. Under Rich's direction, it had a better look than most of the Paramount pictures, and Rich was particularly proud of the authenticity of the carnival, which he set up on a huge cattle ranch in the valley with over 1,000 extras, and of several rather difficult unbroken tracking shots that had Elvis singing one song while riding on his motorcycle, another to his girl as they spun around on the Ferris wheel. Rich substituted these, at no additional cost and with considerable technical ingenuity, for the conventional matte shots, a stationary Elvis against a moving background, that were called for in the script. He worked with Elvis on his lines, too, and Elvis did a decent job of recapturing some of his old rebel image, though the score was almost embarrassingly bad, and the surliness that Elvis was called upon to exhibit, like the music, was clearly more synthetic than felt. There was as well continued friction between Rich and the guys, who fiercely resented their exclusion from the action, while Rich, for his part, had little use for them. I'm not one for fraternizing too much with the group that are around the players, but they were around quite a bit, and you couldn't ignore them. One thing that comes to mind that really troubled me, somewhere in the middle of the picture I was in the editing room, looking over the cuts, and Elvis dropped by and started looking over my shoulder. I was working over the moviola with my editor, and he became so fascinated with what I was doing that I showed him how we go from a long shot to a close-up, or why I was cutting something around something. He said, "Can I come and look at this more often?" And then the guys said, "Oh, come on, this is nonsense." Only they didn't use the word nonsense, and they took him away, and he never came back to the cutting room after that. In the end, probably the greatest problem was with the script, which, like the last 3 Paramount pictures, had been written by Alan Weiss to Hal Wallace's specifications. Wallace kept the screenplays shallow. I was asked to create a believable framework for 12 songs and lots of girls, and once again presented an Elvis who appeared only marginally less bored and listless than in any of his other recent ventures. On April 20th, the last day of principal shooting, a story appeared in the Las Vegas Desert News and Telegram, which was headlined, "Elvis Helped in Success of Burton O'Toole Movie," and went on to explain just how. Would you believe that Richard Burton and Peter O'Toole owe part of their current success to Elvis Presley? These 2 brilliant Shakespearean-trained actors, winning worldwide acclaim for their performances in Becket, might not have had the opportunity to star in the picture were it not for Sir Swivelhips. Don't laugh. It's not that Elvis refused either the role of Henry II or Becket. No, Elvis helped finance Becket indirectly. Producer Hal Wallace, who has made Presley's biggest hits, also produced Becket. And were it not for the revenue from Elvis's movies, there might not have been the wherewithal to film Becket. Says Wallace, "In order to do the artistic pictures, it is necessary to make the commercially successful Presley pictures, but that doesn't mean a Presley picture can't have quality, too." At the moment, Wallace is shooting Roustabout, starring Elvis. This story may not be the greatest, but then O'Toole and Burton can't sing like Elvis either. It confirmed all of Elvis's worst fears. From the moment that he first became aware of the story, which appeared in one form or another all over the country, he freely expressed his anger and hurt. He was never going to be taken seriously as an actor. Wallace was just a double-dealing son of a bitch, and the Colonel wasn't any better. He was never going to get the opportunity to prove himself. The guys all nodded their heads in vociferous agreement, but if they'd thought about it, they might have recognized that most of all, he was expressing his disappointment in himself. He was unhappy and disillusioned, profoundly dissatisfied with the way his life was going. He was ready for a revelation. Spiritual awakenings. The revelation came in the form of a 24-year-old hairdresser named Larry Geller, who arrived on Elvis's doorstep at 4 p.m. on the afternoon of April 30th. Elvis's regular hairstylist, Sal Orifice, had just quit J. Sebring's fashionable salon, but told his client that Geller, a colleague for the last 5 years, would make a suitable replacement. Larry, who was working on their friend singer Johnny Rivers's hair when Alan Fortas called, jumped at the chance. He was met at the Bel Air gates by Jimmy Kingsley and guided back to the house on Perugia. There he was shown into the den, where he met Elvis, who was wearing a motorcycle cap perched at a jaunty angle on his head, and who stuck out his hand and introduced himself, as if Larry would have no idea who he was. "Why didn't they go back into the bathroom?" Elvis suggested, where Larry could work undisturbed, and they could talk a bit, too. For the first hour or so, the talk was little more than polite conversation. Elvis had heard a lot of good things about Larry from Sal, he told the young hairstylist. He explained that he had just finished shooting his new movie and was going to the studio the next day for publicity stills, so they couldn't do much other than maintain his present appearance. What he needed was a light trim and a little tinting just to match the way he looked in the picture. Larry was impressed with his courtesy, his thoughtfulness, his common touch, but he was not sure what lay behind the reticent manner. Then, just as Larry had finished spraying and shaping his hair, Elvis suddenly turned to him and said, "Larry, let me ask you something. What are you into?" Larry, who had devoted himself seriously to spiritual studies for the last 4 years, had no doubt that there was something out of the ordinary in the question, and didn't hesitate in his response. I said to him, "Obviously I do hair, but what I'm really more interested in than anything else is trying to discover things, like where we come from, why we are here, and where we are going." As I'm saying this, I'm thinking, he might think I'm some kind of a kook, but while I was talking, I noticed that Elvis's eyes were lighting up. He said, "Man, just keep talking, just keep talking." I talked about how 5 years before I had begun to wonder about life. Why? Is there a purpose to all this, or are the materialists and atheists right? And what was my purpose? Engrossed, Elvis hung on to every word. "What is your purpose?" he asked, looking into my eyes. "If there is a purpose, then my purpose is to discover my purpose. It doesn't matter to me if that takes years or a lifetime. That's what we're born to do." Elvis looked as if he'd been slapped. As he shook his head from side to side, he said, "Whoa, whoa, man. Larry, I don't believe it. I mean, what you're talking about is what I secretly think about all the time. I've always known that there had to be a purpose for my life. I've always felt an unseen hand behind me, guiding my life. I mean, there has to be a purpose. There's got to be a reason why I was chosen to be Elvis Presley." For the next 4 hours, he was like a parched man in the desert. He bared his entire soul. He told Larry about his mother. He told him about the hollowness of his Hollywood life. He told Larry all the things he secretly thought and could share with no one around him. "Man, Larry," he said, "I swear to God no one knows how lonely I get and how empty I really feel." With that, he burst into tears. Larry was initially taken aback. He wondered if Elvis did this with everyone he met, if this was some kind of game. But then, as Elvis kept talking, exposing his innermost feelings in an almost painful rush of words and emotions, his suspicions were allayed, and he began to wonder, why me? After a couple of hours, there was a knock on the door. It was one of the guys concerned whether everything was all right, what was going on in there. "Everything was fine," Elvis shouted through the closed door. "Leave us alone. I'll be out soon enough." Before Larry left, he had promised to quit his job with J. Sebring and bring some of the books that he had been talking about to the studio the next day. He was as good as his word. He arrived on the Paramount lot at 8 a.m. the following morning with copies of The Impersonal Life, Autobiography of a Yogi, The Initiation of the World, and Beyond the Himalayas. By that evening, when Larry came out to the house with a King James version of the Bible, Elvis had devoured all of The Impersonal Life, and if the connection had not been made before, it was now written in stone. This was the book he had been looking for all his life, Elvis announced to Larry. This was the confirmation that he had needed. The Impersonal Life had first been published in 1917, produced by a man named Joseph Benner, who claimed not to have written it, but merely to have been the vehicle for its transmittal, which came from a higher divine self. Its message, essentially, was that the truth lies within us all, that God is, in fact, the divine I. "Are you ready?" came the question in the first few pages of the slender volume. "Do you want to go? In order that you may learn to know me, so that you can be sure it is I, your own true self, who speak these words, you must first learn to be still." The book struck any number of chords for someone to whom it had been impossible to voice such questions, or even to be sure that others asked them too. It took into account human weakness and folly, saw these as equal parts of the divine plan. It offered hope, process, a path to self-improvement and redemption. It engaged a mind hungering for knowledge and lacking any clear focus or even a true confidant, since the death of his mother. It is really I who cause your personality thus to rebel, for your personality, with its proud sense of individuality, is still needed by me to develop a mind and body strong enough that they can perfectly express me. That individuality is nothing but your personality, still seeking to maintain a separate existence. All earthly events and conditions have been but a dream, from which you will fully awaken only when you, humanity, again become wholly conscious of me within. Finally, as if anything else were needed to cement the bond, Benner declared, "I may be expressing through you beautiful symphonies of sound, color, or language that manifest as music, art, or poetry, and which so affect others as to cause them to acclaim you as one of the great ones of the day, and hail you as a wonderful preacher or teacher." The book, which abounded in illustrations of the true connections between those things that passed for coincidence in this life, was copyrighted by the Sun Publishing Company. "I don't believe that book," Elvis declared in wonderment to Larry. "Bring me more books like it, whatever you think I need." They spent the evening largely in discussion of the impersonal life, talking about its meaning, talking about it specifically as it related to Elvis. The inner voice, he told Larry, was one he had been hearing since he was 4 or 5 years old. It had come to him first in the form of his dead brother Jesse's invocation to care for other people, to put myself in their place, to see their point of view, to love them. It was like the voice of conscience. End of side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6. Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 176. The book's message that I will cause even you who thus seek to serve me to do many wondrous things towards the quickening and awakening of your brothers. I will cause even you to influence and affect the lives of many of those whom you contact, inspiring and uplifting them to higher ideals, really struck home. Once again they retreated for hours into the bathroom, where Larry washed and styled Elvis's hair. Once again the guys grew impatient, querulous even over this bizarre and inexplicable diversion which their boss had chosen to take up. Over the course of the next month, Larry would arrive in his battered Volkswagen nearly every night, and they would consume the evening in extended bouts of philosophical discussion that excluded everyone else, not just intellectually, but physically as well. Quickly the whole tone of life at Perugia changed, and a grumbling mentality took hold among most of the guys. Why weren't they heading home for Memphis? They complained. They had a month between pictures. If there wasn't time to go home, why didn't they take off for Las Vegas and have some fun? If anyone suggested inviting some girls over or throwing a football around, Elvis appeared to be totally indifferent. Joe Esposito, whose primary concern was to make sure that things ran smoothly, was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt initially. I liked Larry at first. He was a nice, good-looking guy, very polite, but strange. To me, it was almost like he was brainwashing Elvis. He'd get him into that bathroom and cut and dye his hair, and they'd talk for hours at a time and go into all these things. We were having fun, and now all of a sudden Elvis is outside looking at the stars all night, or reading these books. You get up in the morning, and he's sitting there reading a book and asking questions about religion. Hey, what about the football game that happened last weekend? We used to sit and watch football games. All that stuff was gone. As far as Joe was concerned, Elvis was easy pickings for a self-styled guru like Larry. His passive personality played right into Larry's hands. He was always gullible when it came to those things. He was always trying to figure out why he was the one picked to be who he was, why he was the one chosen. He was into all these things that you couldn't solve. He liked to show his intelligence by trying to find the answers that no one else knew. The other guys almost universally agreed. Some of them started referring to Larry as the Swami or Rasputin or the Brain Scrambler, and making cracks to his face as well as behind his back. Some of them referred to him as the Wandering Jew, but mostly what they felt was a seething, undifferentiated resentment. Elvis made a few perfunctory attempts to get Larry to explain to the guys what they were studying, even to get them to read some of the books, but with the exception of his cousin Billy and Charlie Hodge, who was at this point only an intermittent presence in the group, and who had recently discovered Autobiography of a Yogi on his own, he was met for the most part with sullen indifference. To Sandy Farah, on the other hand, Larry was like a breath of fresh air in a frequently suffocating environment. In Sandy's view, the spirituality was always there, but Larry brought it out when he brought the books to him. I think it gave him some peace. I was 18, and I had read Gibran, I had read the Buddhist Bible, because I liked to look at other philosophies. Elvis gave me a copy of The Impersonal Life, and he said, "You have to read this." He had underlined it himself. Larry, for his part, was getting to know a witty, insightful, impractical man, riven with contradictions. The Elvis that Larry saw was shy. He didn't trust himself. He was afraid people might laugh at him. But he also possessed a quality of inner calm that permitted him to study himself minutely, without self-consciousness or vanity. When Elvis appreciated something, when he appreciated beauty, he just appreciated it. It was timeless to him. Like a flower just exists now. It doesn't exist yesterday. It just is. If Elvis loved something, it just was. That kind of appreciation is different, perhaps abnormal, but there's something beautiful and interesting about it. To Larry, Elvis possessed an uncanny ability to read people, too. His intuition was highly developed, and very little escaped his notice. And yet Larry felt he had surrounded himself with people who had no sympathy for his spiritual needs or aspirations. Larry was amazed not only at Elvis's desire for knowledge, but at his aptitude for it. For someone who had never been exposed to any sort of formal study before, he seized upon the reading that Larry gave him with an unquenchable thirst. In addition to The Impersonal Life, which he kept going back to over and over again, he devoured Paramahansa Yogananda's Autobiography of a Yogi, Krishnamurti's First and Last Freedom, Madame Blavatsky's translation of Voice of Silence, Leaves of Moria's Garden, and dozens of other books on numerology, cosmology, and metaphysics over the course of the succeeding weeks and months. He was requesting a new book almost every other day. It was never enough for him to simply read a book. He had to absorb it, think about it, question it, link its thoughts and ideas with all he had read before and things he had heard people say. Elvis dog-eared pages, highlighted passages, and jotted notes and questions on the end papers and throughout the margins. For Elvis, reading wasn't a passive activity. Each book promised a new adventure, a new way of viewing things. The new MGM picture, Girl Happy, the last in his 1961 contract, began with a recording session at Radio Recorders on June 10th. Freddie Beanstalk had assembled what was by now a typically desultory grab bag of songs, and Elvis was sufficiently embarrassed, while recording the title song on the first day, to beg the movie producer Joe Pasternak not to bring his vocal up in the mix. On the second day, he walked out in the middle of the session, after 36 takes of a number called, with no apparent attempt at irony, Do Not Disturb. The film itself was no better. Joe Pasternak, a 63-year-old native-born Hungarian with a career in pictures dating back to 1929 in Europe, was a long-time Hollywood operator who had come to MGM in 1942, after first saving Universal with a string of Deanna Durbin musicals. His original idea, while at Columbia briefly in 1957, was to cast Elvis Presley in Gidget, the first beach movie. The studio turned him down, and he went back to MGM, where he had a hit in 1960 with a wholesome picture about college kids on spring break in Florida. That was what gave him the idea for Girl Happy. Metro had signed him for 4, and I was at Metro as an independent producer. I went to them and told them I had an idea for Elvis Presley. I knew he was a young guy and that he could sing well, and I did this picture Where the Boys Are with the same background, Fort Lauderdale, and I was crazy about the background, so they said, go ahead and make it. Like Kissin' Cousins, Girl Happy was done on a short production schedule. Elvis was to be paid his usual $500,000 for 6 weeks' work, and would get 50% of the profits after the first $500,000 in profits had been recouped by the studio. The rest of the budget came to less than 2 times the star's salary, and the finished picture had a bargain basement look, with no location shooting and poorly matched matte shots. On the set, Elvis seemed uncharacteristically subdued, almost dispirited. There were the usual celebrity visits, and Margaret came by from time to time to say hello, and the guys all liked co-star Gary Crosby, Bing's son, who had often played football with them at Deneuve Park. Plus, they got a kick out of facing down the Secret Service detail accompanying Linda Bird Johnson, the president's daughter, when she visited the set, as each group stood screened by dark glasses and impenetrable expressions, waiting for the other to blink. Their old pal, movie actor Nick Adams, showed up for the Colonel's 55th birthday on June 26th, and there was a cake and the usual celebration, but Colonel was absent with back trouble for much of the picture. On one of the few occasions that he was present, he gave an interview to gossip columnist Earl Wilson, throwing off the usual lines in typically boisterous and undiminished fashion. "Do you remember when we came out here?" he asked of no one in particular. "They didn't give us 6 weeks." "What about marriage?" Wilson asked. "There's a rumor, Colonel, that if Elvis ever gets married, you're going to have it in the Hollywood Bowl and sell tickets." "Untrue," the Colonel responded with animation. "I always figured on a nice quiet wedding on top of an elephant." Elvis, Wilson noted, was as quietly non-circusy as his manager was the carnival barker when I found him in his portable dressing room. He had little to say about marriage or anything else, other than to concede that he probably would get married someday, as he glanced down embarrassedly at the floor. It was a time in which he felt oddly distanced from his old life. Between his reading and his daily obligations at the studio, there was little time for anything else. Elvis was just counting the days till the movie was done. He wanted more time to devote to his spiritual studies, and was impatient with the progress he was making. Larry told him that you needed to assimilate the lessons, that there were no shortcuts. But Elvis was sure that he could go faster once he got home to Memphis. Each night on the phone, he told Priscilla excitedly about his new discoveries. He couldn't wait for her to meet Larry, he said. He knew the two of them were really going to get along. Early in the summer, Johnny Rivers' version of Memphis hit the charts. It took everyone by surprise because Johnny had been a frequent visitor at the house over the last 3 years. He had played football with them, been accepted as one of the gang, and even jammed with Elvis on the Chuck Berry number after Elvis played him a test pressing of his own recording of the song. There was no question among any of the guys that Johnny had known Elvis was planning to put it out as his next single. Elvis should just release his version now and kill the little cocksuckers, they all muttered angrily among themselves. But Elvis would not. He just shook his head sorrowfully and said he didn't want to see Johnny anymore. And in July, RCA quietly put out Such a Night from his first post-Army session in March of 1960. It had originally been released on the album Elvis Is Back, after Conway Twitty had enjoyed some chart action on the song in a version produced by Nashville newcomer Felton Jarvis for ABC Records. With sales of little more than 300,000, Such a Night barely outsold Elvis's last single, Suspicion, another old album cut which had been rushed into release when Terry Stafford had a number 3 hit with his version of that song earlier in the year. In fact, with the exception of Kissin' Cousins, none of the 4 singles released so far in 1964 had sold 500,000 copies, not even the title cut from Viva Las Vegas. It might have been a more sobering time if the movie itself had not opened at number 14 on Variety's July 1st box office survey, with glowing reports coming in from New York, Atlanta, Omaha, Cedar Rapids, and all over the country. But even if the movie had not done such reassuring business, it probably wouldn't have mattered all that much to Elvis. His mind was clearly elsewhere. Colonel asked to meet with him just before he left for Memphis in mid-August. Larry and some of the guys accompanied him to the lot, waiting in the car while he talked with the old man. After about half an hour, Elvis emerged, his face red, Larry later wrote, his jaw clenched in anger. He quickly stepped into the car, and after one of the guys slammed the door behind him, he started screaming. "How dare that son of a bitch!" Elvis shouted. "He doesn't know the first thing about my life. He doesn't know anything about me. He said I'm on a kick, a religious kick. It's not a kick, it's my life, and my life is not a kick, it's real." He then glared at each of the guys, except for Larry, and declared meaningfully, "I wonder who gave him that idea." What happens in my house is my private business. It is none of the Colonel's affair, nor anybody else's." For all of his brave words, though, Larry knew that the Colonel had gotten to Elvis, and that this would not be the end of it. The Colonel had always been perfectly polite on the few occasions that they had met, almost excessively so, as if he were observing the newcomer, coolly taking his measure. But now it was clear that he had made up his mind, and that one way or another battle was soon to be joined. The trip home was as unusual as every other aspect of their 2.5-month relationship. Larry sat up front beside Elvis in the motorhome. Elvis is driving, the guys are in the back, and we're all talking, and I'm just yakking about everything, metaphysics and God and life. But then every hour or so, he'd pull over and start reading The Impersonal Life or some other book, and the guys started getting angry at me, because they knew I'd started this. We got to the outskirts of Oklahoma City, and all of a sudden Elvis pulled over into a big lot. I'm sitting right there, and he turns to me and says, "Would you step outside with me?" And I'm thinking, what the heck is going on? He says, "Okay, tell me the truth. Who sent you here to give me this material? Where do you come from?" I'm about to open my mouth, and a car pulls up and two guys jump out, reporters, and they say, "Can we have a picture?" And he says, "Sure, if you take one with my friend." He put his arm around my shoulder, and I'm thinking, I don't believe this. What's really happening behind this picture? Anyway, they shake Elvis's hand, get in their car, and he turns to me and says, "All right, answer me. Who sent you?" I said, "Elvis, you sent me. You know that." He looked at me with a big grin and said, "You're right." Larry had come upon one big surprise already. A sometime recreational drug user, Larry had never taken pills of any kind, or up to this point seen any evidence of Elvis taking pills. Just outside of San Bernardino, though, Elvis offered him a couple of dexedrine tablets, with the explanation that they were going to be driving through the night, and that they wanted to be alert at all times. Larry took the pills with some misgiving, figuring that it was a long trip, and they had so much to talk about. And what a trip it was! As Elvis sat listening intently, I talked and talked and talked. I literally could not shut up. And while Elvis enjoyed hearing me ramble on and on about every spiritual book I'd ever read, every idea I'd investigated, by the next day my jaw was killing me. Only later did I learn that Elvis didn't want to loosen me up, as he so delicately put it, for his benefit alone, but for the guys. From the moment Elvis embarked on his spiritual studies, he never totally relinquished the idea that he could teach the others by his example. That he had some inkling of the guys' reaction was obvious, and just as Elvis set me up as the mouthpiece to say to the guys things he wanted to say himself, many of them answered him by making me a sort of walking effigy of the spiritual Elvis, the guy they didn't like. The wisecracks and insults they didn't dare hurl at their boss were aimed squarely at me. The bad karma came to a head in Amarillo, where, as was common, a crowd gathered outside the motel where they had stopped to sleep for a few hours during the day. The guys all knew that this was a result of the Colonel leaking the location just to create a little excitement, but this time Elvis pointed the finger squarely at Joe. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was this roar of kids outside, hundreds of kids outside the motel room yelling, "Elvis! Elvis!" What had happened was that they were announcing on the radio that Elvis was in town at this motel. I knew what had happened. Every time we'd stop, I'd check with Colonel and say, "Okay, we're here," and Colonel called the radio station. But Elvis got pissed off at me, and we had a big fight, and I quit on the spot, and Jimmy Kingsley quit with me. I didn't leave, but I didn't ride with Elvis for the rest of the trip. I just stayed in the Pontiac station wagon, pulling a trailer. Everyone was a little taken aback, but this kind of thing happened all the time, and as they made their way back to Memphis, the mood was subdued. They were more fed up than anything else at the constant, incomprehensible dialogue that continued to go on between Elvis and Larry. If things had been anything like normal, Joe would probably just have been hired back on the spot before they even got home, or Elvis would simply have acted like nothing had happened. But by the time they rolled through the gates of Graceland, Marty Lacker was firmly ensconced as the new foreman, and Joe returned to Hollywood a couple of days later, still pissed off, a little fearful, but confident that he could find work based on all the connections he had made in the last 4 years. In Memphis, Elvis had to show Larry everything. They drove out Bellevue to Forest Hill Cemetery to see Gladys Presley's grave, and Elvis stood silently for 15 minutes, communing with his mother's spirit. One day, Elvis gave Larry a car, and told him to drive to Tupelo to see with his own eyes what Elvis had been telling him about. They drove around Memphis, and Elvis pointed out Hume's High School, the public housing project where he had grown up, the various places he and his parents had lived, the places where memory resided. Elvis's father, Vernon, appeared reserved and suspicious, but that didn't really surprise Larry from the way Elvis had described his father. "I'm sure Vernon saw me not as his son's employee or friend, but as another weekly expense." It was Priscilla who came as the surprise. Far from being the warm, welcoming presence that he had expected, she appeared disinterested, dismissive, almost jealous of his role. She read Vera Stanley Alder's Initiation of the World, but with little interest or pleasure. Her eyes glazed over when Larry started to talk of the oneness of being. She seemed to display a kind of unreasoning animosity toward him that bordered on fear. Larry was a total threat to us all. He would spend hours and hours and hours with Elvis just talking to him, and he wasn't anything that Elvis represented. He didn't represent anything that Elvis had believed in prior to that time. Everyone wondered who he was, what he was doing there, what they talked about. When I first met him, I thought, well, he's not so bad. He's really harmless. But then Elvis went the other way and became harmless, unthreatening, energyless. He became passive, which was the total opposite of what he had been before. He read books studiously for hours and hours. He had conversations with Larry for hours and hours. He was going on a search for why we were here and who we were, the purpose of life. He was on a search with Larry to try to find it. You know, Larry would bring him books, piles of books, and Elvis would lay in bed at night and read them to me. That was the thing when you dealt with Elvis. If he had a passion for something, you had to go into it with him and show the same love he had for it, or at least you had to pretend to. To make him feel more at home, Elvis flew Larry's wife Stevie in, along with their two kids, Jova and Cabral, and put them up with Larry at the Howard Johnsons, just down the street. He continued to rent out the fairgrounds, where Red went after Larry one time on the bumper cars. He came at me as if he were protecting Elvis from me. Maybe in his mind he was. "I'm going to kill you, you motherfucker," he screamed. "I'm going to get you." And he did. At the Memphian, they saw Dr. Strangelove 3 times in a row, then watched the final reel an additional 3 times before Elvis was satisfied. Peter Sellers was so subtle an actor. He had so many different bits of business going on in a single scene, Elvis told Larry, that you don't always get him the first time, or even the second or third. They watched the Hal Wallace production of Beckett, too, and Elvis once again wondered if he would ever get to play a substantial dramatic role in his own film career. It was a very different group under Marty's leadership. For some time there had been serious division among the guys, and an undercurrent of resentment against Joe in particular for the way he acted, like he thought he was better than everyone else. Red had never liked him, and Elvis's cousin Billy Smith dismissed him as a big college man who established class separations within the group, even though Joe had never finished high school. Most of all, though, Marty, a brooding, naturally choleric man whose anger was fueled by amphetamines, just couldn't abide taking orders from Joe, and he encouraged everyone else to feel the same. There was never any question in his mind that given the same position he could do it better, and even though he had railed at Joe's military organization, he unveiled a fussy eccentricity of his own as he swiftly established a new order in the Elvis world. With a nod from Elvis, he made up lists of duties for everyone. It was up to Marty to call Mrs. Pepper for movie times as early as possible, transact business and correspondence with the Colonel's office for Elvis, and maintain a purchase order system for all charges in Elvis's name. Alan Fortas got the assignment to, along with Marty, be responsible for organization, both in good and bad situations, maintain Elvis's scrapbook, and be in den with Elvis as much as possible. Marty and his family, his pregnant wife Patsy and 2 small children, moved into the garage apartment behind the house that Vernon and Dee had once occupied, and in every way he tried to make himself as indispensable to Elvis as he could. 2 days before their scheduled departure for California, on the evening of September 21st, Elvis was appointed Deputy Sheriff of Shelby County, a promotion over his previous title of Honorary Chief Deputy, by newly elected Sheriff Bill Morris. He was photographed and fingerprinted for his official badge, and he reminisced with Morris, who had grown up in the old North Memphis neighborhood, and whose wife Ann had been a classmate of Elvis's at Hume's High, about the good old days they had both known, and how far they had both come. He told Morris that he had always been interested in law enforcement, and according to a press scimitar account of the meeting, that he had once applied for a job as a Memphis policeman, but been turned down because he was too young, only 19. After a pleasant visit in which Elvis reiterated that he was still crazy about Memphis and that Anne Margaret was great, he rejoined the guys outside and went off with them to the movies. That Friday night, after postponing his scheduled midweek departure by 2 more days, he went to the movies one more time, screening Dr. Strangelove for the 5th time on this visit, along with 2 other pictures. There was still one opening on the staff left to fill after Elvis hired Mike Keaton, who had been hanging around in much the same way that Chief and Richard Davis and Jimmy Kingsley did a few years earlier. Keaton was quiet, introspective, a member of the First Assembly of God Church, and his wife's name was Gladys. He looked like a good fit, though no one was quite sure what his connection was. Then, on the evening of the 25th, Elvis gave the nod to a considerably more familiar, but at the same time less predictable choice. Jerry Schilling was 22 years old and in the first semester of his senior year at Memphis State, where he was studying to be a teacher. A big, square-jawed ex-football player, he had left Arkansas State College when he lost his football scholarship due to a back injury, then followed his girlfriend to New York for a time, and come back to Memphis the previous year to finish his education. Raised by his grandparents from the time of his mother's death when he was only 1, he grew up shy and insecure, barely knowing his father, brought out of himself, like many of the guys, by his talent and love for sports. In 1954, he had been introduced to Elvis by Red, who had grown up with his older brother, Billy Ray, now a Memphis policeman. They were playing football at Guthrie Park in Elvis's old neighborhood, where Jerry too grew up, and they needed an extra player, so Elvis invited the shy 12-year-old to join. He had been hanging around the fringes of the group ever since, going out to the fairgrounds with them, returning from Jonesboro, Arkansas, his first couple of years in college every weekend that he could, just to see what was going on. Elvis talked to him in a way that no one else ever had. You just felt when he talked to you it was like you were the most important person in the world. I mean, he knew how shy I was, and that I really admired him, but people just didn't take time to go and talk about life with you like that. The feeling you had was that he felt like you understood him, and that's why he talked to you this way. For all of his credentials, though, Jerry didn't seem to fit in with the rest of the group. He was perceived as a liberal in a world where the prevailing views were presumed to be conservative in terms of race and Southern values. He was seen as something of a hothead by Marty in particular, who resented his youthful presumption and intellectual pretensions. And he was generally believed to be a Catholic, an equal sin among both the Jews and the Protestants in the group, because he had attended parochial school, even though his family background was as Southern Baptist as the majority of them. At this point, he had been hanging around for so long that his presence was taken almost for granted, and everyone knew that Jerry really wanted it, but no one thought he was quite right for the job, until Elvis finally gave him the nod, practically out of the blue. Jerry was down at the Film Exchange with Richard Davis, returning the evening's viewing, when he got a telephone call from Elvis. It was almost 4 in the morning by the time I went out to the house, and he told me he needed me to go to work for him. I said, when? And he said, now. I said, can I go home and get my clothes? And he said, we won't be leaving till this afternoon. So I went home and got my stuff and came back and just sat out on the back porch thinking until they were ready to go. We left late that day. The trip out was an education. Larry had already returned to California with his family, so even with the 2 new additions, there were only 5 or 6 guys, and Elvis did most of the driving. Every time they pulled into a truck stop, they would toss a football around under the lights, with everybody diving for the ball and running around, until Jerry, who was still in shape for college football, was worn out. I never could figure out how Elvis could play so damn long, 7 or 8 hours at a stretch, and then I found out that night, literally. He didn't give me anything himself, but he gave it to someone else, and then they gave it to me. I mean, I had never taken a pill in my life, but pretty soon I was playing like he was, and when we got to the hotel to rest for a few hours, I couldn't even go to sleep. I was so wide awake. The rest of that trip, I don't think I ever ate. I ran after footballs. I was diving for the ball. I just thought, this is great, because I figured anything that he did had to be great. There couldn't be anything wrong with it. By the end of the trip, I think I'd lost about 20 pounds, and he was probably saying, what happened to the big guy I hired? If that was a revelation, the arrival in California offered an even more graphic introduction into Elvis's world. When they got to the house on Perugia, Jerry was assigned Billy Smith as his roommate, but he was too excited to go to bed. Everybody was beat and went to sleep, but I'd never been in a place like this before. There was a pool in the backyard, there were all these colored lights, and I was just sitting there in the den, pretty much in the dark, just looking around, when all of a sudden I hear the front door click, as if somebody's got a key, but everybody's in their room asleep. Anyway, I'm sitting there, and I see this woman with long hair walking across the room towards Elvis's bedroom, and she knocks on the wall, and I go, "Miss?" And she turns and screams, and the wall opens up, and Elvis is standing there dying laughing. He says, "It's okay, Jerry, it's Anne Margaret." And she goes into the bedroom, and the next night he's telling everyone else the story. They began work on the new film, Tickle Me, for Allied Artists 10 days later on October 6th. From Jerry's point of view, there was nothing about the new life that was not in some way enchanting. It was a dream beyond imagining to drive to the studio every morning with Elvis, summarily reviewing his day's dialogue, then watch him deliver it letter-perfect on the set. Jerry was alternately fascinated and puzzled by Larry Geller, whom he had scarcely met before coming out to California, and he took to reading some of the books that Larry recommended with keen interest. Even shopping with Marty became a kind of surreal adventure after Marty decided that the maids were spending too much money on food and assigned Jerry to follow him up and down the supermarket aisles, checking prices against the interminable lists he had compiled. Most of all, though, what he hungered for was Elvis's approbation. I practically didn't speak for the first few weeks. He knew I was sensitive, and sometimes he'd get pissed at the other guys just because they'd been around so long, but then he'd wink at me like, "Don't worry about it." After a while, I realized he was almost as shy as I was. There were days when he would just brood over things because he was so unhappy with the reality of his accomplishments. Then one day you'd see nothing but anger, and I've never seen anyone with an anger stronger than his. If he had been just a nice guy, I don't know if I would have loved him as much, but the fact was that he had all this power. He had such extreme power that he could have gotten away with anything at this point, and yet he chose to be sensitive most of the time. And those times that he didn't, you knew that they were very important to really understanding him. The making of Tickle Me went no better and no worse than any of the other recent movies. Elvis's $750,000 salary made up more than half of the $1,480,000 budget, and with the star's 50% profit participation, Elvis and the studio were truly partners. This was Elvis's first picture for Allied Artists, and Colonel was well aware of the financial difficulties the studio was in. Earlier in the year, he had magnanimously offered to let Allied head Steve Broidy out of their agreement, and when Broidy demurred, pinning the studio's hopes for survival on the success of the new Elvis Presley picture, Colonel encouraged Norman Torg, back at the helm for the fifth time, and always an efficient worker, to do his best to bring the picture in under budget. It was in August, just a month before the film's scheduled start, that the Colonel came up with his most ingenious ploy of all. In a dense 2-page letter, dictated on August 21st, from the hospital bed at the apartment, Colonel was still laid up with a bad back, he reported to Elvis on a 3-hour meeting he and Abe Lastfogel had just had with Broidy and Ben Schwalb, the picture's producer. He had proposed to them what he had already discussed with Elvis, that they forego any original soundtrack recording for this movie and substitute instead a dozen songs already recorded by Elvis and proven by LP release. Each of the songs would be owned by Elvis Presley or Gladys Music and would never have appeared on a single or EP. In this manner, they could bypass all the problems and expenses associated with soundtrack recording, finding the right songs, paying for musicians and studio time, pinning Elvis down on a date, and yet retain a majority of the benefits, having a single or even an EP to promote the picture. Mr. Broidy and Mr. Schwalb immediately grasped the advantages of such a setup, Colonel wrote to Elvis. It was now merely up to Elvis to endorse it. And to that end, he was including a list of 22 songs that he thought might fit the bill. It was entirely Elvis's decision, of course, and he could select any 10 or 12 other songs that he liked if he so chose. The producers just had to know by August 25th, or else Elvis would have to come back to California a week or two early to record a fresh soundtrack. Elvis did not object, though he did not respond until well after the Colonel's firm deadline. Arrangements with records okay, was his terse telegraphed conclusion. So for the first time, Elvis did not record a single new song for one of his motion pictures, and, perhaps just as significantly, Colonel did not deliver a single tape to RCA. Colonel was, as always, looking to the future. Under the amended 1961 agreement with Hal Wallace, there was just one picture to go at a salary of $200,000, though the Colonel was confident that this, like every other aspect of their deal since 1956, could be upgraded. To that end, he bombarded Wallace with a blizzard of complaints and correspondence all through the fall of 1964, prepared, as always, to give Wallace and his partner, Joe Hazen, the opportunity to show their appreciation for Elvis and the Colonel's loyalty to their original benefactors, despite the niggardly pay. Roustabout opened to fairly tepid notices on November 11th, just 3 months after the Beatles' A Hard Day's Night premiered in this country to rave reviews. It was called the Citizen Kane of jukebox movies in the Village Voice, and brisk summer business. This was one of the few things that the Colonel didn't note in his extremely active correspondence with Wallace that fall, which seemed aimed almost as much as bedeviling Wallace and Hazen as improving his client's working conditions. Meanwhile, the Colonel was also in negotiations with MGM, and as the year wore on, he closed in on the $1 million fee he had been seeking as a benchmark all along. It was part of a new 3-picture deal in which only the first picture actually delivered the $1 million, while the last two paid $750,000 apiece, with profit participation for each at 40% from the first dollar. It was an unquestionable financial coup, but perhaps just as significantly, it explicitly embraced the principle established by Kissin' Cousins that fewer shooting days promised greater potential profits for all. He had the MGM deal wrapped up just before Christmas, even as he was concluding yet another agreement, this one with United Artists, for 2 pictures at $650,000 apiece. Thus, by the end of 1964, Elvis was in effect the highest-paid star in Hollywood, not on a per-picture basis, though figuring in the profits, he might even have been in the running for that, but on the basis of his ability to make a minimum of 3 pictures a year at $500,000 and up, with profits virtually guaranteed. By the time the Colonel had completed his negotiations, he had 8 pictures scheduled over the next 3 years, at guaranteed salaries adding up to $5,350,000, with new possibilities opening up seemingly every day. It was little wonder, then, that Colonel should express a certain sanguinity when he was interviewed in November on the set of Tickle Me by New York Times reporter Peter Bart. "We're doing all right the way we are going," he drawled to the reporter, lighting his cigar with a foot-high silver beacon. "Every year more money rolls in." They returned home at the end of November for the usual 3-month break. There was a brief contretemps among the guys over their Christmas present to Elvis. Marty went out and got a deluxe leather-bound white Bible, and then had a sketch he had drawn of the Tree of Life, with Elvis's name on the trunk and each of the guys' names on a separate branch, printed at the front of the book. Underneath the tree was one of Elvis's favorite quotations, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free," written in English, Latin, and Hebrew, to represent the religions of all the men who were his friends. Somehow, though, Marty neglected to inform Larry of the gift, an omission that Elvis immediately picked up when he failed to see Larry's name inscribed upon it. He refused to accept their present until Larry signed one of the branches that was still available at the bottom of the tree. This wasn't the only snub that Larry was forced to endure. He continued to be made fun of for his lack of interest in contact sports. He preferred Tai Chi, his musical tastes, Bach, and his predilection for recreational drugs. And there were few tears shed when he was busted for marijuana by the Memphis police, a mess from which Larry was extricated only by the direct intervention of Elvis and his friend Sheriff Bill Morris. Even Larry's Jewishness was grist for the mill, as the guys referred to him to his face as Lawrence of Israel, but here too there was a clear sense of rivalry as well, particularly with Marty, who was at least as proud of his Jewish heritage. Larry had introduced Elvis to new ways of thinking about Judaism early on, when he had drawn a connection between Judaism and numerology. Larry contended that rabbis change people's names according to numerological principles, and Elvis had taken to wearing a gold chai around his neck when Larry explained to him that chai in Hebrew meant life. Both Larry and Marty claimed credit for encouraging Elvis's decision that Christmas to have a new headstone placed on Gladys's grave, with a Jewish star on one side, a cross on the other, and while George Klein and Alan Fortas, the other Jewish members of the group, wholeheartedly approved, there was no question that some of the other guys remained skeptical of the whole enterprise. According to Marty, it was not long afterward that he and Elvis came up with an idea for a watch that would alternate the cross and the Star of David on its face as a symbol of universal brotherhood. He took a sketch to the jeweler Harry Levitch, who created a prototype from which he subsequently manufactured hundreds of the watches for Elvis to give to friends. Note: Levitch and Elvis's dentist, Les Hoffman, and his wife Sterling spoke to me about the strong impact of Judaism on Elvis, and Levitch described Elvis taking him out to the cemetery to show off the newly engraved Star of David on his mother's grave. End of note. Clearly, Vernon could not have been altogether pleased with these developments. Both Marty and Larry were well aware from talking with Elvis that Vernon was less than totally understanding of the need for such ecumenicism, and Marty was convinced that Vernon and everyone else in the family were anti-Semitic, and that the rest of the family was crazy, too. In the short time that the Lackers had been living at Graceland, Elvis's uncle Johnny Smith, Gladys Presley's brother, had threatened Marty's wife and come at Marty himself with a knife, while Cletus Presley, Vester's wife and Johnny and Gladys's sister, who drank as heavily as her brother, had made it clear that she had little use for him, too. Marty didn't think much of Elvis's retarded Uncle Tracy, who went around saying, "I got my nerves in the dirt," and made noises like he was getting ready to explode. Overall, it could be said that he took a pretty dim view of the whole clan. Larry's perspective was somewhat more benign. He saw the family as victims of a general benightedness and lack of education, subject to the same opportunism that preyed upon the guys, and doomed his own relationship with them, the fear that some undeserving newcomer was going to take away from them what was rightfully theirs. Mostly, though, the tensions were relatively muted, with Elvis and Vernon finally settled into a more comfortable relationship, in which Vernon's life with Dee and her boys was simply an accepted fact, and Vernon could walk from their new house on Dolan to his office behind Graceland through the back pasture gate, have a companionable breakfast in the Graceland kitchen, or come to visit at a moment's notice at any time, day or night. In fact, the one abiding source of tension between father and son was money. Elvis had no idea what anything cost and couldn't care less, Larry observed. Vernon, on the other hand, lived in constant fear that something would befall them, and that one day he and Elvis would find themselves back in Tupelo, a prospect that struck terror in Vernon's heart. Far more disturbing was Priscilla's fierce, undiminished, and virtually undisguised hostility toward him. Larry put it down to a lack of spiritual awareness on Priscilla's part, but for Priscilla it was a more visceral concern, in terms of her relationship with Elvis, virtually a matter of life and death. Under Larry's influence, as she saw it, Elvis no longer took any interest in her. At night, he would read to her in bed, but he simply refused to indulge in any of the sexual pastimes which they had substituted for actual love-making. He was, he told her, going through a cleansing period physically and spiritually. Any physical temptations were against everything he was striving for. "Scylla," he said one night before we went to bed, "you're going to have to be pretty understanding these next few weeks, or however long it takes. I feel that I have to withdraw myself from the temptations of sex." "But why, and why with me?" He was quite solemn. "We have to control our desires so they don't control us. If we can control sex, then we can master all other desires." When we were in bed, he took his usual dose of sleeping pills, handed me mine, and then, fighting off drowsiness from the pills, pored over his metaphysical books. As his soulmate, I was expected to search for answers as fervently as he did, but I just couldn't bear reading the ponderous tracts that surrounded us in bed every night. Usually, within 5 minutes of opening one, I'd be sound asleep. Annoyed at my obvious disinterest, he awoke me to share an insightful passage. If I voiced the slightest protest, he'd say, "Things will never work out between us, Scylla, because you don't show any interest in me or my philosophies." Then, pointedly, "There are a lot of women out there who would share these things with me." At one point, I could bear it no longer. I lost control and started screaming, "I can't stand it. I don't want to hear any more. I'm sick and tired of your voice going on and on. It's driving me crazy." I was hysterical, pulling at my hair like a wild woman. "What do you see?" I demanded. "Tell me, what do you see?" He stared at me, his eyes half closed. "A madwoman, a goddamn raving madwoman," he answered, slurring his words because of the sleeping pills. I fell on my knees beside him, crying. By the time I'd finished my tirade, all I could hear was the faint sound of religious music playing on the radio. I looked up at him. He had fallen into a deep sleep. On January 8th, Elvis celebrated his 30th birthday. The guys gave him a Tree of Life medallion, and he spent the day at home, reading his books and quietly contemplating the past that had brought him to this point and the future that lay ahead. Before he left for Hollywood at the beginning of March, he reflected a little to commercial appeal reporter James Kingsley on the meaning of it all. "We have come a long way from Tupelo," he told Kingsley, who, next to Bob Johnson, had known him probably as well as any of the Memphis reporters. "I know what it is to scratch and fight for what you want." He could never forget the longing to be someone, he said, as he gave an outsider a rare glimpse of Graceland. Behind the enormous white couch, Kingsley wrote, were floor-to-ceiling red drapes hung on push-button electric traverse rods. A fireplace of smoky molded glass dominates the opposite wall. Scattered around it are white chairs and multicolored cushions on a deep white carpet. To the left is the dining room, where a star-shaped chandelier hangs above a walnut table. The chair seats, repeating the color theme, are covered in red velvet. Opening off the other end of the living room is the music room, with an ivory grand piano and an ivory TV set. "Do you think that house in Tupelo would fit in this room?" he mused, proudly showing Kingsley the rest of the house, though it remained off-limits to the commercial appeal photographer. His 7 or 8 cars, motorhome, and 3 motorcycles, and a way of life that was as deliberately unpretentious as it was whimsical. His idea of an elaborate meal is a small steak and potatoes. Breakfast generally is well-done bacon, scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee. For snacks, he fancies sandwiches made with jelly or peanut butter and mashed bananas. He was aware of his reclusive reputation, reported Kingsley, but was at pains to point out that, "I certainly haven't lost my respect for my fans. I withdraw not from my fans, but from myself." He hoped to have children, he said, if he could only find the right girl. If he did, he said, "I would name my first daughter Gladys, after my mother." Then he looked at his watch and turned to the reporter with a smile. "Look, let's quit this business. It's after 8 and the night's pretty outside. After all, I am one of the night people. The sun's down and the moon's pretty. It's time to ramble." By the time the story came out on March 7th, he was back in Hollywood. But for all the contentment that he had shown the reporter, Elvis is as gracious as the caricature of the Southern gentleman. His language, a mixture of colloquialisms, strangely juxtaposed with the words of an intelligent man who was not content to let his education end with his graduation from Hume's High School. He was no longer the same man that he had been, for he had finally had his vision on the road to Damascus. He had been waiting for it for so long that he thought it would never come. Larry kept telling him that he simply had to be patient, that you couldn't force these things, but he was not easily assuaged. He had been dedicating himself to his studies for almost a year now. He had read over 100 books, and if something was going to happen, it should have happened by now. He had it out with Larry just before they got to Amarillo, pulling suddenly into a motel as Marty complained that they didn't have time to stop. They were scheduled to be in L.A. on the weekend to be ready for pre-production starting on Monday. Larry found Elvis in his room, looking worn and depressed. Without speaking, he rose and, while pacing back and forth, kept shaking his head in dismay. Finally, he declared firmly, all right, Larry, just tell me the damn truth, man. What am I doing wrong, huh? What's wrong with me? Maybe God doesn't love me or something. All I want is to know the truth, to know and experience God. I'm a searcher, that's what I'm all about. You woke that up in me, and ever since I started, I haven't had one experience, nothing. I really believe in all the spiritual teachings. I really believe, only nothing happens, and I want it to. Oh, man, I want it so bad. What the hell is wrong? Larry was taken aback by the pain and confusion in Elvis's voice, but I tried to keep calm while explaining how each idea we had discussed over the past months had its place among the others, how each built upon the others, and together they formed something very beautiful. The spiritual readings, the meditation, our conversations, all these contributed to our development, but they were just parts, stages of a process that might continue for the rest of our lives. No one knows when that moment of revelation may come. It's not a prize one earns. For some it never comes, but that is all the more reason to continue working toward God. The conversation continued as Larry attempted to show him that this was the one area in his life where it made no difference that he was Elvis Presley, that before God everyone was the same, and to experience God it was necessary to empty oneself of all expectations and preconceptions. "You have to drop your ego, Elvis," Larry told him, "and make room for God." He had to forget the books, let go of your knowledge, and become empty so God can have a place to enter. Finally, Elvis was mollified. He looked down at the floor, then back at me, then grinned. Nodding in agreement, he said softly, "Well, you're right." He chuckled softly to himself. "I guess I needed that. Let's hit it." They set off across New Mexico and Arizona into the desert. An iridescent blue sky seemed to drape itself over the sacred mountains of the Hopi Indians and color everything in view with a peaceful heavenly shade. Elvis drove without speaking, with Larry beside him and some of the guys in the back. Then, outside Flagstaff, it happened. Elvis suddenly gasped and cried, "Whoa!" When I turned to him, he was slumped back in his seat, slack-jawed, staring at the horizon. Following his gaze, I saw a cloud, a single white mass floating in the sky. From the clouds emerged a clear, definite, recognizable image. "Do you see what I see?" Elvis asked in a whisper. I looked again. "That's Joseph Stalin's face up there." Try as I might to see it any other way, there was no denying that it was Stalin's face in the cloud. "Why Stalin? Why Stalin?" Elvis asked, his voice breaking. "Of all people, what's he doing up there?" Before I could answer, the cloud slowly turned in on itself, changing form and dimension until the image faded and gradually disappeared. I knew we had witnessed something extraordinary, and turned to say so, but stopped when I saw Elvis staring into the cloud, his eyes open wide, and his face reflecting wonder. It's almost impossible to describe how he looked, but Elvis's expression was the one that you read of in the Bible or other religious works, the look of the newly baptized or the converted. He appeared so peaceful, so accepting, so open, so happy. It was something I had never seen before, and I would never see again. Elvis swung the bus over to the roadside and brought it to a violent halt. "Just follow me, Larry," he shouted as he bolted out the door and began running across the sand. I finally caught up, and as we stood in the cool desert breeze, Elvis's face beamed with joy. "It's God!" he cried. "It's God!" Tears streamed down his face as he hugged me tightly and said, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You got me here. I'll never forget, never, man. It really happened. I saw the face of Stalin, and I thought to myself, why Stalin? Is it a projection of something that's inside of me? Is God trying to show me what he thinks of me? And then it happened. The face of Stalin turned right into the face of Jesus, and he smiled at me, and every fiber of my being felt it. For the first time in my life, God and Christ are a living reality. Oh, God, Elvis kept saying. Then he paused and added a peculiar aside. "Can you imagine what the fans would think if they saw me like this?" "They'd only love you all the more," I said. "Yeah," he said. "Well, I hope that's true." The rest of the trip was not without its awkward moments. Elvis basked in his newfound bliss, while the guys all fumed at this latest evidence of the boss's weirdness and almost perverse dedication to the bizarre. If they had had reason to mistrust Larry before, they were practically ready to kill him now. It seemed only appropriate to the fucked-up nature of the trip when the motorhome, which had become separated from the rest of the group, caught fire in the Mojave Desert just outside of Needles, California. Somehow Elvis and the guys on the bus found 2 taxis to take them back to L.A., and everyone naturally wanted to hear what had happened to them when they finally got home. All Elvis wanted to do, though, was to talk to Larry by himself. He shut the louvered doors to the den, and though he could hear the guys standing just outside trying to listen in on his conversation, he didn't seem to care. He had been up for 36 hours straight now, and he was still in the grip of his revelation. He just wanted to quit the business, he told Larry with a kind of certitude that he had never shown before. He wanted to become a monk. Joe rejoined them in California. He had not found it as easy as he had imagined it would be, striking out on his own. Film industry connections that had seemed rock solid when he was working for Elvis Presley dried up when he was looking for work. Phone calls that once would have been routed right through were not returned, and by Christmas he was practically broke. Then Elvis sent him a holiday check, and Joe called to thank him, and one thing led to another, and finally Joe swallowed his pride and asked if he could come back. Eventually, it was worked out that Joe and Marty would be co-foremen, a state of affairs not really comfortable for either one, but that both were, for the moment, prepared to accept. On March 15th, production began on the first film in the new three-picture deal with MGM, a light-hearted desert epic called Harem Scarum, with Sam Katzman back at the helm. Elvis had relinquished his plans for going into a monastery for the time being, won over by a combination of common sense, a couple of nights' good sleep, and Larry's argument that he had a responsibility to share his gift with the world. He had already recorded an embarrassingly mediocre soundtrack in Nashville, and he was frustrated that, once again, Katzman had allotted only 15 days for production, but he was looking forward to resuming his collaboration with director Gene Nelson. And he was excited about the costumes that Nelson had designed for him, which were consciously intended to evoke Rudolph Valentino. Whatever enthusiasm he felt pretty much evaporated on the first day of shooting, as it became instantly clear that the story was a joke, the sets shoddy, even Nelson was apologetic about the haste and slapdash quality of the production. The Colonel had a small marquee with flashing lights set up in front of his office on the MGM lot, but it seemed like an act of empty bravado, as its 56-year-old occupant, still laid up with a bad back, rarely appeared on the set, relying on daily reports from his lieutenant, Tom Diskin, as to how the picture was progressing. At the end of the shoot, Elvis presented cast and crew with the Star of David watches that Harry Levitch had created, and he gave Gene Nelson an autographed picture that declared, "Someday we'll do it right." It might all have gotten to him more if he had not been so immersed in his new life. While he was still making Harem Scarum, he started going out to the Self-Realization Fellowship's Lake Shrine retreat in Pacific Palisades, just a few blocks from the ocean, and there he discovered an inner peace and a new mission in his quest for spiritual enlightenment. The Self-Realization Fellowship was founded in 1920 by Paramahansa Yogananda, an Indian holy man who came to the United States in 1920 at the invitation of the International Congress of Religious Liberals in Boston, and soon became a sensation on the Chautauqua circuit. By 1931, when he gave a series of lectures in Salt Lake City, he had been widely recognized as a unique phenomenon, a Hindu invading the United States to bring God in the midst of a Christian community, reaching the essence of Christian doctrine. It was in Salt Lake City that Fay Wright, a 17-year-old free thinker, first heard him speak, and informed her parents shortly thereafter that she had found her life's calling and was going to Los Angeles to serve Yogananda at the Fellowship's international headquarters on Mount Washington. 3 years after Yogananda's death in 1952, Wright became president of the Self-Realization Fellowship under her adopted name of Sri Dayamata. Yogananda's crowning work, Autobiography of a Yogi, a record of his spiritual search and encounters with remarkable men and women, from Luther Burbank and Rabindranath Tagore to Gandhi, Theresa Neumann, the Catholic stigmatist, and the woman yogi who never eats, had long since been established as a spiritual classic, and the inexplicable manner in which the master's body failed to decay during the 3 weeks it was displayed in an open coffin after his death, the absence of any visible signs of decay in the dead body of Paramahansa Yogananda offers the most extraordinary case in our experience, wrote the mortuary director of Forest Lawn, provided yet another example of his own remarkable powers. For all of the vaguely spiritualist trappings of the movement, though, what was most remarkable about Yogananda was the common-sense quality of his teachings. They took a singularly ecumenical approach, far removed from the ideological purity of fundamentalist movements or the cult of personality celebrated by many charismatic orders. Yogananda's teachings offered an umbrella under which the seeker of any persuasion, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, could find spiritual solace, as well as a step-by-step program of meditation technique called Kriya Yoga that required dedication, discipline, and a commitment to process not necessarily exclusive of religious belief, but not requiring it either. Elvis was fascinated from the moment he first read Autobiography of a Yogi at the start of his studies, and when he learned from Larry of Yogananda's incorrupted body, an element that seemed to tie in directly with his own obsession with mortality, he was all the more intrigued. At the park in Pacific Palisades, he met a monk named Brother Adolph, well into his 80s now, with whom Elvis frequently conversed and indulged in long philosophical discourses. Brother Adolph gave him further readings and referred frequently to Sri Dayamata, who had returned from India the previous summer after a pilgrimage of nearly a year. Did Brother Adolf think Sri Dayamata would consent to speak with him? Elvis asked. He was but a humble seeker, and would value the opportunity to talk with her. Brother Adolf brought the request to Dayamata, and she agreed to see him. She would be glad, she said, to meet with the famous entertainer, depending upon the exigencies of her schedule. In the spring of that year, Elvis traveled to the Fellowship's headquarters, up the winding little roads that traversed Mount Washington, a sharp rise dotted with modest bungalows on the outskirts of Los Angeles overlooking Pasadena. There he discovered a spacious, rambling estate with beautifully maintained, tree-lined grounds, and an open, light-filled building that had once been a luxury hotel and spa to the burgeoning local film industry. There, too, he met 50-year-old Dayamata, whose calm, soft-spoken manner immediately impressed itself upon him, much as he had imagined that it would. What he had not been able to anticipate was the extent to which her serene, reassuring presence would remind him of his mother, Gladys Presley. Note: this conversation was bounded by Sri Dayamata's observance of appropriate rules of confidentiality with respect to private confidences and revelations. End of note. Dayamata, whose followers referred to her affectionately as Ma, was impressed for her part not just by the performer's evident humility, but by his genuine dedication and thirst for knowledge as well. I saw in him someone who was full of innocence, if you can understand the way I mean that. He was a naive, somewhat childlike individual who was caught up in the adulation of the world and enjoyed it. But more than that, he felt a deep bond with his public. He was carried away by them and didn't want ever to disappoint them. That was what I noticed. Then we proceeded to talk about matters that were of great concern to him. He had done some reading. He was sinking. Here was someone who had everything the world could offer, but it didn't satisfy him. There was still an emptiness, and the only way to fill it was to turn within. He spoke to her as he had spoken to no one in years. When he came in, I could see that he was shy. I said, "Now, Elvis, just relax. You've come to see me. Just sit and talk. You can think of me as an old shoe if you want." As he got to know her, he unburdened himself more and more, confessed fears, acknowledged doubts that he would have been reluctant to voice explicitly, even to Larry. The guys around him, he told her, didn't understand. They didn't share his interests. They felt he was getting too involved. It was a threat to them, and it created a rift between them. They couldn't really relate to him. They didn't really understand his need, and evidently he couldn't confide it to them. Only when he was speaking about the Colonel did his characteristic caution reassert itself. He was very careful about anything pertaining to his manager. I think he felt that Parker was a very important part of his life, and as long as he was going to be an entertainer, he had to follow his advice, because he had steered him so well for so long. The only thing that concerned him was that the Colonel did not seem to understand his need to nourish his soul. He was nourished in every other way, but where was the nourishment for his soul? My point was to urge him to take a little time for himself. I didn't want to be the cause of any problems between him and his manager, but he was giving so much of himself away that he didn't have anything left for himself. My argument has always been, if you have 24 hours in a day, a man is pretty foolish if he can't even give half an hour out of the 24 to God. I urged him to take time for himself and his spiritual well-being, but he was very much pulled toward his following. He wished to please them. They gave him love. Dayamata saw in him the same impatience for results that Larry had observed, but she had seen this in others as well. He spoke to her about being given a shortcut to attain the enlightenment of Kriya Yoga, but she just shrugged it off. "Oh, well, that I didn't give him. I wouldn't do that. I've had that come to me from so many people, and I just said, well, that's just set back a little. Just because someone has a name, that doesn't impress me. I'm not interested in that side of your nature. I'm interested in your soul." There was one point where he wanted to wholeheartedly join the movement. He wanted to teach the teachings, be more involved, but I told him that wouldn't be right because I could see his nature. He might be enthusiastic for a while, but then he would cool back and lean towards his other activities, because that was his life. He had another mission than that. Once, going out through the door, he came back just like a child, so sweet, and said, "Oh, Dayamata, I want you to know I love you." And he meant it, just as he would if he was talking to his mother. He said, "If only you could have met my mother." I said, "Oh, Elvis, I wish I had." He felt a new serenity in his life. To the guys it seemed more like madness, and they felt increasingly alienated, resentful, bewildered, and angry all at once. Elvis appeared to be leaving them with his almost daily visions, his tales of going off in a spaceship, his delusions of being able to turn the sprinkler system of the Bel Air Country Club golf course behind the house on and off with his thoughts, his conviction that he could cure them of everything from the common cold to more serious aches and pains by his healing powers. To Marty, he announced that a bird's song had turned into the voice of Christ, and under other circumstances they might have been tempted to commit him to a doctor's care, but reason told them that he would come out of this obsession too, just as he had come out of all of his other momentary impulses and infatuations. To Joe, it was mainly a matter of the pills he was taking and his intense, unrealistic desire for something more, but that didn't make it any more palatable as their regular nightly parties became alcohol-free evenings of philosophical discussion, and Timothy Leary's psychedelic experience became prescribed reading for all. There was still the occasional football game, and there were still those rare times when they all went to Sandy Farrah's father's new club on Sunset, the Red Velvet, but it just wasn't the same. All the fun seemed to have gone out of it. The guys themselves were still alternating uppers and downers, and Marty and Alan in particular were developing substance abuse problems of their own. When Marty did the expense reports, not infrequently he would stay up for 2 or 3 days at a time. And one night, after I'd probably been up 3 days, I was sitting in the middle of the bed writing. I had all the books and receipts around me, and I was so screwed up on pills that the last thing I remember, I looked at the clock and it was like 2:30 or 3 o'clock. The next morning I woke up and I was still in the same position, right in the middle of the bed. But you couldn't help doing stuff like that when you were doing as many uppers as I was. It was Marty, too, who principally reported to the Colonel, letting him know all the latest examples of Elvis's increasingly bizarre behavior. Marty conveyed the news with the same zeal with which he compiled all his other lists and reports, but it could not have been lost upon him that Colonel for once was baffled as to how exactly to proceed. Still virtually bedridden by his persistent back problems, he spent more and more time at the Palm Springs home that the William Morris Agency supplied him free of charge, where he could take daily steam baths at the Spa Hotel, reorganize his wife's freezer, or simply sit out in the sun by his pool and barbecue to his heart's content. Mixing and mingling in his eccentric way with Hollywood's most exclusive elite, he put on a good front to the world, but for the first time, his patented combination of carnival sideshow and unassailable conviction was beginning to fray. His familiar braggadocio was starting to sound more and more like whistling in the dark. To C. Robert Jennings, doing a story for the Saturday Evening Post around this time, he declared that his own seedy appearance and all the midway trappings of his offices, with their gaudy display of stuffed animals and Elvis pennants, posters, records, and merchandise, were aimed at discouraging all the stuffed shirts and studio phonies from seeking him out. "The big shots are afraid to be seen with me," he said. "Saves a whole lot of time." As far as rumors of marriage were concerned, he denied them, but noted that Elvis promised to give me 3 weeks' notice if he ever gets married, so I'd have time to tie down some pretty good promotional deals. His personal credo, Jennings noted, was, "Don't try to explain it, just sell it," though English music reporter Chris Hutchins, who interviewed him just a few months later, detected a considerably more chastened mood lurking beneath the rhodomontade. The world should not be surprised if he retired before too long, the Colonel declared, noting the difference in age between himself and his boy. "Sooner or later, someone else is going to have to take the reins." During the same visit, the reporter sat in on a merchandising conference with 2 New York tycoons that offered the potential of $80,000 in licensing fees. Just before the businessmen arrived, an old friend of the Colonel's from his carnival days showed up. The friend had fallen on hard times and had with him a box containing several hundred balloons, which he offered to sell the Colonel for $40. To help the man keep his pride, the Colonel bargained with him for half an hour and finally bought the balloons for $38. As he closed the deal, the Colonel invited in the tycoons who had been waiting in an outer office. When the man had gone, one of them stormed at the Colonel, "You kept us waiting 20 minutes to buy $38 worth of balloons when we have a deal worth $80,000 to discuss?" Replied the Colonel, "It so happens that his deal was more vital to him than yours would be to you. I say would, gentlemen, because I've just decided not to do business with you. Good afternoon." He was, without question, a peculiar mix. For all of his unflagging desire to run things, and his almost perverse need to keep colleagues off balance at all times, observed Gabe Tucker, a longtime associate who had just returned to the Colonel's employ after an absence of nearly a decade, Parker was more than capable of many equally impulsive acts of generosity. It was one of the quirks of his personality to disguise his acts of kindness, Tucker noted, but it was loyalty and long-term relationships, not religion, nor belief in the future, nor faith in human nature, that were his only yardsticks, and it was loyalty that he was concerned about now. Not that he suspected Elvis of disloyalty exactly. It was simply that for the first time in their long relationship, he could not really tell where Elvis's loyalties lay. All this talk that he heard about the boy quitting the movie business, it had never come directly to him, and he didn't think it ever would. He and Elvis had an understanding, and he believed that Elvis would always try to live up to that understanding, that Elvis would not set out to deliberately embarrass him in any way. But at the same time, memories of his devastating split with Eddie Arnold in the summer of 1953 cannot have been far from his mind. The Colonel was a thoroughly prepared man. He prided himself on his ability to get the jump on his competitors by knowing the territory. That was what had made him such a great advance man. And if he had had to point to one reason for his success in a difficult and always unpredictable business, that would have been it. Preparation, anticipation, always staying 2 moves ahead of the other guy. But Arnold's defection was something that had caught him by complete surprise. Eddie's unilateral decision to leave him after 9 years of unswerving loyalty, simply as a result of differences of style, had come like a bolt out of the blue. And while he had recovered almost instantly, never showing weakness, never admitting to error, teaming up with Hank Snow by the end of 1954, and finding his boy almost immediately thereafter, the memory of its suddenness, the fact that he had never seen it coming, could not help but affect his demeanor now. He couldn't see where Elvis was going. They were a team, but he didn't know what was on the boy's mind. And in the absence of knowledge, he retreated to familiar ground. He didn't want a confrontation with Geller. If he was confident of one thing, it was that Geller would eventually reveal his con, or else that Elvis would simply tire of it and move on to something else. In the meantime, he would show that he could still deliver, just as he always had. To that end, all through the spring, he vigorously promoted Tickle Me. It was, he loudly proclaimed, his biggest and most effective exploitation yet. On May 19th, he sent Gabe Tucker to Atlanta for the picture's premiere with the Gold Cadillac, which he had recently persuaded RCA to buy and put out on tour. If Elvis couldn't be there in person to promote the picture, at least his customized luxury car could. He put together 50,000 publicity packages for local RCA tie-ins, purchased 100,000 balloons, and approved the 2 singles releases to be culled from the movie's soundtrack of old songs. The Colonel's favorite, I'm Yours, was the B-side of the second single, while directing an all-out campaign to sell the movie as a wholesome family picture, downplay the sex. At the end of the day, the picture saved Allied artists, achieving the 3rd highest gross in the company's history, behind 55 Days at Peking and El Cid, and making a handy profit for Elvis and the Colonel to boot. At the same time, he realized that something had gone seriously wrong with Harum Scarum. After viewing the first cut on June 17th, he fired off a letter to MGM, stating that it would take a 55th cousin to P.T. Barnum to sell this picture, and that, given the artistic debacle that had taken place, maybe the best thing to do would be just to book it fast, get the money, then try again. As an afterthought, he added with uncharacteristic introspection, perhaps more time should be spent on the next picture to ensure a better result. To try to cram everything into a 15 or 18-day production period, with the star included in virtually every scene, was, the Colonel concluded, nothing less than a recipe for disaster. A month later, still trying to salvage what he regarded as an essentially unsalvageable situation, he suggested that perhaps they should add a talking camel as narrator. At least that way the ridiculousness of the scenario might seem intentional, and the kids might see the camel as cute. It was a rare instance of the Colonel suggesting that he might have made a mistake, and while he continued to maintain a cheerful bluff, not a particularly happy one. But he forged ahead. The picture might still make money. For all its faults, it might do as well as Kissin' Cousins, maybe even a little better. By this time, though, he already had his eye on the next goal, which was, as always, to make the biggest and best deal yet. In April, Jerry Schilling got a Triumph 650 motorcycle. It took a few days before Elvis, who had always ridden a Harley himself, noticed it, but when he did, he asked if he could take it for a spin. He was so tickled by the way the Triumph handled that he decided everyone should have one. George Barris started calling around to dealers, and before long they were assembling 9 Triumphs in the yard at 3 o'clock in the morning. Note: interviews with George Barris, Joe Esposito, Jerry Schilling et al., Fortis, plus virtually every other memoir. The number of motorcycles differs in each of these accounts, generally coming out between 9 and 12. End of note. Marty didn't want to ride a motorcycle, so Elvis bought Marty a car. Eventually he bought everyone else a car, too. But for the next couple of weeks they rode their motorcycles everywhere, roaring in and out of the Bel Air gates at all hours, until the neighbors got up a petition about the noise. Jerry was furious at this abridgment of their civil liberties, but Elvis just laughed it off and got a trailer to take the bikes back and forth to the gates. His concern for civil liberties aside, Jerry was not a conventional part of the extended family in any way. In pursuit of his education, he was taking history courses at UCLA. He showed a broad curiosity about the world, from spiritual studies to current events, and in general, he displayed an idiosyncratic mix of wholesome naivete, genuine loyalty, and stubborn independence that was not lost upon anyone in the group. Joe and Joni Esposito called him Mr. Milk, and Joni saw him as very different from the others. He was so funny. He would eat a donut with a knife and fork, and he wouldn't let any one type of food touch another on his plate. But he was open, and he would listen, and he was very sensitive. That's why I think there was a good relationship with Priscilla, and that's why I think there was jealousy on Elvis's part. Jerry had already found out about the jealousy. Just before they left for California, he had been in the kitchen when Priscilla came down from the bedroom, obviously distraught. I didn't realize they'd had a big fight. I guess he'd thrown a lamp and the room was all torn up, but I just thought she was sick, and I asked her how she was feeling. We hadn't spoken all that much before because I was so shy, but I just kind of talked to her, and then she went back upstairs, and I guess they got back into it, and she said, well, at least Jerry Schilling cares how I'm feeling. And that's what did it. He came down and said, I don't need any goddamn guys asking Priscilla how she's feeling and all this stuff, and I was crushed. This was the first time he'd ever said anything upsetting to me, and I didn't know what to say. But the next day he just said, let's go for a ride, and he never mentioned it to me again. It was like, it's cool, I'm not pissed off at you, and it was all right, but it left kind of a taste. To the others, Jerry was a little bit of a wild card who had the annoying habit of letting Elvis know exactly what was on his mind at any given moment. Joe would say to me, Jesus, Jerry, why the hell did you have to say that? He was in a good mood. But Jerry fit in more with Elvis's own moods by his very openness and by his boundless admiration not just for Elvis's accomplishments, but for his character. I worked for this guy that I thought the world of, and he treated me better than I'll ever be treated in my life. But then there would be time periods when nothing would be happening, and there you were in this vacuum, and you would get moody and insecure, and I'll never forget Elvis telling me one time, he just picked up on my thought. We were sitting on the couch watching TV, and he said, you know, one of the most important things to learn in life is to be able to cope with not having anything to do. They began the new movie, Frankie and Johnny, for United Artists at the Sam Goldwyn studio in mid-May. It was another dreary enterprise, offering little hope of satisfaction beyond contractual items of profit and loss to any of the parties involved. The soundtrack was done in a new way to minimize time wasting and overcome Elvis's increasing distaste for the material. Instrumental tracks were recorded in the evening, Elvis's vocals the following day. The official rationale was that this was a more efficient, modern method of operation, but according to Alan Fortis, the real reason was that Elvis threw a temper tantrum in the studio on the first night, and this was the result. The movie itself, a remake of a 1936 release with Helen Morgan, was directed in pleasant enough fashion by Fred de Cordova, who had directed Ronald Reagan in Bedtime for Bonzo, done Leave It to Beaver and the Jack Benny program on television, and several years later would become the long-standing producer of The Tonight Show. The cast was competent, Elvis was visibly overweight, and perhaps the most notable aspect of the filming was the spiritual connection that he made with his co-star Donna Douglas. Instead of dating her, according to Sonny West, he took a genuine intellectual interest in her. They exchanged books and ideas, spoke of Diamata and the Self-Realization Fellowship, to which she too belonged, and meditated together. He showed her many of his books, Larry noted proudly, and they would go over his marked passages together. At the conclusion of filming, once again he gave away dozens of the trademark Brotherhood wristwatches, and, while still on the set, donated $50,000 to the Motion Picture Relief Fund in a special ceremony that the Colonel had arranged, with Frank Sinatra and Barbara Stanwyck showing up to accept the check. Even his generosity was viewed cynically and taken as further evidence of the boss's hypocrisy by some of the guys, who just as cynically took advantage of that very quality as they competed for financial assistance of their own, whether in the form of cars, cash, or jewelry. To Joe, there was no question of Elvis's charitable impulse. It was the thrill of seeing the expression on the recipient's face that motivated Elvis most of all. Elvis was crazy about a TV show called The Millionaire. Each week an ordinary person with a problem answered a knock at his door to find a messenger in a suit who announced that he was presenting the person with $1 million from an anonymous donor. Elvis wanted to make a difference in people's lives, Joe believed, whether it was a close friend or a total stranger, and this was the simplest, most direct way he had figured out of doing it. To Lamar, though, it was also a band-aid for the abuse he heaped on you the rest of the time. That was the blessing and the curse of Elvis. The one real bright spot on the musical horizon was the success of Crying in the Chapel, his first top 10 hit in 2 years, and his first million seller since Return to Sender in 1962. And while it was true that the song had been recorded almost 5 years earlier for Elvis's gospel album, it had been held up all this time because Elvis had not been satisfied that his version matched Sonny Till and the Orioles' R&B original. It was gratifying nonetheless to be back on top, with 300,000 more sales than his last number 3 hit, 1963's Devil in Disguise. It was all the more gratifying when the record reached number 1 on the British charts for the first time, wire service reports pointed out, since the Beatles rose to fame nearly 3 years ago, and with a spiritual number to boot. Because, however sincere his public pronouncements that there was room for everyone in this business, however carefully phrased his well wishes for the Beatles' success, none of the guys missed that he saw the Beatles and the whole British invasion as a threat, and that it galled him to be widely perceived as passé. It was clear that he himself was neither interested in nor satisfied with the music that was being released in his name, and for all the Colonel's pep talks and recitations of figures, numbers, and deals, there was no getting past the fact that the records were no longer selling as they once had. They no longer mattered as they used to. He admired the Beatles. He felt threatened by the Beatles. Sometimes it made him angry how disrespectful the Beatles and Bob Dylan and the Rolling Stones were toward the public and their fans, but most of all, he was envious of the freedom that they evidently seemed to feel and to flaunt. He too had once enjoyed that freedom. He too had once been in the vanguard of the revolution, and now he was embarrassed to listen to his own music, to watch his own films. The character that Elvis was to play in Paradise Hawaiian style, Rick Richards, a pilot who operates a helicopter charter service, was intended to recap some of the rugged qualities of his roustabout role. Norman Torg's one-time assistant, Mickey Moore, who had worked with Torg on G.I. Blues, Blue Hawaii, and Girls, 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 as well as serving as assistant director on Roustabout and King Creole, was a familiar face in the director's chair, and with Alan Weiss as scriptwriter and the third Hawaii location shoot in 5 years, the feeling was more one of extreme déjà vu than the mere revisiting of familiar ground. After much harassing, the Colonel had finally gotten Wallace to come up with a $90,000 bonus on top of Elvis's $200,000 salary, with the bonus to be split 50-50 between Elvis and the Colonel. Nevertheless, he continued to convey a degree of disappointment that money alone could not assuage, and immediately began his new campaign, which was the contract for the next picture. Elvis was ill the week that he recorded the soundtrack, which Wallace might have deduced was the reason that he refused to bark like a dog during one of the songs. Movie news correspondent Derek Hunter reported that the star was too sick to present himself for wardrobe fittings, and that when he arrived in Hawaii, it was without his usual smiling face. When Elvis finally went to work in front of the cameras, he was not his usual patient and polite self. He continually grumbled about the way his privacy was always being disturbed. He beefed about the circus that always surrounds him, and how he'd hoped to be able to get away from it all in Hawaii. The 10 guys that he brought along with him, together with his father and stepmother, might well have disputed that account, but the very fact that Elvis was for the first time being characterized in such terms is indicative of the extent to which he was allowing his feelings to show. He was as polite as ever to film crew and actors. He and Vernon and the Colonel laid a wreath on the monument to the USS Arizona that his efforts had helped to build, and he found himself fascinated by the lessons in Hawaiian customs, music, and culture provided by the Polynesian Cultural Center, a Mormon-founded college and retreat in Oahu that served as both a location and cultural advisor to the film. Probably the most notable event that took place on location was that Jerry Schilling fell in love. Sandy Coelho was a student at the center and one of the dancers who was being used in the picture. Jerry scarcely spoke to her during the week or so that they spent at the center, but on the final night there was a special party with elaborate floral arrangements for the departing film crew and a special dance recital. That was the first time that Jerry spent any real time with Sandy, and they discovered almost instantly how much they had in common. It was just a really moving experience in every way, the whole presentation. Elvis left with tears running down his face. Then, when we walked out to the plane the next day, Sandy brought me a flower lei that she had made for me herself, and I wrote her a letter on the plane telling her how much I loved her. Elvis thought it was great and encouraged me to keep in touch with her, which I did, but I think I just moped around the rest of the time we were making the picture. The general mood on the Paramount lot was not much different than Jerry's. To Jan Shepard, who had played Elvis's older sister in King Creole and had a small part in the new picture, the difference in the person she encountered now, after an absence of 7 years, was almost heartbreaking. He was not unfriendly, just very withdrawn and kept to himself in between takes. Really, we scarcely saw him. Of course, there was a whole different group of guys. He was now surrounded by an entourage, but he seemed very within himself, not as outgoing and fun-loving as before. He was preoccupied with theology books and seemed to be questioning his role in the scheme of things. One time, he asked about Dolores Hart, his co-star in Loving You and King Creole, and a good friend of Shepard's, who had given up her film career to become a nun, and we had a little bit of a conversation. In the quiet moments, he was still very sweet. When we reminisced about Creole, he said, "Honey, that was my favorite picture." May Mann, the Hollywood gossip columnist who had enjoyed good entree to Elvis ever since his arrival in Hollywood, noted the rumor that Elvis had left his own faith to join an occult church. How can such a rumor grow, she asked herself. Then Elvis, who explained that it was because of all the books he had been buying at an occult bookstore across the street from Paramount, actually Pickwick Books on Hollywood Boulevard. Some of the boys bought some of the books, Mann reported him as saying. I began reading and became very interested reading about religions. I was interested in self-realization, in finding one's true self. Who isn't? But I have never left my own church. It is scarcely surprising that the Colonel should have felt it incumbent upon himself at this point to finally confront Larry, if only to let him know that he knew what was going on, whether or not he chose to do anything about it. The guys were all sitting around on the set one day when Colonel came by and indicated that he was going to hypnotize them. This was one of his favorite parlor tricks, though it was never clear whether he was indulging them or they were indulging him. In any case, soon he had Billy scratching like a monkey, Charlie barking like a dog, and one of the other guys impersonating yet another member of the animal kingdom. Larry watched and wondered. What were the guys responding to? Hypnotic suggestion? Fear of the consequences if they didn't play along? The point is that Parker got people to do things they didn't necessarily want to do, a very powerful ability regardless of its source. See, he said, his face in a grin, while his eyes seemed to bore through my head, they're all hypnotized. But no, he added, as if answering a question no one else could hear, or talking to himself, we won't do one on Larry, because Larry knows hypnotism. With that, he gave me a conspiratorial smile and said to no one in particular, where's a chair for the Colonel? Several guys rushed over with chairs for the Colonel. And get one for Larry, Parker added, knowing that there was probably nothing the guys would rather do less. Not too many days later, he announced in full hearing of everyone, Larry, you missed your calling in life. You should have been on the stage. I'm telling you, I know. You should have been on the stage. And, not long after that, he inducted Larry into the Snowmen's League of America, ordinarily a much sought-after honor in the Colonel's circle. A good snower does not praise his own snow ability, the Colonel was accustomed to advise the too ardent suitor. Larry, however, did not take membership as a compliment. In fact, if he was interpreting it correctly, he saw it as a distinct insult. Parker's actions always spoke louder than his words, and this gesture summed it up. In Parker's eyes, he and I were in the same league, so to speak, and I was a good enough snowman to earn his respect. I was working for Parker now. One time, when Larry visited the spa hotel in Palm Springs, the woman who collected the steam room fee registered immediate recognition. "Oh, you're Larry Geller," she exclaimed, as if she had been looking for me. "Yeah," I answered, confused. "I heard about you," she said. "I understand that you're a magician. Colonel Parker told me so." End of side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 7. Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 210. On August 27th, a week after Elvis's return from Hawaii, the Beatles came to visit. The Colonel had been well aware of their impact on the popular scene ever since their first appearance on the Ed Sullivan Show the previous year, when he had sent a telegram in his and Elvis's name wishing them success and a pleasant visit. Subsequently, he had met with their manager, Brian Epstein, and brought presents for his boys, covered wagon table lamps and gun belts personally selected by Mrs. Parker, from Elvis and him. There had even been some talk about trying to get the British group to sing one song with Elvis at the conclusion of Paradise Hawaiian Style, until Hal Wallace discovered that their United Artists movie deal precluded that. The meeting was something that the Colonel had long seen as a valuable publicity coup, if it could be arranged on his and Elvis's terms. He and Brian Epstein had been fencing over the details for some time, but in the end, Epstein capitulated, and Colonel presented it to Elvis as an opportunity to snow the world with very little expenditure of time or effort, though Elvis remained at best lukewarm about the prospect of hosting some kind of formal get-together for people he didn't know. The Beatles arrived at 10 p.m., amid a flurry of switched cars, special police details, and elaborate security arrangements masterminded by the Colonel, but with hundreds of fans still gathered at the Bel Air gates. The whole gang, Joe, Marty, Alan, Red, Sonny, Larry, Jerry, Billy, Richard, Mike, and Chief, along with Priscilla, Joni, and assorted other wives and girlfriends, was waiting anxiously at the house. Everyone was excited about meeting the Beatles, it seemed, except for Elvis, who was sitting on the long L-shaped white couch in the den watching a soundless TV when his guests arrived. He rose to greet them, introduced them to Priscilla and some of the guys, and then, when conversation flagged, picked up the bass that was plugged into an amp set up in front of the TV. Charlie Rich's Mohair Sam, which had just entered the charts, was on the jukebox, and Elvis played along with it over and over again, fingering the bass absent-mindedly, as if nothing more were on his mind than simply working out his part. In the end, everyone seemed to settle down a little, and events just took their own course. Ringo played pool with Richard Davis and Billy Smith. George, who looked to most of the guys to be stoned when he arrived, smoked a joint with Larry Geller and spoke to him about Hinduism out by the pool. John and Paul, after some desultory small talk, eventually picked up a couple of guitars and jammed a little with Elvis, while the Colonel and Brian Epstein gambled at a coffee table that converted into a roulette table. The Beatles' overall reaction was one of disappointment, their response to Elvis a prickly mix of anger and disillusion. "To be honest," said their press officer, Tony Barrow, afterward, "I'd describe Elvis on that showing as a boring old fart, but I do know Ringo enjoyed his game of pool." Nonetheless, they reciprocated with an invitation of their own. Why didn't Elvis and the guys stop by and visit them on the weekend? Elvis almost immediately demurred. He didn't know what his schedule was like, he said, though he would see if he could work something out. The next day, Joe called Beatles road manager Malcolm Evans to formally decline, but a number of the guys were still excited about the invitation, and on Saturday, Jerry went up to the rented house in Benedict Canyon on his own, returning with Marty and Richard on the following day. John Lennon went out of his way to tell Jerry how much the evening had meant to him, and that he would appreciate it if Jerry could tell Elvis, "If it hadn't been for him, I would have been nothing." Jerry carried the message back. I was just thrilled, of course, and I told Elvis, but he didn't say anything. He just kind of smiled. That was it. Before the end of filming, Tom Jones, the Welshman who had recently topped the charts with What's New Pussycat, one of Elvis's favorite recent records and movies, he liked almost anything with Peter Sellers in it, stopped by the set and was practically tongue-tied with excitement. Elvis was sitting in a helicopter. He sort of waved over in my direction, and I thought, is he waving at me? Just in case he was, I waved back. Then he came over and said hello, and said he knew every track on my album. We chatted for a while, and I asked him, any chance I can get a photo together with you for the British newspapers? Then, as we were doing the photographs, he started singing songs off my album. I was really dumbfounded. The remainder of filming proceeded uneventfully, and Elvis was finally released by Paramount on October 1st, arriving home in Memphis 6 days later. He had made 3 movies in 7 months, filming virtually without interruption, and with very little to show for his efforts other than the deals and the money that the Colonel boasted about so incessantly. He was fed up with Colonel's way of thinking, he complained to Priscilla. He wanted to do straight dramatic roles, he told her with some bitterness, and all Colonel could talk about was the need to fulfill his current obligations. He kept thinking that he was going to get good scripts. Elvis was very loyal. I would never have seen him breaking off with Colonel, but there were a couple of occasions when they both went at it on the telephone and didn't speak for a week or two. It all basically related to career. The Colonel, meanwhile, had his own concerns about Elvis's career. He was concerned about record sales, but his policy of using up every conceivable scrap in the can, with only the movie soundtracks offering new product, and in the case of Tickle Me, not even that, had put him in the same position he was in when Elvis got out of the Army. If RCA wanted this artist, and there was no question that they did, then they would have to pay him his true worth in 1965 dollars. All through the summer, Colonel had been patiently negotiating with Harry Jenkins, Bill Bullock's replacement as RCA's executive in charge of Elvis Presley, and on September 21st the deal was finally concluded, with Elvis committed through 1972, a year beyond his present obligations, and the record company retaining a 2-year additional option on his services. Note: this was the date on which Elvis wrote RCA a letter accepting the terms of the agreement. The actual contract, reaffirming those terms, was executed on October 12th. End of note. In exchange for what amounted really to a 1-year extension, RCA would raise its guaranteed annual payments to Elvis from $200,000 a year to $300,000. There was currently about $1 million owed in back royalties, so the total would come to $2.1 million in guaranteed payments over the next 7 years, with $1.1 million left to be recouped, with all of these payments split 75-25 between artist and manager. RCA would, in addition, pay out a $300,000 non-recoupable bonus to be split 50-50 between Elvis and All-Star Shows, the Colonel, along with an additional $25,000 bonus to each party on January 1st, 1966. The basic 5% royalty arrangement that had been established with the original 1956 contract remained in place. These royalties went against the $1.1 million that had to be recouped. The bonus royalties, on the other hand, 2% domestic, 1% foreign, which the Colonel had first negotiated at a lower rate in 1960, and which were split 50-50 because of their definition as special payments outside the scope of the regular contract, were free of any encumbrance, and were to be paid out no matter how much in arrears Elvis's recoupments might be. Finally, the $27,000 annual payment that RCA had made to the Colonel since March 1st, 1960, for consultation, promotion, licensing of photographs, and general counsel and advice, was upgraded to $30,000, with all arrangements explicitly acknowledged and signed off on by Elvis. All in all, it was a remarkable contractual upgrading for an artist who was no longer selling that many records, and for his manager. According to Alan Fortas, Colonel was openly jubilant. RCA, not surprisingly, put the best face on the deal, declaring 1965 to have been Elvis's biggest year ever, and pointing to the fact that his sales reached an all-time high in 1965, which was in no way true, whether you were looking at singles, albums, a weighted combination of singles and albums together, or merely Elvis's sales since his release from the Army. By comparison, he had sold approximately 40% more records in 1960. When Elvis for Everyone, a collection of leftovers and rejected takes still left in the can, came out in August, the press release trumpeted, "This is the first Elvis Presley album since 1962 that is not a movie soundtrack." For all the rhetoric, though, it seems clear that this new contract did come burdened with expectations, and that all parties were in essential agreement. However different their interpretation of that agreement might be, something clearly had to be done. Colonel had gambled in his negotiations that RCA would do all that they could to hold on to their brightest star. Now, with an incentive-laden new contract in hand, he was gambling that Elvis was prepared to deliver. For while it was against the Colonel's nature ever to concede a point, after the experience of the last couple of years, he had at last come around to the realization that Elvis had to go back into the studio and do what he did best, make records. About this, there could be no debate. He was busy on other fronts as well. From September on, he negotiated seriously with Hal Wallace for one more picture, and by November they had finalized an arrangement whereby Elvis would receive an unprecedented $500,000 plus 20% of the profits, a bargain price he would offer no other studio, Colonel hastened to remind the producer. And Wallace, exhausted, confided to his partner Joe Hazen that he would never do business with the Colonel again. Note: see correspondence throughout the year, primarily between Wallace and Hazen, in which Wallace advises Hazen on October 18th that this is the agreement and it will have to be signed or we will have to forget about it, and Hazen reacts to one last feint by the Colonel 1 week later by declaring the new conditions untenable and advising that they simply walk away. End of note. Meanwhile, Colonel began talks with MGM about a new 4-picture deal at $850,000 per picture and 50% of the profits, up $100,000 plus 10% in profits from the 3-picture contract he had negotiated only last year. With the promise of other deals for comparable sums, it looked as if he would soon have Elvis tied up through 1968 at a guaranteed income of nearly $7 million for the next 3 years for pictures alone. And this at a time of distinctly diminishing returns, when the motion picture companies like RCA might very well have been expected to question the reason for their continuing commitment. Elvis, Colonel was convinced, simply did not understand the forces that his manager had to contend with, but this did not give him pause for thought. With his relentless drive, his almost obsessive need to see every cautionary signal as a challenge, every relationship a game, the Colonel, Eddie Arnold had long ago observed, was missing an off switch. Colonel had little doubt that Elvis would someday come to his senses and appreciate his efforts. When the MGM deal was finally worked out in January, he announced to Elvis with characteristic pride and equally characteristic indirection that as soon as the formal contract was drawn up, he would deliver the rest of the cake, but that Elvis already had the icing. Within 24 hours of his return to Memphis, Elvis had gone motorcycle riding, rented out the Memphian, visited his mother's grave, and several days later was pictured in the paper roaring around the drives of his Graceland estate in a low-slung go-kart after midnight. He bought a brand-new 1966 red Oldsmobile Toronado, and he bought a new Harley, too, arranging to have Priscilla's little white Honda motorcycle shipped in from the coast so she could go riding with him. On October 22nd, his original bass player, Bill Black, died of a brain tumor at the age of 39, and Elvis was quoted in the commercial appeal to the effect that Black was a great man and a person that everyone loved. I can hardly explain how much I loved Bill. But he did not attend the funeral. That fall, too, the meditation garden was completed. Note: Larry Geller writes that he, Marty, and Elvis designed the garden, but makes clear that we didn't actually come up with a detailed design or plan for it, but Elvis's ideas about the mood he wanted to create there were very definite. End of note. The previous year, Marty Lacker's brother-in-law, Bernie Grenadier, who had an interior decorating business with his wife, Marty's sister Ann, had reconstructed the waterfall in the den, and Elvis had been so pleased with the job he did that before they left for California, he gave Bernie the assignment to refurbish the gardens along the lines of the Self-Realization Park in Pacific Heights. It would be great, he said, just to have a place where he could meditate, someplace that's really pretty and peaceful where I could think and be by myself. Bernie set out on the project right away, but actual construction didn't get going until well into the spring. According to Marty's highly detailed reports, Bernie was working on it night and day. He went to Italy to purchase marble statues of ancient Roman soldiers, and stained glass windows were obtained from Spain to be set into a brick wall. He found brick for the wall in Mexico, commissioned arches and plantings, and built a fountain with 14 different sprays and underwater light formations. It was to be a work of art. Even after they returned home, Bernie made Elvis promise not to view it until everything was ready. At last, Bernie told Elvis that he could take a look, and Elvis and Priscilla went out to the garden by themselves to survey the work. When he came back in, Marty recounted, there were tears of joy in his eyes, though, as was his way, he avoided Bernie for the rest of the evening. It was never easy for Elvis to express his appreciation. Appreciation aside, it became the source of considerable contention as well, according to Marty, when Vernon refused at first to provide final payment on Bernie's bill of $21,000. Note: it should be noted that the job was not completed until mid-December, with the final bill submitted at the end of the month. Vernon paid a balance of $10,148.83 on a total of $20,912.26 on January 4th. From Marty's account, it seems evident, however, that some words must have been exchanged. End of note. It was typical of the way things were done in the Presley household, Marty sniffed, and he took it as one more example of Vernon's underlying anti-Semitism, a view not calculated to endear him to Vernon's son. Note: Marty Lacker recounts two other incidents convincingly in his book. However, others in the group suggest that Vernon Presley's reaction was characteristically and always about money, and, put charitably, stemmed from fears of his son being taken advantage of. These others feel that Vernon was distinctly and surprisingly unprejudiced, and confined his judgments, right or wrong, to individuals. End of note. For Christmas, the guys gave Elvis a statue of Jesus for the garden. Marty commissioned John McIntyre, an instructor at the Memphis Academy of Arts, whom Jerry knew from taking classes there, to sculpt the statue. According to McIntyre, Jerry Schilling, Larry Geller, and Marty Lacker came in this big black car. They said, "We want to do Elvis a Christmas present. Could you make a statue?" Marty posed, a short little fat guy with his arms sticking out. He said, "Something like this, about 4 foot high. Could you do it? We only have $500. I said, "No way." They wanted marble. I had 4 weeks. It was December 6, 1965, when they came. I carved it in the front living room. It's the world's largest plastic Jesus. They still think it's marble. On the plaque on the bottom of the sculpture, the bodyguards made this little poem up. The wording on it put Elvis on the same level as God. Jerry got an even better present for Christmas. Sandy Coelho came over from Hawaii to join him. He had been moping around for most of October when Elvis finally came to him one day and said, "You're no good to me anymore." Jerry was totally shocked. I was just crushed. I said, "What do you mean?" Then he smiled and gave me a round-trip ticket to Hawaii. He said, "Go over there and get her and bring her back." Jerry followed the instructions he had been given to a T, staying in Hawaii for several weeks, persuading Sandy's family that his intentions were honorable, and finally meeting her at the Memphis airport one chilly afternoon just after Christmas. Jerry had been telling Grandma Presley for weeks all about his beautiful Hawaiian girlfriend. I really loved Grandma. She was a very wise and great woman, but she would say, "Son, why don't you get yourself an American girl?" Then Sandy came to Memphis, and we moved into the apartment complex right across the street, and Grandma just fell in love with her. To Larry, Elvis seemed increasingly restive, which was hardly surprising given the extent to which his world continued to be constricted, almost calcified. In Elvis's life, the outside world was a distant place he ventured out into but never really lived in. To outsiders, Elvis's observations on philosophy and religion were interesting. To most insiders, they were annoying. The routines were immutable. The occasional employee might leave or come back again. Elvis might move from one house in Los Angeles to another. His recreational interests might shift, but these were imperceptible ripples in an otherwise static existence. Things happened, of course, but even the most dramatic event assumed the texture of an episode on a television series. To Jerry, it was like they were all being drawn into a virtual world, in which gradually the courtiers became as isolated as the king. We were all together so much. We were all very much influenced by Elvis because, let's face it, he was the center of everything that went on. It became normal to us to get up late in the afternoon and go to bed at sunrise, and because of that, we became isolated from our families, our friends. We found ourselves relating to each other, but not to anybody else. It was like you were in somebody else's environment. There was friction sometimes over salaries or over who did this or that, but Elvis always remained in control. It was a family. We all had our one-on-one relationships with Elvis, and everybody thought that was the special relationship. Elvis had a spiritual charisma about him that made you feel like he was your best friend and you could always depend on him. They celebrated New Year's Eve at the Manhattan Club once again, with band leader Willie Mitchell playing his instrumental hits and various vocalists singing R&B songs of the day. Elvis had George Klein clear the dance floor at one point, so he could get a better view of Vannice Starks when she sang Hound Dog, and he and Priscilla danced a couple of slow dances and one fast one before he said goodnight to his guests, over 100 friends, family, and fans. He didn't see as many movies as usual over the holiday season because much of his time was consumed with the slot car track that Priscilla had given him for Christmas. He and the guys had discovered slot car racing in California and started renting out the Robert E. Lee Raceway almost as frequently as they had once rented the Rainbow Rollerdrome. Priscilla got the home racing set from the proprietor of the Robert E. Lee, and it was such a success that Elvis almost immediately started talking about adding another room onto the house to accommodate an expanded setup, something Marty volunteered his brother-in-law could very easily take care of. It was during this same extended Christmas break that Elvis finally tried LSD. They had all tried marijuana brownies the previous August, and Elvis's interest in consciousness-expanding drugs had been stimulated by his reading, particularly Aldous Huxley's Doors of Perception and Timothy Leary's 1964 Psychedelic Manual. Some of the guys, in fact, had already taken acid at Elvis's urging and under his supervision, but the fact that he himself had remained an observer occasioned a good deal of cynical commentary on their part. In Alan Fortas's view, he was too scared to take it himself, and we were stupid enough to be his guinea pigs. And Red speculated that he wanted to see the effect of the drug on their creativity. In any case, his interest in psychotropic effects was not lessened by observation, and when a fan gave him several hits of windowpane acid, he and Larry made plans to take a trip under carefully controlled conditions. That day finally came several months after their return to Graceland, and with Sonny, who had been part of the original experiment, as their monitor, Elvis, Priscilla, Larry, and Jerry all embarked upon the experience. They sat at the conference table in the room adjacent to Elvis's bedroom and started out soberly talking about the Leary book and the whole psychedelic experience. Larry, who was the only one with any direct knowledge of the drug, observed with interest as it gradually began to take effect. About an hour and a half later, we stood up to walk around. Suddenly, I noticed that we had lost Jerry. No one knew where he was, and I didn't know whether Jerry was actually missing or whether I was imagining it. Nevertheless, I joined in the search, and we found him lying in a closet under a pile of Elvis's clothes. Through all this, Elvis obviously was really fighting the effects of the drug, trying his best to make it appear that he was not getting high. We were having a pleasant, mellow trip when suddenly Priscilla began sobbing. She fell to her knees in front of Elvis and cried, "You don't really love me. You just say you do." Next thing we knew, she was saying to Jerry and me, "You don't like me." When she started telling us that she was ugly, I worried she might be having a bad trip, but fortunately she soon snapped out of it. Like anything else Elvis did, he tripped Elvis style. No beaded curtains, incense, or Indian sitar music for us. Several hours after we had started, we turned on television and watched a science fiction movie, The Time Machine, and sent out for pizza. As we were all coming down, we walked out behind Graceland and marveled at the beauty of nature, talked about how lucky we were to have such good friends and how much we cared about one another. As far as I know, it was the only time Elvis took acid. When they returned to California, they moved into the new house on Rocca Place. Less than a mile from Perugia, it had been purchased and then rented out to them once again by Mrs. Reginald Owen, the widow of the British film actor, with whom Joe had been doing business ever since they moved to Bellagio in 1961. The new ranch-style home afforded considerably more room and privacy than the house on Perugia, and Joe and Marty got it ready for Elvis's arrival at the beginning of February. Marty took the bedroom next to Elvis's and decorated it with red-flocked wallpaper and black silk hangings draped from the walls. The rest of the house was decorated according to Marty's tastes in dark, solid colors, with Elvis's favorite color, blue, predominating. Charlie Hodge came back just in time for the move. He had continued working for veteran country entertainer Jimmy Wakely off and on all these years, but now he had made up his mind to return for good. He was present for the recording of the soundtrack for the new picture, even playing some piano on the session, and his presence restored not just a lot of laughter, but a lot of music to the house. Charlie was not really one for factions. He had a single loyalty, and while his undeviating devotion to it got on some people's nerves, he was just as capable of getting along with Larry, whom he genuinely admired, as he was with Red, who didn't admire Larry at all, but whose love of music Charlie could equally well appreciate. Charlie was emotionally high-strung, he drank too much, and he was dismissed in some quarters as little more than a sycophant, but those quarters were hardly free of the same taint themselves, and overall Charlie's renewed presence made a difference in the day-to-day mood of the house. In addition, Rock-Up Place was meant at last to provide Priscilla with a California home. Some of the guys saw this as the first sign of capitulation in a struggle of the will in which Priscilla very much wanted to get married, and Elvis was not prepared to sacrifice his enviable bachelor status. She had always been excluded from their Hollywood trips, the ostensible reason being that she would be a distraction to Elvis in his work. But now here she was, flying out to join them, and doing her best to take over, to establish rules and standards of domestic behavior that could never have been contemplated, let alone enforced, so long as their Bel Air home remained a boys' club exclusively. Naturally, it was resented and perceived as yet another sign of the kind of weakness that had started to manifest itself when Larry first came on the scene. There were personal causes for resentment as well, which, even if they did not originate with Priscilla, ended up in her lap. As Billy Smith saw it, Elvis basically told her to exert more control over the wives and the guys. He said, "They work for me, so if you tell one of the guys to do something, he'd better do it." She thought it was easy. She'd tell somebody to get her something, and if he didn't, she'd tell Elvis, and Elvis would blow up. The majority of the guys went along with it, but they left a lot of things unsaid. Not surprisingly, there was no end to the gloating when Priscilla got anything that could be perceived as a comeuppance. One time, for example, she suggested that she might like to visit the set in order to meet Elvis's co-star Shelley Fabares, about whom she had been hearing so much. Elvis said he didn't think that was such a good idea, but she persisted. The guys could hear every word of the argument. They could hear angry shouting and furniture being overturned. Priscilla was beside herself. Was there something going on the set that he didn't want her to see? "I don't have a goddamn thing to hide," he announced. "You're getting a little too aggressive and demanding. It might be a good idea if you visited your parents for a while." Shocked, I yelled, "Well, I'm not going." "I think you should. In fact, I'll help you." He walked over to my closet and proceeded to throw every piece of clothing I had on the floor, hangers included, along with my suitcase on top of the clothes. "All right, woman, start packing." Sobbing, I started to pack as he turned and strode out of the room. Moments later, I heard him yelling for Joe to make a reservation. "Get her on the next flight out. She's going back to her parents." There was a finality in his voice that I had never heard before. Hysterical, I began folding my clothes as he continued yelling in the other room. I packed slowly, stunned by the blow-up. When he came back into the room, I felt humiliated. I continued folding clothes, sobbing uncontrollably. I got up slowly and started toward the door. Just as I reached it, I felt his hand on my shoulder, turning me around, and then, miraculously, I was in his arms, and he was holding me tight. "Now do you understand? Do you see that you need this? You need someone to take you right to this point and put you in your place." I was relieved and happy to be back in his arms. Anything he'd have said would have made sense to me in that moment. This was Elvis's technique of keeping me under control. He was equally capable, though, of defending her and turning that same controlling fury on the others. Larry and Charlie watched him fire every one of the guys in sight after one of the wives told Priscilla Elvis didn't want her there because he wanted to be free to have his other women. That's it, he announced to the room at large. "I'm fed up with you guys and all the small talk, gossiping, and bullshit. Now fuck off, all of you. I don't want to see your faces anymore. Call Daddy, tell him every word I said. This will make him real happy." For the most part, to his surprise, Elvis did not find Priscilla's presence as trying as he had thought it might be. Perhaps he simply enjoyed the diversion of a different situation, whatever its attendant difficulties. He took Priscilla out to the Self-Realization Park, and even introduced her to Diamata, who Priscilla agreed bore a striking resemblance to Gladys Presley. If his life lacked a clear center, the new MGM picture Spin Out, once again directed by Norman Torg, was as slight as anything else in which he had appeared, with a racing car driver replacing the pilot hero of Paradise Hawaiian style. It at least had its peripheral pleasures. And he was very excited about the bus that George Barris was customizing for him, which Barris had promised they would have for the trip back to Memphis in April. It was a retired Greyhound d'Elegance coach, fully outfitted, its rear engine lined with lead to minimize noise, with a hydraulic driver's seat molded to Elvis's body, an elaborate stereo, full kitchen and sleeping quarters, and portholes once again to simulate that luxury yacht feeling. He went to Barris's North Hollywood shop several times a week to check on its progress, and was so impatient to try it out that on February 17th, the night they finished the soundtrack recording, he induced Barris to break into his own shop. The custom king had forgotten his key, so that he and Elvis and Joe could take it on a trial spin to Las Vegas. He also got a brand new reel-to-reel Sony video camera and recorder, only recently introduced into the United States for home use. It didn't take him long to figure out the possibilities, and soon he was staging his own private dramas, just as he had with the Polaroid camera a year or two before. Sometimes he used Priscilla alone. Sometimes, in Priscilla's absence, he got girls to wrestle for him, wearing only white bras and panties, and occasionally he included Priscilla, too, in an expanded scenario. As to why exactly the underwear had to be all white, no one was altogether clear, but everyone knew that was the way Elvis liked it. It was just his thing. The tapes, too, were strictly for Elvis. Sometimes the guys would see them lying around, but Elvis would just say they were TV shows he had recorded. "Okay," Joe once challenged him, "show us what you recorded." In some embarrassment, Elvis declined. Note: Joe says here that he and one of the guys watched some of the tapes once, and that they were very sexy, but wouldn't even merit an R rating in today's mainstream movies. Marty Lacker describes the same incident, characterizing the tapes as sensual and erotic, but not particularly raunchy. Lacker, never one to downplay Elvis's failings, goes out of his way to dispute Goldman's more sensational account. End of note. One day, Elvis brought the bulky video camera to the set to show it to Norman Torg. When Torg responded politely to Elvis's enthusiastic sales pitch for the machine, it would be handy, he agreed, to have something like that for instant playback of scenes they had just done. Elvis gave it to him, in an impulsive burst of generosity, even though he knew there was a long wait for the average customer for a new machine. He had no intention of waiting, however, as he made clear to Marty. It was up to Marty to find him an immediate replacement. In keeping with the Colonel's newfound embrace of production values, the picture was filmed on 7 sound stages, with 5 location sites, including Dodger Stadium. Tempers flared at one point when Red, who had never made any secret of his contempt for Larry, took a swing at him before being restrained by the other guys. Elvis, on the other hand, maintained spirited philosophical dialogues with several of his co-stars. He genuinely liked Shelley Fabre, with whom he had worked on Girl Happy. He gave Diane McBain an underlined copy of The Impersonal Life, and spoke with her of the spiritual precepts of Yogananda. And he set out to save Deborah Wally, who had previously played the leading role in Gidget Goes Hawaiian, and was presently lost in a sea of spiritual doubt and confusion. He told her, "Look, we've only got this moment together, so let's have it completely. No holding back, no wasting time on trivialities. I've got the word, I want to give it to you. I'm not a man, I'm not a woman, I'm a soul, a spirit, a force. I have no interest in anything of this world. I want to live in another dimension entirely." It was, according to Wally, the turning point of her life. To movie columnist May Mann, he spoke at length of his mother, of his upbringing, of their last Christmas together. When he was home, he went to the cemetery at least once a week to visit her grave, he told Mann, and he had flowers placed there weekly. The dreams he had of his mother were happy ones. It's like seeing and being with her again. Graceland was the place he would always maintain as his home because of his memories of her. It was more than just a house to him. It represented the residence of the heart. It is far more than a place of physical needs. To me, my home is all wound up with all the acts of kindness and gentleness that my mother and my grandmother and my daddy lovingly provided. All of this love still remains within its walls. It's an enduring way of life for me. He wanted to get back to going to church, he said. Church was our way of life since I can remember. The last time I went, there was so much confusion and autograph seeking that, out of respect, I've stayed away. I've been working on religious songs for an album. I feel God and His goodness, and I believe I can express His love for us in music. That was, in fact, exactly what he was doing, immersing himself once again in the music. RCA had stipulated that it needed a new album, 2 new singles, and a Christmas single to come out of a session tentatively scheduled for May. Perhaps with the idea of capitalizing on the success of Crying in the Chapel, the album was specifically designated as a religious one, and Elvis and Charlie and Red started working informally on material almost from the moment of Elvis's arrival in California. Somewhat coincidentally, Red had recently added a second tape recorder to the one he had long owned in order to further his ambitions as a songwriter. He wanted to be able to produce his own rough demos without having to go into a studio, and with 2 reel-to-reel recorders, he felt, he could learn to overdub voices and instrumental parts. He got singers like Glenn Campbell, whom he knew from the Red Velvet and the Hollywood musical scene, to demo some of his compositions for just a few bucks a session, but at the same time, he and Charlie started taping songs that they thought Elvis might be interested in, and not just religious ones either. Almost as if to certify the wisdom of the Colonel's strategy, there was a growing renewal of interest within the entire household in music in general. Every morning before going to the studio, they listened to Peter, Paul, and Mary in concert, or the trio's latest, See What Tomorrow Brings, and Odetta Sings Dylan was never far from the turntable. Elvis showed a keen interest in Ian and Sylvia as well, along with his usual gospel, blues, and rhythm and blues favorites, and when they all got together to sing, he was as likely to suggest Bob Dylan's Blowin' in the Wind as a Statesman number, much as he may have detested Dylan's abrasive vocal quality and equally abrasive cultural politics. "My mouth feels like Bob Dylan's been sleeping in it," he frequently said. And Dylan's Rainy Day Women number 12 and 35, currently on the radio, infuriated Elvis with what he saw as its casual advocacy of the drug culture. These informal sessions drifted all over the place, just as easily jogged by a casual phrase or a recollected note as by sustained musical logic. What they came back to over and over again were the close harmonies with which Elvis had grown up, in which Charlie or Red would frequently take the lead, and Elvis, as often as not, sang the bass part on gospel songs, Hawaiian numbers, and Western classics like the Sons of the Pioneers' Tumbling Tumbleweeds or Cool Water. Sometimes the whole gang got into the act, with even Sonny or Priscilla providing an impromptu, if uncertain, lead. Red and Charlie occasionally came up with song ideas of their own, and once in a great while, Elvis just might try a demo that Freddie had sent him, singing against the recorded number, then working out his own approach to the song on piano, as Red faithfully documented the process. It was really akin to a reawakening of the soul. Just rediscovering the joy of singing led Elvis to further expand his listening tastes, which in turn motivated him to undertake greater vocal challenges. He listened to Caruso, Mario Lanza, and Hank Williams, Judy Garland, Aretha Franklin, and the Rolling Stones. He grew so consumed with admiration for Jimmy Jones, the bass lead for the black gospel group the Harmonizing Four, that he became determined to have Jones on his upcoming session, and informed the Colonel and Freddie Beanstalk to institute a search. Note: this is an admiration borne out by innumerable interviews, memoirs, and books. Tom Diskin's actual search for Jones is documented in correspondence culminating in a letter to Elvis on May 13, 1966, which states, "I have made countless calls on Jimmy Jones, and no one seems to be able to locate him." End of note. Colonel felt vindicated. He was under substantial pressure from RCA at this point to deliver. He had in fact been getting persistent telephone calls and letters from RCA Vice President Harry Jenkins, somewhat nervous reminders of what they were all hoping would come out of this session, the high expectations that had been raised with the new contract. These were the kind of letters that in the past Colonel might have written to the company. They reminded him of his obligations, and under any other circumstances he would certainly have blown up at the unwanted presumptuousness of their tone. But he put up with Jenkins's reminders with remarkable equanimity, because he was convinced that until Elvis delivered, this was the only way for the game to be played. He even put up with the recurrent rumor that he was about to sell Elvis's contract and retire, with a forbearance that could only have been engendered by his growing confidence that they were past the worst of it. Just after Elvis's February arrival in Hollywood, he gave his good friend Jim Kingsley of the Memphis Commercial Appeal an interview that was intended to reassure Kingsley and the world that the reports of his demise were not to be believed. "Heck, yes, I would retire, and so would my boy Elvis, if we received enough money," he declared. But if we retired, who in the heck would want us? There were hundreds of people who depended on Elvis for their livelihood, he pointed out, as if speaking to a secret listener. The bigger an attraction you become, the more responsibilities you face. Elvis is big enough to bear up under those responsibilities, and he also loves to work. I honestly believe that he will become one of the industry's great actors in the future. It was a masterly performance, a perfect example of the good snowman's last resort, his ability to hypnotize even himself. And now, as work on the film concluded, he could more honestly have stated his belief. He had always known that Elvis would tire of Geller's mumbo-jumbo, at least as an exclusive diet. He might never let go of it altogether, but the boy's mind jumped around too much, ever to settle on any one thing. That was where all these Johnny-come-latelys made their miscalculation. They all counted on the spontaneous enthusiasm, the heart brimming with love, the momentarily sunny day. But they didn't see the clouds on the horizon. They didn't understand the rules of the game. They didn't make provision for an uncertain future. That was what the Colonel was determined to do, for himself and for his boy. Elvis and the guys left for Memphis on the weekend of April 16th, arriving home at 9 p.m. the following Saturday. Elvis drove the refurbished bus practically all the way himself, wearing his driver's cap and thin leather racing gloves. They made music much of the way, laughing and singing and listening to the tapes that Charlie and Red had put together. Whenever they got to a motel where they were going to stay for the night, someone had to lug the heavy video recorder to Elvis's room so he could watch his private tapes. The trip took a little longer than usual, because in Albuquerque, Elvis suddenly got the urge to call one of the girls who had performed for him on some of the tapes to come and replicate her performance. The guys all groused as they waited first for her to fly in, then for Elvis to finish doing whatever he was doing with her. Everyone was impatient to get home to their wives and children and girlfriends. They were well aware that there was no contradicting the boss. Every one of his whims had to be satisfied. But, at least now, those whims were finally getting back to something they could all understand. Family Circle. The new wave of musical enthusiasm that had engulfed him in California continued with his return home on April 23rd. Within a week of Elvis's arrival in Memphis, 3 days had been set aside at RCA's Studio B in Nashville, starting on Wednesday, May 25th. The seriousness with which this first non-soundtrack session in 2.5 years was being taken was evident from the preparations that went into it. There was a flurry of correspondence between the record company and the Colonel and his assistant Tom Diskin and Freddie Beanstalk. Freddie in turn contacted Red West, who with Charlie Hodge now screened all of Freddie's demos for Elvis and passed along the title of every non-Hill and Range number for which Elvis exhibited any enthusiasm so that Freddie could make a deal on it before Elvis went into the studio. In addition, Red and Charlie continued to supply Elvis with tapes of songs in which they thought he might take an interest. Charlie, for example, supplied Elvis with the Sons of the Pioneers version of the popular hymn, How Great Thou Art, with Red on occasion pitching songs of his own. They continued to get together for impromptu singing sessions with no focus other than to go wherever the feeling took them, and they continued to talk excitedly about the gospel album that was to be the centerpiece of the upcoming session. Elvis was disappointed when, despite all of Freddie's and Mr. Diskin's efforts, nobody was able to locate Jimmy Jones, the great black bass singer on whom he had set his heart for the session. But his disappointment was mitigated when Diskin suggested that they substitute the Imperials, a new all-star quartet put together by Jake Hess, former lead singer of the Statesmen and Elvis's boyhood idol. Note: Diskin's letter of May 13, 1966, in which he confesses his inability to locate Jones, goes on to recommend the Imperials. Ernst Jorgensen believes that Chet Atkins's secretary Mary B. Lynch, who booked all the sessions and was a friend of Jake Hess's, had a hand in recommending the group. End of note. In addition to the Imperials, Elvis made sure that the Jordanaires, soprano Millie Kirkham, and 2 other female backup singers were all contracted for the session, bringing the total number of singers to 11 and making it possible to achieve the kind of massed choral effect that he had come to envision for the album. For all of the care put into these preparations, and with all of the expectations on every side, there was one key element that came about strictly by chance, when Elvis's nominal Nashville producer Chet Atkins asked a newcomer on the RCA staff if he would mind taking Atkins's place in the control room. Chet had never been one for all-night sessions, and he thought Elvis and this young firecracker would get along well. That was how Felton Jarvis became Elvis's producer. Jarvis, a 30-year-old staff producer whom Atkins had brought over from ABC Records the previous year, jumped at the chance. Although he had cut his teeth producing R&B groups like the Tams in his native Atlanta, it was Elvis Presley who had first inspired him to go into the business. A printer by trade, he had seen Elvis while he was stationed at the Marine base in Norfolk, Virginia in 1955, and it had changed his life. When he got out of the Marines, he recorded an Elvis imitation record, Don't Knock Elvis, and went to work as a sheet music printer at Bill Lowry's NRC, National Recording Corporation, studio, label, publishing complex. NRC at the time was recording Joe South, Ray Stevens, Mac Davis, Freddie Weller, and Jerry Reed, all of whom would become bona fide stars in the next decade. And Felton hung around the studio so much that when the engineer quit, he was hired. In 1961, he recorded a #1 R&B hit on a then unknown group called Gladys Knight and the Pips. That led to a job doing promotion for ABC, which he parlayed into an A&R position when in 1962 he produced a split session on an Elvis imitator named Vince Everett, whom he had discovered performing under his real name of Marvin Benefield in a talent contest and then renamed for the lead character in Jailhouse Rock, and Tommy Roe, another NRC alumnus, who had been kicking around on the fringes of the music industry for the last 3 or 4 years. Everett's version of Such a Night, recorded by Elvis in 1960 but released only as an album cut, was a regional hit, but it was Tommy Roe's Sheila that made Felton's career. When it went to #1 on the pop charts, Felton renewed his suit to join ABC's A&R department, and when the label indicated that it might be willing to entertain the idea if he were willing to forego producer's royalties on his #1 hit, he seized upon the opportunity. His friends weren't sure he even knew what he was signing, but he knew what he wanted, and when ABC opened up a Nashville office the following year, he moved like a shot. It was his enthusiasm, not his technical expertise, which everyone who came into contact with Felton first remarked upon. Every man a tiger was Bill Lowry's frequently repeated motto, but Felton carried it to a new extreme. In Atlanta, Felton had owned a tiger, or at least a pet ocelot. In Nashville, he soon acquired an anaconda, which he took swimming with him in the pool of his apartment complex until an elderly couple, out for an early morning walk, noticed his unusual swimming companion, and he was forced to find new quarters. In Nashville, too, he quickly fell in with a group of young guys who hung out at the Pancake Pantry and traded stories of their adventures in the music business and their dreams of achieving success within it. No one could top Felton's stories for sheer irrepressible buoyancy, and everyone loved to hear him tell about his encounters with R&B stars like Lloyd Price and Fats Domino, whom ABC was bringing into Nashville to record at that time. "Feltone, my man," Fats's invariable greeting to him, became a byword in certain circles in Nashville, and Felton soon acquired an industry-wide reputation for eccentricity, affability, and imagination. In 1965, he came to RCA at Chet's invitation, co-producing Willie Nelson with Atkins, then recording Mickey Newbury, Jim Ed Brown, Lloyd Kramer, and Cortelia Clark, an old blind blues singer whom he recorded live with traffic sounds and background noise on the streets of downtown Nashville. He had an office right across the hall from Chet's, in which he constructed a tropical hut with a grass roof to house his snake, and there was no question that he tried his boss's patience on occasion. But Chet, who was himself of a drier, more phlegmatic nature, got a real kick out of Felton, and less than a year after his arrival at RCA, came up with the idea of connecting him with another decidedly antic spirit. A few days before the Presley session, he came into Felton's office. He just said, "I'm going to carry you over, and maybe you all will hit it off." And so we did. From the moment that Elvis first arrived at the studio at around 8 p.m., there was no question that he was taken with the hopped-up, almost hyperactive enthusiasm of this skinny young producer. It was a hell of a relief after Chet's damned indifference. At first, conversation was somewhat strained. They talked a little about the material. They talked about some of the records that Felton had produced. Elvis couldn't get enough of hearing about Felton's experiences with Fats Domino, and Lamar, who hung out with Felton and his friends on a semi-regular basis, goaded Felton to reveal more of himself. They talked, too, about the sound of the records that Elvis had been putting out lately. As an Elvis Presley fan, Felton might very well have said as Elvis Presley's biggest fan, Felton was well aware that for a while before I started working with him, what they were doing was turning the band way down and Elvis way up, and it sounded like it was just bad. It wasn't exciting. There was no excitement on the records. This is what I was trying to correct, because Elvis had nobody to communicate with at RCA. Somebody in New York that didn't know anything would just mix it, and it wasn't mixed properly. What Elvis wanted, he explained to Felton, was the kind of sound the Beatles and some of the other English bands were getting. It was a hotter sound. It jumped out at you. You got the sense that something was really happening. Felton eagerly nodded assent. It was a matter of feel, he told Elvis. You get your excitement from the drums and the bass getting real funky. You got to have all that stuff up, and it's got to be mixed properly. And it became clear almost immediately that they would become not only friends, but musical allies. Felton was, Elvis quickly realized, one of them. Chet recognized just as quickly that the two of them had hit it off and went home before a note was struck. The singers all gathered around Elvis at the piano and felt each other out. There was an edge of expectation in the air, and the new producer was in no hurry to get down to the business of recording. He was having so much fun just being a part of it all. It was well after 10 o'clock before they finally got to work, starting out with Run On, a traditional number in the black spiritual tradition. Elvis took it in the manner of the Golden Gate Quartet, lightly swinging, coolly elegant. From the very first notes he was clearly in command, and Felton was just as clearly second in command, soothing, encouraging, carefully picking his way among potentially bruised egos, urging another take when he felt he could comfortably do so, holding back a little at first, but always providing encouragement and reassurance. To Jake Hess, who took a backseat to no one, both as a pure singer and as a gospel music innovator, there was no way they could miss with all the positive energy in the room. Elvis just really loved that sound. The adrenaline really pumped in him when he heard it. He wanted a big sound, and we sung like Elvis wanted it sung. We all had our parts written out, the chords, and we all stayed in the same chord, even though we stacked our harmony different than the Jordanaires. I don't think he cared so much how we blended. He just wanted that big sound. After 7 takes, they had a master. Swing, Felton urged, to kick off the final take, and they moved on to How Great Thou Art, the 19th century Swedish hymn that had been popularized in its English translation by George Beverly Shea in Billy Graham's 16-week 1957 crusade at Madison Square Garden. It was a bravura showpiece, and Elvis and Charlie in Red had been working on it all spring, though not off of Shea's rather formal model. Elvis saw the song, as he saw every number with which he made a passionate musical connection, as his opportunity to pour out his entire heart and soul with no holding back, and that is what he did here. To Jerry Schilling, it was as if he had been taken over by another spirit, as he built to a vocal crescendo that left him visibly shaken. He didn't do a lot of takes, but something almost frightening happened on that song. It was like he was just drained. He turned white and almost fainted when he finished. I wish I could verbalize it better, and I don't know if I'm talking about 3 minutes or 3 seconds, but it was as if something happened outside the normal experience. And I don't really think like that ordinarily, and it's not even my favorite song, but there was no question that, for Elvis, something really happened. The rest of the night maintained the same high spirit, if not the transcendent aspect of that moment. They ran into a little bit of trouble on Stand By Me, a staple of the black gospel tradition, but aided by Felton's increasingly vocal encouragement, Elvis was able to overcome some difficulties with the feel and the lyrics and deliver a beautifully articulated, almost nakedly yearning performance on the 11th take. The warmth of his voice, his controlled use of both vibrato technique and natural falsetto range, the subtlety and deeply felt conviction of his singing, were all qualities recognizably belonging to his talent, but just as recognizably not to be achieved without sustained dedication and effort. Perhaps even more instructive was his approach to the next song, Where No One Stands Alone, one of Jake Hess's most challenging showpieces. The song was really beyond Elvis's range. It required a kind of projection that was not within his power at this stage, and yet he persisted, as if to underscore his commitment to the moment, taking the bridge over and over, until at last, without ever quite getting it right, he was reduced to a kind of inelegant bellowing to push out a sound that appears to have been effortless for Jake Hess. With Charlie's coaching and Felton's encouragement, and the chorus obscuring some of his greatest difficulties, he achieves a hard-won but satisfactory result. It is a genuinely heroic effort, the very attempt in and of itself as touching as anything else to come out of the session, and it did not go unnoticed among many of the participants. To Jake Hess, it was one more example of the conviction of Elvis's singing. Elvis was one of those individuals. When he sang a song, he just seemed to live every word of it. There's other people that have a voice that's maybe as great or greater than Presley's, I don't know. But he had that certain something that everyone searches for all during their lifetime. You know, he sang a lot with his eyes closed, and I think the reason for that was because he wanted to have a picture in mind at all times. If something was distracting him to where he couldn't put his heart into what he was doing, he would close his eyes so he could get that picture of what he was talking about. That's the reason he communicated with the audience so well. It was 4 a.m., and the Imperials were done for the night, but Elvis and Felton and the rest of the session singers and musicians never flagged. For Felton, actually working with Elvis merely served as proof of everything he had taken from Elvis's music in the first place. Felton's entire philosophy of recording rested on creating a sense of enthusiasm and spontaneity in the studio. And now, to discover the man he had idolized for so long equally focused in his beliefs, equally committed to working all night if necessary until the feeling was right, made him feel in a way as if their meeting must have been fated. To guitarist Chip Young, working his first Presley session, Felton and Elvis were like mirror images of one another. Young, another native Atlantan, who had recorded Tommy Roe in the first place and then brought him to Felton, saw the effect the two of them had on each other. Everything just started getting electrified when they came into the room. There was never any question, working with either one, that a musician was prepared to give his all and then some. Without hesitation, and with no apparent sense of any disparity between the sacred and the profane, they launched into Down in the Alley, a raucous R&B hit by the Clovers, which had been a favorite of Elvis's since its original release in 1957. "Funk'sville, take one," announced Felton, as Elvis gave the backup singers their lyrics, and the good feeling in the studio was almost palpable. For this song, Bobby Moore, who had been playing stand-up bass all night, switched to electric. Boots Randolph took a bleating saxophone solo, and they ran through 9 quick takes, interrupted only by Elvis's uncontrollable laughter at Charlie's jokes and familiar hijinks. Everyone remained in high spirits all the way through, and while the results may not have been art, or even the equal of the Clovers, we get a sense of Elvis's untrammeled R&B side for the first time since 1960. In an even more improbable programming twist, Elvis announced that for the final song of the evening they would do "Tomorrow is a Long Time," a Bob Dylan composition which had yet to be recorded by Bob Dylan, but which Elvis had picked up from one of his favorite current albums, Odetta Sings Dylan. They took just 3 passes at it, including one false start, with a dobro part at the center of a lovely, lilting arrangement that was the antithesis of the pounding, not very subtle attack of the previous number. Elvis's vocal was focused exclusively on the lyrics, with very little in the way of stylistic embroidery or emotional interpolation, and the result is a delicacy and purity of tone rivaled only by some of his best early 60s recordings. At the end of the evening, Elvis and Felton sat around, exhausted but feeling good. They talked about the all-night gospel singings that both had grown up with, and Elvis confessed that it had been his childhood ambition to join one of those great quartets. "We stayed," recalled Felton, "till the secretaries started coming in. Everybody else had gone but me and him. I said, 'Elvis, we better go. The people are starting to come to work.' He said, 'Lord, is it that late?' And I carried him back to his motel." The following evening, pianist Floyd Kramer had another session booked from 6:30 to 9:30. So Chet's secretary, Mary Lynch, arranged for a 23-year-old piano player named David Briggs, who had arrived in town the previous year, to fill in during what was sure to be a largely wasted time slot. Briggs, like Chip Young, had known Felton from the early days, when Felton brought many of his Atlanta acts to Muscle Shoals to record with a rhythm section that included David. Felton had in fact encouraged the entire rhythm section to move to Nashville for better working conditions and better pay, but it was Mary Lynch, in her position as Chet's studio booker, who had been throwing session work David's way, and to whom he was now grateful for the chance at least to meet one of his idols. No one expected there to be any need for Briggs's services, since Elvis rarely even showed up for the first couple of hours, but for some reason this time not only did he show, he came to work. I was just there as a substitute, and they said, "You know, Elvis, Floyd couldn't be here for a while, so this is David, and he's going to play whatever." And he said, "Yeah, okay, fine." And he sat down beside me at the piano, and then, of all things, he wanted to do Love Letters, a big R&B hit for Ketty Lester in 1962, and a pop hit for Dick Haymes 2 decades earlier, which is all piano. I mean, we were supposed to be doing a gospel album, and here Elvis was sitting beside me wanting to do Love Letters, and that was a hard song to play. I was scared to death. I mean, I had done a Beatles tour with Tommy Rowe, but Elvis was something else. And then he wants the piano pulled up in front of him. He had all the lights turned out, put candles on the piano so he could see the lyrics, and he made everybody lay out except the bass player and DJ on drums and Buddy Harmon on timpani, I think. He had the piano moved up so he could be right on top of it. There was just that 6-foot piano between us. Man, it was a pretty tense situation. Floyd showed up by the time they were actually ready to record. I said, "Great, come in, Floyd, you've got it." And I went back to the organ. Floyd ran through it once, and Elvis said, "Where is that boy?" And I said, "Oh, shit." He was looking for me. He didn't even know who I was, and Floyd could have played it better, but he had gotten used to the way I was doing the song. That's just the way Elvis was. If he got used to something, and if he liked you, then you were just better than the next guy, even though you might not be a tenth as good. So, now talk about pressure. Not only was it Elvis, it was Floyd, who was probably the #1 keyboard player in town, sitting behind me on organ and laughing because he didn't give a shit. He'd been working all day and was sick of it. So that was my first encounter with Elvis. I probably had knots coming out of the back of my neck. Elvis sang the song with delicacy and feeling, and they got a master on the 9th take, even if Briggs was never satisfied with his part, which he felt came out too saccharine. The rest of the session may not have offered quite as much offstage drama, but it was certainly as successful, with an easygoing, up-tempo black gospel number, "So High," a mournful version of the quartet standard, "Farther Along," that could very well have been offered as a tribute to Elvis's mother, and an interpretation of "In the Garden," a classic gospel piece that for Jake Hess was the highlight of the session. Elvis, Charlie, and Red closed out the evening with a trio version of "Beyond the Reef," with Red taking the lead, Charlie singing high tenor, and Elvis on second tenor and playing piano. It was one of the songs they had sung together all spring, a sweetly sentimental Hawaiian number popularized by Bing Crosby in 1950. It was the B-side of Crosby's "Harbor Lights," one of the first songs Elvis had attempted at Sun, and they imparted to it a freely nostalgic, almost spiritual quality as they wrapped it up in 2 takes. The next night was the final one planned, and the last on which the Imperials could participate since they were taking off on a Canadian tour early the next morning. Once again, Elvis seemed to be simply following his instincts, choosing songs with little regard for pre-arrangement or publishing, and no doubt causing the mighty Freddie, as the Colonel ironically referred to the song plugger, paroxysms of anxiety. The music didn't come easy. In fact, they got only 2 songs in the first 6 hours, but it continued to reflect some of Elvis's warmest, most profoundly felt work. Toward the end of the evening, casting about for a fast number to offset the many slow, almost dirge-like tunes they had already cut, Elvis requested a lead sheet for "If the Lord Wasn't Walking by My Side," a recent Imperials release, which he then went on to record as a straightforward duet with his mentor, Jake Hess. Here, for the first time, we can hear Jake's voice truly unleashed, as the 2 singers toss phrases back and forth, and the clear lineage of Elvis's music unmistakably emerges. Listening to the first playback, Jake was a little taken aback. I said, "Man, I'm too loud, I've got to back out." Elvis said, "No, you don't back out. If anything, you step in and sing loud." He said, "This is your song. I'm recording with you, and I want to enjoy singing it like you're singing it." The way it finally came out, my voice was not as strong as it was in the recording session, but it's still ridiculous. A 4th night provided little more than a disappointing coda. For all the success of the gospel recordings and all the good feeling engendered by the session, it had become obvious by now that the 2 new singles and Christmas record that the Colonel had promised RCA were unlikely to materialize. With the exception of Love Letters, there was nothing even remotely resembling a single. The Dylan cut could scarcely qualify, since Freddie had no chance of making a publishing deal, and Down in the Alley and Beyond the Reef were more in the nature of personal indulgence than commercial product. The result was that another night was tacked on in hopes of fulfilling the RCA quota, but with little preparation and less suitable material, Felton had to scramble just to get the session off the ground. In the end, much of the good feeling of the first 3 nights appears to have dissipated, and there is an edge to Elvis's voice in the between-takes chatter that seems to reflect a general change of demeanor. When they knocked off at 10 o'clock, it was with little fanfare or regret, but Elvis did sign a photo to Felton that said, "You make me look forward to the next time." The next time came sooner than either one of them expected. 2 weeks later, on June 10th, Felton had the whole group back together again to try to get the sides that were contractually required. Virtually all the participants from the first session were present, with one exception. Elvis was not there. He may have simply felt that he was being pressured. It may have been, as Red West believed, that he was just not in a recording mood, whether due to a bad throat, an excess of pills, or even surreptitious advice from the Colonel. Whatever the case, Elvis was in a foul temper and refused to leave the motel room, dispatching Red, armed only with amphetamines to bolster his confidence, to go into the studio and cut reference vocals. "I was a nervous wreck, and I'm in there singing Indescribably Blue, I'll Remember You, and my song, If Every Day Was Like Christmas, and he's calling every hour and a half, 2 hours, and saying, 'How's it going? How's it going?' And after we finished the third, he said, 'Come on, bring what you got, that's it.' We were going to do a lot more, but we did those 3, and that was the end of it." Of the 3, 2 came with obligations attached, and the third, Don Ho's I'll Remember You, was another of those achingly romantic Hawaiian numbers that Elvis loved so much and would continue to sing for the rest of his life, but that fell into the same non-commercial category as some of his other equally whimsical choices. Indescribably Blue, on the other hand, was a pretty, somewhat insipid ballad that Lamar had brought to the first session, and spurred on both by his belief in the song and by the fact that in his 3 years of employment at Hill and Range he had never gotten an Elvis Presley cut on his own, had been pushing for Elvis to record ever since. Of course, to be fair, for 2 1/2 of those years, Elvis had been recording nothing but movie material, but Lamar was never one to take a backseat to anyone, and it must have galled him to see the Imperials get a cut at the previous session, to know that Red and Charlie all of a sudden had gained the inside track when he had a song that he knew could be Elvis's first #1 hit in years, not to mention his own ticket to music industry respectability. Red, meanwhile, had been pushing Elvis to cut his Christmas song for close to a year, finally recording it on his own Brent label in the fall of 1965, only after it became obvious that Elvis was not going to get around to it in time for Christmas that year himself. Listening to Red's scratch vocals on the songs is something of a revelation. Indescribably Blue is sung breathily in Elvis's key, but with a feeling that must have revealed hitherto unsuspected depths to some of the session musicians who knew Red as nothing more than a hulking, somewhat menacing, self-described bodyguard. The resemblance to Elvis's voice is uncanny, almost eerie in its precision, but what is even more remarkable is the tender quality of the performance, not just on this song, but on the 2 others that follow. With the completion of the third, his own composition, Red picked up a copy of the tape from Felton, and following Elvis's instructions, brought it back to the Albert Pick Motel. They listened to it a number of times, and Elvis expressed his satisfaction with the results, but he didn't show up at the studio the next night either, and the session was canceled. When he finally appeared on the third night, it was only to overdub his own voice, and whatever hopes Felton had for recording any additional material were dashed when Elvis took off for Memphis later that evening. It was a puzzling end to a first meeting that had begun so promisingly just 2 weeks before, and no one knew quite what to make of it, least of all Felton. But if Felton was perplexed, RCA's Harry Jenkins must have been even more disturbed. After all the talk, after all the precise spelling out of obligations, after all the Colonel's lulling reassurances, the record label in the end was still left with an unsatisfactory result. They had their gospel album, to be sure, and maybe they could piece together 2 singles, though it seemed unlikely that there was any hit material from either session. They still had only half a Christmas single, and perhaps not surprisingly, there was nothing left in the can. It seemed evident, too, that Freddie, after years in the Hollywood desert, could no longer deliver tunes to Elvis's taste or inclination, and it was hard to say what the long-term implications of that were likely to be. And, of course, the way that it had ended simply left everyone with a bad taste in their mouths. No one could fully interpret events, except to wonder if this wasn't Elvis's way, and perhaps the Colonel's as well, of saying that he wasn't going to be pushed around. Elvis, for his part, must have thought better of his actions. Back home in Memphis, he wrote Felton a warm letter of appreciation. "Please convey how much I deeply appreciate the cooperation and consideration shown to me and my associates during my last 2 trips to Nashville," he declared. "I would like to thank you, the engineers, musicians, singers, and everyone connected with the sessions. Please see that every one of them know my feelings, and as General MacArthur once said, I shall return." 2 weeks later, on June 28th, he was back in Hollywood recording the soundtrack for his latest motion picture, Double Trouble, an MGM release with Norman Torg once again at the helm. It was a full 8-week shoot, in the course of which he presented his leading lady, Annette Day, with a blue and white Mustang. But undoubtedly the 2 most memorable events of the summer had nothing to do with the movie, but instead revolved around visits from George Klein and Cliff Gleaves. George was out for the start of filming, planning his 2-week summer vacation as usual around Elvis's shooting schedule. This would be the 6th Elvis movie in which he would appear. Coincidentally, one of Elvis's favorite entertainers, rhythm and blues singer Jackie Wilson, was appearing at a club on Sunset called The Trip from June 30th to July 10th. George knew Jackie, renowned almost as much for his acrobatic stage act as for his near-operatic voice, from promoting some of his headlining Memphis appearances on the television show that George hosted, a local version of Dick Clark's American Bandstand called Talent Party. Elvis had even seen Jackie perform while he was still working as lead singer for Billy Ward and the Dominoes 10 years earlier in Las Vegas. So, it was with Elvis's eager assent that George arranged for them all to attend Wilson's show. Everyone was in a great state of excitement. With the exception of their occasional trips to the Red Velvet, it was almost unheard of for the whole gang to get out in L.A., and there was a flurry of preparations and security precautions to be carried out. George and Richard Davis went down to the club as a kind of advance party, and George called up James Brown, another frequent guest on his show, who was in town to give a concert of his own. Brown knew, through George, how big a fan Elvis was of his spectacular performance on the TAMI show, a filmed concert that had been released in movie theaters the previous year, and he had sought an introduction from George on numerous occasions, including his latest Memphis appearance just 2 months earlier. Every time he called, though, he got word that Elvis was asleep. It became a running joke between him and George, and a source of embarrassment to the DJ, who was known as one of Elvis's best and oldest friends. Seizing the opportunity that this occasion provided, George issued Brown a special invitation to come see Jackie perform, and this time he guaranteed him an introduction. The show was electrifying. Wilson, whom Elvis had recognized as a premier performer when he first saw him in Vegas in 1956, "I was under the table when he got through singing," was no less mesmerizing now. There were a number of prominent contemporary rock musicians in the audience, including members of the newly formed Buffalo Springfield and expatriate Elvis imitator P.F. Sloan. But it was James Brown that Elvis instantly sought out as soon as George told him that Brown was present and would like to say hello. George thought Elvis might stand on ceremony, but he got up and went over to Brown's table. Me and Richard went through the introductions, and they go through some small talk. This is before showtime. And James Brown says, "Man, Elvis, you sure do sleep a lot." And Elvis almost fell on the floor laughing. He said, "Aw, James, you know how it is being a night person." And James said, "I know, brother," and slapped Elvis's hand. In between sets, he finally got the opportunity to meet Jackie, too, and express his unreserved admiration for Wilson's talent. With what he had going for him, Elvis said, there was no reason Jackie shouldn't be the #1 singer in the world today, and he invited him out to the film set the following week. Note: the closeness between the 2 singers is indicated by their continued contact in Las Vegas in the 70s, Elvis's frequent references to Wilson's talent, and the fact that Wilson carried the 2 on-set photographs of himself and Presley, one inscribed, "Jackie, you have a friend forever," with him everywhere. End of note. Larry Geller's particular memory of the meeting was that Elvis asked Jackie about his profuse sweating. "Man, I'll tell you," Wilson replied, "the chicks really dig that." Elvis said, "How do you do it?" Wilson grinned and said, "Hey, that's simple." He showed us a large bottle of salt tablets and then revealed his secret. Each night before a show, he'd swallow a handful of tablets, guzzle a few quarts of water, then go on stage. Once he got moving, the sweat would wash off him like rain. Soon Elvis started incorporating this trick into his weight loss regimen. It was dangerous, it depleted potassium and overtaxed the heart, but it produced one of Elvis's favorite things, an instant result with minimal effort. It was a memorable evening in every respect, and undoubtedly one of the reasons that it loomed so large in everyone's respective and sharply diverging memories was that evenings like this happened so seldom. There was some of the same sense of excitement, or maybe it was just relief at anything resembling a break in the usual routine, when Cliff Gleaves showed up later in the summer with nothing more than a flight bag and a water pick for luggage, all the way from Florida by way of Arizona. Some of the younger members of the group who had never met him but had long known him by reputation were at first enthralled. Cliff, Red's successor in Germany, where he had pursued a career as a singer and comedian, had by now pretty much given up any real show business ambitions and was living with his mother and father in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, occasionally entertaining in piano bars for the wealthy older ladies who wintered in the area. He continued to be the kind of self-styled free spirit who could still give everyone a good laugh, but the laughs tended to wear off after the first 2 or 3 days of a visit, and he had begun to encounter certain problems of his own, problems that he was surprised to recognize for the first time in a friend he had always viewed as something of an innocent. I was aware that the prescriptions that Elvis was taking, I did not know the names of the medications, were beginning to affect his personality. I saw the change, be it ever so subtle, slight touches of the Colonel that were negative, sense of danger that was never there before. All of a sudden the snake was down around his leg, and he did not know. If he had been aware, he would have had someone get that damn snake off of him. During this period I was taking pills too, mostly Dexedrine. And if I was tired, I'd just say, "Have you got any more of these red ones, or you got any more of those pink ones?" Sometimes he'd just grin and say, "Here's the bottle." I'll tell you this, Elvis didn't care if anyone else took them or not. He was getting off on them. He loved to sit there high and wiggle in the chair, just wiggle his legs with a big pitcher of ice water in front of him. He'd drink tons of water because you could see it dehydrating him. Just sit there and watch TV. He didn't give a damn whether you did anything. He was going to do what he wanted to do anyway. Pre-production for what was to be the final Hal Wallis picture, Easy Come, Easy Go, was scheduled to begin on September 27th, just 3 weeks after the conclusion of Double Trouble. The Colonel had already given Wallis no end of trouble himself, bedeviling him to the point of demanding a chair similar to one in Wallis's office as part of his final negotiations. Wallis had at last resigned himself to the end of a highly profitable, if highly stressful, 10-year relationship, and he said as much to John Rich, the director, who at this point was almost as disillusioned with Wallis as Elvis was. Rich had originally balked at the idea of working with Elvis on Roustabout, but had made the best of it, and even come to respect Presley for his professionalism and musical talent. Now, after a disappointing 2½ years in Hollywood, it was a different story. Wallis was really tightening up. He wanted everything done rapidly. That was the attitude from the word go. I remember telling him, "Hal, I appreciate having done Roustabout. It came out rather well, but I would prefer not to do this picture." And he said, "Oh, just put them through their paces." It was not my finest moment, but that was his assessment as to how the picture was to be made. For somewhat similar reasons, all that Elvis seemed to bring to the picture was an accumulation of resentment. When it came to the soundtrack, he simply turned the job of song selection over to Red, and he arrived uncharacteristically late on each of the first 2 days of shooting, and with a haircut that Larry had given him at home, against Wallis's explicit instructions. He was overweight, Wallis complained to the Colonel, and the inky black color of his hair dye made it look like he was wearing a wig. The Colonel offered no objections, but neither did he do anything to alleviate Wallis's concerns. The picture dragged on almost interminably in a test of wills that had little to do with actual results. With the new stepped-up shooting schedule, production was completed in 6 weeks, but Elvis was not released until his contractual deadline a full 2 weeks later. He occupied much of the time in Palm Springs, where he had rented a house at the Colonel's suggestion just a week before the movie began. He needed a getaway retreat, Colonel told him, somewhere that he and Priscilla and 1 or 2 of the boys could just relax and get away from it all. The house that they found at 1350 Ladera Circle was just around the corner from the one that William Morris furnished to the Colonel, a brand-new ultra-modern structure. The design incorporated glass and peanut-brittle stonework to inscribe 4 perfect circles on 3 levels, boasted a 1962 squib in Look magazine, built by Palm Springs developer Robert Alexander, originally as a residence for his family. It had a tennis court, a waterfall, a freestanding fireplace in the living room, and best of all, a wing that could serve as a private apartment for Elvis, with entry only from the outside off the circular pool. With neighbors like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Bob Hope, and Bing Crosby, not to mention studio heads and powerful behind-the-scenes figures like William Morris founder Abe Lastfogel and Hal Wallace himself, it might have seemed that Elvis was at last joining the Hollywood establishment. With the exception of shopping sprees and occasional trips to the Spa Hotel, where the Colonel took his daily steam bath, however, he kept as much to himself in Palm Springs as he did in Bel Air. Indeed, he appeared more comfortable with the policeman who worked the security detail at his house, or the air-conditioning servicemen who installed a powerful hotel-sized unit to keep the temperature at the meat locker chill that Elvis preferred, than he did with the movie town high society all around him. In fact, he felt more estranged from Hollywood than ever, as he stoically endured a movie that no one seemed to want to make, and faced the inescapable conclusion that, after all these years, to these people, he was nothing more than a joke. Most of the time he just followed directions. He had learned long ago that it was all about finding your mark, and then just having whatever fun there was to be had along the way. But even the fun was drying up. He was sick of all the turmoil around him, he confessed to Diamata on one of his still frequent visits to the Self-Realization Center on Mount Washington. He was sick of all the infighting that was increasingly coming to dominate his life. RCA had sent him a telegram on August 30th, renewing the option that had not been scheduled to be picked up for another year and a half. Because of our confidence in you, we decided not to wait until 1968, it read in part. Your complete cooperation and understanding over the last 11 years has been most sincerely appreciated. He supposed that that was good. It was, as Colonel pointed out, a form of insurance, but he was as aware as anyone that his records still were not selling as they should. Love Letters from the May session got no higher than number 19 and failed to sell 500,000 copies. His movies were not doing any business, and although the old man continued to keep up a good front, you could see that even he was beginning to wonder. All this seemed only to exacerbate the tensions within the group. There was jealousy on every side, and Priscilla's growing role at Rocca and the new Palm Springs house just inflamed those tensions. Marty in particular raged at the way that Joe and Joni alone were included in the Palm Springs plans every weekend, and that the two couples seemed to socialize with each other more and more, even joining the Colonel and Mrs. Parker for Sunday dinner on occasion. Marty and Joe were barely speaking to each other at this point. Red and Sonny set themselves apart. Alan had gone home to be with his father, who was gravely ill, and Marty and Priscilla were squabbling all the time. Meanwhile, the Colonel had stepped up his campaign against Larry. It was finally out in the open now, and where Elvis might once have spoken up in Larry's defense, now he no longer seemed to have either the energy or the belief for battle. One time in Palm Springs, the Colonel got Elvis to tell Larry that the beard that he was growing was an embarrassment to the Colonel and Hal Wallace. They had seen Larry in the swimming pool at the Spa Hotel, Elvis dutifully reported, and Colonel said that when you stood up in the pool, you looked just like John the Baptist. Another time, Larry was convinced. Colonel tried to set him up by having a mutual acquaintance who was homosexual ask Larry out to dinner and then hit on him. The inclusion of the musical number Yoga Is As Yoga Does, which Elvis performed as a duet in Easy Come, Easy Go, was no accident, Larry felt, but intended rather as a direct insult to Elvis's and Larry's beliefs. But Elvis went ahead and recorded it anyway. Only after the scene in which it was included was shot did Elvis finally react. It was then, in Larry's account, that Elvis stormed into his trailer shouting, "That son of a bitch, he knows, and he did it. He told those damn writers what to do, and he's making me do this." The final indignity, according to Larry, came when the Colonel invited Larry and his family to visit for the first time at his home in Palm Springs. There he entertained Larry and his wife Stevie, treated the kids to ice cream, and put on what Larry deemed a good, if somewhat puzzling, show of sociability. Upon their return to Los Angeles, however, I saw that the back door was open, 2 large garbage cans had been upended, and trash was strewn throughout the house, along with human urine and feces. My initial impression was that a thief had broken in, but when I looked around, I could see that most of our portable valuables were still there. Only a reel-to-reel tape, along with some tapes Sister Diamata had made for me, my files containing palm prints and numerological and astrological charts on Elvis and other friends were missing. In addition, all of Larry's clothes had been taken, except for his underwear. Although there could certainly have been other explanations, Larry was led to one inescapable conclusion. When he shared it with Elvis, our eyes met and he looked away. Shaking his head, he kept repeating, "Damn, damn." Then he stared me straight in the eye, his way of telling me things he couldn't articulate. After a moment he said, "Lawrence, it's a dangerous fucking world." Whether or not he actually believed the Colonel would orchestrate so blatant an attack, and it seems as unlikely that Elvis would have believed this literally as that the Colonel, with his fine regard for legality and his almost compulsive need in all of his affairs to dot all his I's and cross all his T's, would have left himself exposed in this manner, he had his own reasons for mistrusting his manager. He was sick of being caught up in the petty politics of the business, and he was angry at Colonel for not protecting him better. There was nothing in the contractual arrangements that should have permitted either the studio or the record company to take their pound of flesh. As the days dragged on, and he realized that Wallace wasn't going to release him anytime soon, he grew increasingly sullen, and even as he accepted the old man's invitation to spend Thanksgiving with him and Mrs. Parker in the desert, he seethed inside. This was not the kind of life he had set out to lead. The Colonel, for his part, kept his thoughts largely to himself, except in those rarest of moments when he might let down his guard a little with a close business associate whom he could rely upon never to break the trust. There were problems, he confessed to Roger Davis, the 43-year-old William Morris attorney, who had been delegated an increasing amount of Elvis Presley business as some of the more senior agents either phased out or concentrated on handling just a few old-timers' accounts. The Colonel would say to me, "I'm having trouble with the boy." You see, he couldn't control him anymore. I said, "What's the matter?" And he said, "Well, he's changing, you know. He's not the way he used to be." They finally arrived home on November 29th, just after Spin Out opened nationally. It wasn't doing any real business, and the title track never rose above number 40 on the charts, but Elvis was still in a pretty good mood as they got closer to Memphis. Just outside Little Rock, they picked up George on WHBQ's 560 radio frequency. He was playing the country tearjerker Green Green Grass of Home by Tom Jones, whom they all liked, and Elvis stopped the bus and had one of the guys call George and ask him to play the song again. Note: most of the sources differ on where the song was first actually heard, and Red West points out with some acerbity that he had brought the song to Elvis in Jerry Lee Lewis's version the year before, but Elvis either failed to pay attention or simply forgot. End of note. When they got a little further down the road, Elvis put in another call, and this kept up the rest of the way to Memphis, with George dedicating each play to Elvis and all the boys, and Elvis growing visibly more affected by the song's portrait of a condemned man's imagined reunion with his loved ones and the idealized small-town life he has forever left behind. Everyone got a good laugh out of the incident, except for Red, who had brought Elvis the song the year before and been told by Elvis it was far too country for him to even consider recording. When they finally arrived at Graceland in the usual caravan, the nativity scene was illuminated, the house was alight, and, just as in the song, everyone was outside to greet them as they drove around the circle honking their horns. End of Side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 244. Elvis immediately went upstairs to survey the renovation of his quarters, which Marty's brother-in-law Bernie had once again supervised. He came back down with a broad smile. It was beautiful, he pronounced. He loved the black and red Spanish motif of the walls, and Bernie had upholstered the ceiling with green naugahyde, with 2 television sets embedded in the material at an angle so he could just look up and watch from his bed. Unfortunately, the redecorating had led to further financial strain between Bernie and Vernon, who was overseeing the work, and accusations had once again been made and names called. When Marty came back the following day, he thought he would be in line for more compliments, but instead, in front of a couple of the other guys, Elvis started screaming, calling my whole family names. At first I was going to let it slide, but then he started getting really nasty, and it burnt a hole in me. I got up and I said, "Hey, fuck you, and fuck your father, and fuck your whole goddamn family. You don't talk about my family that way. They haven't done anything but good here, and you can kiss my damn ass." I was so upset that I took 3 sleeping pills and stayed in bed for 3 days. It was a somewhat cheerless season around Graceland. Elvis made his usual Christmas contributions to virtually every Memphis charity of every color and denomination, bringing his total up to $105,000 over the course of the year. On December 15th, he gave George Klein a new canary yellow Cadillac convertible, and then arranged for George to give his old Impala to Tankers fan club president Gary Pepper's father, Sterling, now a guard at Graceland. Alan's father was dying of cancer, and Elvis visited him at the hospital several times. They went to the movies most nights, but Elvis spent a good deal of time by himself upstairs, and his generally autumnal mood was reflected in an interview with Jim Kingsley of the Commercial Appeal at this time. He liked to read, he told Kingsley, mainly religious works and medical textbooks, and he listened to gospel music a lot. He recalled one time in 1954 when he and Scotty and Bill had played a club date outside of Shreveport just before Christmas, and then were stopped for speeding on the way home. It was cold, and I was sleepy. I woke up and the officer asked, "Who are you?" "Elvis Presley, a singer." The officer looked puzzled. Of course, he had never heard of me. Hardly anyone had. I thought, here goes my Christmas money for a traffic ticket. But the officer let us go with a warning. I gave a big sigh of relief. After the officer left, the 3 of us got out of the car and counted our money by the car headlights. The money was mostly in dollar bills. Man, that was the most money I ever had in my pockets at one time. I blew the whole bundle the next day for Christmas presents. There is a lot of difference in Christmases today and when we were growing up in East Tupelo. But honestly, I can't say these are any better. We are just in a better position to spend, but that's not the important thing. It's the friendships and the devotion that really count. Everything is so dreamy when you are young. After you grow up, it kind of becomes just real. What finally distracted him were the horses. First he decided to get one for Priscilla. Next he asked Jerry Schilling if Jerry would mind his buying Sandy a horse so Priscilla would have someone to ride with. And then he got one for himself. After that he decided everybody should have a horse, and there was a flurry of activity around Graceland as the old barn was renovated. Elvis bulldozed the little house out back where Billy and his family had once lived so that they could have a riding ring, and he started buying farm equipment at Sears and fancy saddles and western wear at the Ben Howell and Son Saddlery in Whitehaven. Elvis would go out in the barn every day and every night, Marty noted with approval. This barn, which he called House of the Rising Sun, a pun on the name of his horse, hadn't been used in years. He fixed up a little office for himself and wrote the names of the horses on the stalls with a big red marking pen. He'd write notes to himself like, "What I'm going to buy tomorrow," and "What I'm going to do tomorrow," and he would clean up the barn and buy new tack. He just loved it. He took in his Aunt Delta, Vernon's sister, after her husband, Pat Biggs, died of a heart attack. Not everyone liked Delta. Even Elvis's cousin Billy Smith conceded that she had a horrible temper and she drank too much. But Pat, a former nightclub owner and big-time gambler, had always been one of Elvis's favorite relatives, someone who encouraged him to believe in himself, and as a result, according to Billy, he felt like he needed to take Delta in. He set her up in the former maid's quarters by the kitchen, put her in charge of Grandma, and made sure that the funeral arrangements allowed everyone in the household, including the cooks and the maids, to attend. All of a sudden, it was starting to seem as if Elvis was reestablishing control, with the horses and the home improvements, with the decisiveness that he showed in taking charge of Pat Biggs's funeral and finding a place for his aunt. The guys all felt like they were beginning to see the old Elvis again, and it became open season on Larry. Just as the Colonel seemed to have sensed his new vulnerability, the guys gave Larry a harder time than ever, first for failing to share their enthusiasm for the cowboy life, then with renewed jibes at Lawrence of Israel and the Wandering Jew. Priscilla barely bothered to conceal her contempt, and while Elvis tried to make it right with Larry and explain her actions, just as he had tried to indicate his private disapproval of the Colonel's, he did nothing to stop them. Larry felt more and more left out by all this macho posturing, and now Elvis was talking about getting married. It was something about which he clearly continued to feel a deep, almost physical ambivalence. Some months earlier, he had asked jeweler Harry Levitch to make up a set of rings, but then had him keep them at the store. I put them in the safe, and something like 6 months went by and nothing happened, so I asked Elvis, "Did you change your mind?" And he said, "No, I just can't make up my mind. It's a big step, Mr. Levitch." He confided his misgivings to Larry, too. More than once, Elvis remarked, "Look at Jesus, he never married." And I don't think that this necessarily pointed to a Christ complex, although certainly Elvis suffered from that to a degree. But at age 32, Elvis sensed that a real marriage involved commitments he wasn't sure he could meet. Rumors had been circulating for months, though, and Elvis had been getting clear signals from Priscilla, not to mention her father, about the promises he had made. The Colonel, too, was urging him to fulfill his obligations, and even if no one had said anything to him, he knew what he had to do. So just before Christmas he proposed. He came to a room with his old boyish grin on his face, and his hands were behind his back. "Sit down, Satnin, and close your eyes." I did. When I opened my eyes, I found Elvis on his knees before me, holding a small black velvet box. I opened the box to find the most beautiful diamond ring I'd ever seen. It was 3.5 carats, encircled by a row of smaller diamonds, which were detachable. I could wear them separately. "We're going to be married," Elvis said. "I told you I'd know when the time was right." They showed the ring to Vernon and Grandma, but Elvis said they should wait to inform her parents. He wanted to tell her father in person. Every day and night they would go riding en masse, and afterward they would all huddle together in the barn, in smaller or larger groups, conferring about the horses, talking about necessary improvements and repairs, just enjoying each other's company. For the first time in a long time, there was a sense of a future to be shared, and a feeling on almost everyone's part that they were embarked on a common enterprise. It wasn't like the slot cars, long since abandoned after Marty and Red got into an argument over the performance of their respective cars. This was different somehow, reminiscent of the good times they had had before Larry Geller ever came along. To Jerry Schilling, who had joined only in the aftermath of Larry's arrival and Joe's brief period of exile, it was just really fun. We'd sit out in the barn talking until the sun came up. It was really like a family. Elvis's new deal with the Colonel went into effect on the first business day of the new year. They had initially spoken of it on the phone several weeks before, and the way that Colonel explained it, everything would just go on as it always had. The Colonel would continue to take care of business with Elvis as his only client. Note: the Colonel's letter to Elvis, January 2nd, 1967, refers to our understanding on the telephone a few weeks ago, though this may have been more in the nature of a legalism, since the letter was the official agreement, along with a brief note to RCA from Elvis of the same date, authorizing the new Management Commission. End of note. The only difference was the new contract would recognize for the first time in businesslike fashion that Elvis was his only client, that they had formed, without ever really explicitly acknowledging the fact, a kind of partnership, and that what was called for now was a partnership agreement. Colonel would go on taking his 25% management fee on all existing contracts and on all future contract guarantees as well, but that managerial split would apply only to the flat payments that derived from those contracts. For example, if Elvis were contracted to MGM for a picture for which he was to receive $750,000 plus 50% of the profits, Colonel would take his normal 25% management fee on that portion of the deal that represented salary, but on the profits there would be a 50-50 split, since, in essence, with all the work Colonel put into publicity and promotion on the picture, its success represented really a joint venture. Similarly, on the current RCA deal, the $300,000 annual payment was subject to the usual 25% commission, but any additional payments or profits beyond that guaranteed amount would be split 50-50. There were various minor permutations as set forth in letters that went out under Elvis's signature to RCA and William Morris. Future profits from past film ventures would be split on the new 50-50 basis. Merchandising, of course, was as always a 50-50 deal, and publishing remained unchanged. But the basic principle was a simple one, the embrace of a partnership concept that, as Colonel Parker explained it, had evolved over the years to the point that it existed in all but fully recognized contractual fact. It was a partnership that existed in far more than contractual fact. Managers, since time immemorial, have sought financial advantage through the kind of partnerships joint ventures, and side deals on which it might have been thought the Colonel wrote the book. Popular soprano Kate Smith's manager, Ted Collins, for example, had created a partnership with his client in 1930 and maintained it for over 33 years. And Patti Page and her manager, Jack Rayl, had had a 50-50 deal since her early days of stardom. Even Bob Dylan, who in 1967 might have seemed the antithesis of Elvis Presley in terms of music business expertise and cultural sophistication, appears to have permitted similar opportunities for self-aggrandizement to his manager, Albert Grossman, who, like the Colonel, took a 25% manager's share, but, probably unbeknownst to his client, received a 50% share of the publishing from the firm to which he first brought the Dylan song catalog. To say that a practice is not without precedent does not, of course, condone it, but the Colonel had reasons of his own to seek a modification of terms at this juncture. The most compelling had to do with the notorious unpredictability of the business, compounded by the increasing unpredictability of his single client. If he was going to tie his future and devote all of his considerable energies to one performer, there was little question in his mind that he should be getting some equity too, and he didn't hide his thinking either from his client or from anyone else with whom he did business. For all of his reputation for deviousness among those who chose not to listen to what he was saying, in certain respects he could be the most straightforward of men, and what he was looking for now, perfectly straightforwardly, was some kind of insurance. At 56, he didn't know how many years he had left. His own health was not so good, his wife Marie's worse. If Mr. Presley wanted to take off in new and unproven directions, that was up to him, of course, but Colonel, for all of the relative simplicity of his living arrangements, had never pretended to aspire to the ascetic life. He enjoyed Palm Springs, he liked the comforts of the spa hotel steam room, he had come to appreciate the company of the rich and famous, and he felt he had earned his place among them. Perhaps the most compelling element of his thinking stemmed from the philosophy embodied in the title of the book he was always threatening to write. How much does it cost if it's free? Nothing was worth anything unless you placed a value on it. His services, he felt without any self-consciousness whatsoever, were worth 50%. Elvis would have had no problem assenting to that proposition, and he indicated no compunction about signing the agreement. If it made the old man happy, then he was happy. Marty and the others could grumble and act like they knew what was going on, but only he and his father really knew what it took to sustain this kind of enterprise, how much faith Colonel had shown, not just at the beginning of his career, when everyone else said he was a flash in the pan, but during those dark days when he was in the Army, and only the Colonel's ingenious schemes could sustain not just the business, but Elvis's own faith in himself. Colonel had outwitted the sharpest Hollywood operators, and he had never become like them. There were no phony Hollywood affectations or social hypocrisies, no apologies for who he was or where he came from. The one obligation that he acknowledged was to show up and do the job, and in that he made no more demands of his star than he did of himself. When, in the wake of their new arrangement, Colonel revamped the agreement with RCA to extend through 1980, with the guaranteed payment of $300,000 a year extending only through 1970, and subsequently reduced to $200,000 a year for the next 5 years of the contract, 1 year beyond the term of the option that had been picked up in August, and nothing for the last 5, Elvis never questioned the basis for the revision, but instead sent telegrams to RCA expressing his gratitude that it will be at least 1980 before there is a divorce, and declaring his faith that by then we will have such a large catalog family that it will be cheaper to stay together. His wire to the Colonel simply acknowledged the greatest snowman on earth, seemingly taking as much delight in his mentor's exploits as the Colonel did himself. Others could talk, and might well have pointed out that the new agreement actually reduced the guaranteed payment schedule substantially, thereby allowing Colonel's profit-sharing to kick in that much earlier, if they had known any of the details of the deal. But they did not, and it was by intent that Elvis chose to leave them out of the picture. This was his secret life, if he could be said to have a secret life at all. He didn't need to scrutinize the fine points of a contract to know that he was being fairly dealt with. 2 days after the RCA transaction went through, Colonel delivered a deal memo for another Allied artist's picture, this one to be made in 1968, at a salary of $900,000. Note, though this elicited another tribute to the #1 potentate of all time from Elvis, the deal itself never actually went through. End of note. Elvis never doubted that there was something in it for the Colonel, but there was plenty in it for him, too. Besides, his mind was elsewhere. The number of horses had quickly outstripped the number of stalls, and when Red ran down Elvis in the field one day playing out a Wild West scenario, it was apparent that Graceland's 13 3/4 acres had grown too small. Note: information on the actual number varies somewhat, but hovers around 16, with only 8 stalls available at Graceland. Eventually, the number of horses on the ranch grew to around 30. End of note. At the same time, it was equally apparent that nothing was going to discourage Elvis's zeal for acquisition, and he just kept purchasing more horses and more equipment until one day, as they were returning from a horse-buying trip in Mississippi, he and Priscilla spotted an immaculately maintained 160-acre cattle ranch called Twinkletown Farm, with a lighted 65-foot-high white cross overlooking a small man-made lake outside of Walls, Mississippi, just across the state line. Not long afterward, they were out driving with Alan Fortis and a couple of the guys when Fortis spotted a for sale sign on the property. They turned around to read the sign and then drove out to the Twinkletown Airport, where Jack Adams, the ranch owner and one of the biggest used aircraft salesmen in the world, had his headquarters. Ever the canny businessman, Elvis sent Alan in to inquire about the property. The idea was that if the owner knew it was for Elvis Presley, the price would immediately be jacked up, but Alan barely had time to introduce himself before here comes Elvis walking in the door. Shit. Well, Adams was a smooth operator and a good salesman, and he said, "Look, don't ask me how much I want for it. I'll give you the keys. Why don't you just spend the night?" Elvis said, "But we got horses." He said, "Bring your horses down. Get everybody. Keep the place as long as you want. Then if you like it, we can talk." So we haul the horses down there, sit around, party all night, like typical cattlemen. Next day, Elvis wakes up. He said, "Alan, that was the best night's sleep I ever had in my life. Let's go buy this goddamn place." I said, "Elvis," he said, "go buy it." So I called Mr. Adams, and he said, "I'll take so much for this and so much for that, and that includes everything, the cattle, the house, the furnishings, and everything, except a few personal items and some clothes." I said, "Okay, I'll call you back," and I went and told Elvis. Now, I had had some experience in real estate. I knew we could beat him down. But Elvis just said, "Look, goddammit, how much does he want?" I told him. He said, "Ask him how long it will take to get his stuff out of there." I called Mr. Adams back, and he said, "About 15 minutes." I said, "Elvis wants to buy it." And that was it. No negotiating, nothing. On February 8th, he put down a deposit of $5,000 against the sale price of $437,000. Within a week, he had purchased at least 5 pickup trucks and a '63 Cadillac, and by the time the deed was filed on February 22nd, he had bought more than 24 vehicles, half a dozen house trailers, and 6 horse vans, not to mention numerous tractors, miscellaneous ranch equipment, septic tanks and water lines, and a quarter-mile of temporary plywood fencing, which would have to serve until the $12,000 8-foot-high wooden fence that he had contracted for could be built. In all, he managed to pay out well over $100,000 in approximately 2 weeks, an orgy of spending that seemed to momentarily pacify Elvis, but horrified Vernon, who was sure that they were all going to end up in the poorhouse. According to Priscilla, who was no more sanguine about Elvis's spendthrift ways, but found it easier to act like a good sport, Vernon literally begged him to stop, but Elvis said, "I'm having fun, Daddy, for the first time in ages. I've got a hobby, something I look forward to getting up in the morning for." He was having fun. He liked it when everyone was together, Priscilla observed, and he got upset when they wanted to leave. He named one of the new horses Mayor Ingram, for the Memphis mayor who kept trying to name a building or a highway after him. His latest effort, to call the Mid-South Coliseum the Elvis Presley Coliseum, shot down by a unanimous vote of the city commission. This civic endeavor would not bear fruit until 1972, when a section of Highway 51 South, running by Graceland, was officially christened Elvis Presley Boulevard. He named the ranch the Flying Circle G, and put its brand, the letter G with a pair of wings, on every horse, every piece of livestock, and every pickup truck on the property. It wasn't unusual, Priscilla noted, to see him walking around the property, knocking on doors, waking everyone up, or checking on the horses in the early morning hours. He was having a ball, and there were days he didn't even want to take time out to eat. He'd walk around with a loaf of bread under his arm in case hunger pangs struck. On Sundays we had picnics, and all the girls chipped in on potluck. We rode horses, held skeet shooting contests, and combed the lake for turtles and snakes. There was fun, laughter, and a lot of camaraderie. Out of that spirit of camaraderie, he got the idea of deeding over an acre apiece to each of the guys. After all, if it was a commune in spirit, why shouldn't it be a commune in fact? He went so far as to draw up plans with Marty, but Vernon quickly put a stop to that. Vernon had always fancied himself a gentleman rancher, and if he could have restrained some of his son's excesses, he might have come to enjoy the role. But he was as helpless to control him as anybody else, and when he contacted the Colonel for advice, Colonel could offer nothing more than the familiar bromide that Elvis would soon tire of his new plaything. In desperation, he even tried to enlist Joe. Vernon is coming to me and saying, "Joe, he's spending too much money." I tried to tell him, and he said, "Hey, I'll get more if I need it. You've got to tell him." So I talked to Elvis. I said, "What are you doing with all this stuff?" Went on, and he said, "It's okay, I want it now." Sometimes he'd listen, sometimes he wouldn't. Sometimes he'd just get mad. He'd say, "You don't like it? There's the fucking door." Every day, according to Alan Fortis, was like the last day. To Mike McGregor, a saddle maker and rodeo rider, whom Elvis had met the previous month while buying riding apparel and equipment at the Western Wear Shop on Mill Branch, then put on salary to help take care of the horses, it was an experience never to be repeated. Mike told Elvis straight off that he couldn't work on Sundays because he had church, but Elvis said that was fine, as long as he could feed the horses first thing Sunday morning. He was very thoughtful and very much a gentleman. He never told me, "Go get this horse." He always asked me, did I have time to get him? I can never remember the man giving me a direct order. One of the fun times on the ranch was when it snowed down there, and they took the tractors and sleds and drove around and tore them up. One night one of the cows had a calf, and they were so excited everyone had to go see the calf. When one of the horses had a colt, you would have thought it was royalty. For Jerry Schilling, on the other hand, it was a deeper, darker dream, a dream of almost Edenic innocence and loss. It was really beautiful at first. Sandy and I had a little trailer in front of the lake. It was the first real place of our own that we ever had. You'd wake up in the morning, the horses would be drinking out of the lake, Elvis and Priscilla would ride over, and we'd go for a ride, then have breakfast. But then Elvis got really busy, and it lost that overall good feeling. It got so competitive with all the trailers and trucks, who got this, who got that. And it got to the point where you began to feel that Elvis was just caught up in it. There was all this buying and giving with no real meaning behind it. Looking back on it, I have to think drugs were a part of it. I guess the climax came when Elvis showed up at our trailer one night. It was 2 a.m. and pouring down rain, and he's standing in the doorway looking like an old cowboy, rain pouring off his hat, just standing there with a loaf of bread in his hands. He told me he needed to go somewhere. "I need you to go with me." We ended up going to the house of this pharmacist back in Whitehaven that we knew. Elvis just wanted to fill a prescription. Whether it was Darvon or Tuinol or Dexamil or Placidils, I don't know. The pharmacist didn't really care. I guess he should have, but I mean, this was Elvis Presley. The point was, Elvis didn't even make any excuses. And up till then, he had always been pretty secretive with the heavyweight stuff around me, like he didn't want me to know. That was when I thought it started to change. Things once again had begun to get out of control. All of a sudden, Elvis was incommunicado to the Colonel. The session for his upcoming picture, Clambake, had been moved to Nashville for the convenience of the star, but when it took place on February 21st, the star flew back to the ranch after the first night and didn't even bother to show up on the second. Red, who had once again picked all the songs, covered for him, telling the music director that Elvis had a cold and doing the scratch vocals, which Elvis overdubbed on the third night, wearing a cowboy outfit and chaps. It was just a few days until his scheduled departure for California, and Colonel was getting increasingly worried. He was frustrated with Marty, who had sunk into a miasma of pills and sullen non-communication, and he finally fired off a letter to Mr. Lacker, effectively relieving him of his co-foreman duties. He knew all about the weight gain from Joe, and he was furious when Elvis finally worked up the nerve to tell him what he had suspected the boy was going to inform him of all along, that he needed more time, that he wasn't feeling well, that he would not be able to report for pre-production on schedule on March 3rd. Note: according to Joe, the Colonel called one day and said, "We're going to get sued. The picture is not going to be made, and we're going to have to give all the money back." End of note. "This would have to stop," the Colonel thundered in reply. The movie companies had a great deal of money invested in their product, and little patience with stars who took that money and then didn't deliver on their promises. He would have to obtain a doctor's certificate if he intended to postpone filming. That was how Dr. George Nicopolis first came into the picture. On Sunday, February 26th, Elvis tried to contact his regular physician, but when he was not available, George Klein's girlfriend, Barbara Little, who was out at the ranch for the weekend with George, suggested Dr. Nick, one of the physicians in the medical group for which she worked. Nicopolis, the 39-year-old son of Greek immigrants who operated a restaurant in Anniston, Alabama, had graduated from Vanderbilt Medical School after completing all the coursework for a Ph.D. in clinical physiology at the University of Tennessee in Memphis. In 1963, he had moved to Memphis permanently to take a position with the medical group, a consortium of physicians offering patients a full range of interlocking specialties. A soft-spoken man and a good athlete, he had played tailback on the Sewanee football team at 150 pounds. He had a modest, self-effacing manner and a nice appearance, with a full head of white hair, making his otherwise youthful looks particularly striking. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know the kind of illness or what the problem was, but when I got there, he was complaining about saddle sores. They had been riding the last couple of days, and he was supposed to be in L.A. to do a shoot. Well, after I saw him, it seemed like his saddle sores were not all that bad. I think he just wanted to stay home for a few days. So we spent more time chit-chatting than treating his saddle sores. My first impression of him was that he was very polite, very humble. He was very respectful. In fact, during our whole relationship, he never called me by my first name. It was always Dr. Nick or Dr. Nicopolis. And he would always raise hell with anybody that he interpreted as being disrespectful toward me in that regard. That night, he seemed kind of depressed and lonely. He just wanted to talk. Even with everybody that was out there, to me he just sort of remained a lonely person. It seemed like they didn't have new things to talk about. Everything was old hat. Of course, he liked to talk about medicines and the PDR, and what kind of symptoms do you get with this and what have you. I was amazed at how much he had educated himself. Anyway, I gave him some ointments to use on the sore places, and then he asked me if I could stop by his house and check on his grandmother on the way back. She had been sick with a cold, and she had heart trouble, too, so I said okay, I'd stop by and check her out. Well, while I was there, one of the guys called for Elvis and said he had forgotten to ask me something. Could I come back out to the ranch? I said, can't we just talk about it over the telephone? And whoever I was talking to came back and said, he'd like for you to come back out if you would. So I went back out there. It was about a 15-minute ride, and we talked about nothing, really. He just wanted to talk. And he gave me something else he wanted me to do at the house on the way back into town, so I stopped back by the house and had another phone call from him. I played this game 3 times, and I wasn't very happy about it, but I called the colonel and got a letter off. The colonel questioned me pretty closely. You sure he can't do this? You know, as soon as he gets back in Memphis, he likes to hang around. We've got everything set up, the crews and everything. He needs to be here. And I said I really didn't feel like he was going to be able to do it. There was a lot of action in the movie, and I felt like he might have some difficulty. The conversation left the colonel fuming, but there was nothing to be done about it. He got the studio to revise their schedule, pushing back the start of pre-production to the following Monday, March 6th, but he continued to worry that things were falling apart. He had thought that Elvis would come to his senses, with Larry out of favor and things finally worked out with the girl. There were problems within the organization, to be sure. Some of the boys were no longer capable of pulling their weight. Allen, of whom Colonel was genuinely fond, was going to have to be left behind in Mississippi because of his drug problems, and Mr. Lacker's usefulness was plainly at an end, and this ranch business was going to have to be addressed if it did not swiftly run its course. But more than that, he needed an excuse to get matters out in the open with Elvis once and for all, and in a way that would assure him of the boy's attention, because things couldn't go on like this much longer. Elvis arrived in California on Sunday, March 5th. On the 6th, he reported to the studio for wardrobe fitting as planned, and that evening completed most of the one vocal overdub that remained to be done at Thorne Nogar's Annex studio. Everything seemed normal except for his weight, which was going to necessitate some costume changes. On Thursday, though, when Joe came to pick him up to go to the studio, there was clearly something wrong. The guys were just sitting around, and Elvis was nowhere in sight. He had staggered in woozily a few minutes earlier, they reported to Joe, and told them he had fallen during the night. He had hit his head on the bathtub and thought he might need to see a doctor, but they had simply gotten him back to bed and were waiting for Joe to take command. Joe called the Colonel right away. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that it was the pills, and when Colonel arrived, he closeted himself with Elvis in the bedroom, then came out looking grim, and arranged for Elvis's regular physician, Dr. M.E. Gorson, and a radiologist, Dr. George Ellerding, to come over with portable X-ray equipment. Then he lit into the guys. What was the matter with them, he demanded. What did they think their job was? Why did they let him get this way? Someone was going to have to be with Elvis 24 hours a day, even if they had to go to the bathroom with him. From now on, he declared, things were going to be different around here. The doctor's report was not so bad. Elvis had suffered a minor concussion. No evidence of fracture could be identified. Additional X-rays of the cervical spine indicated no fracture there either, though there was considerable limitation of motion due to muscle spasming. He was, in other words, bruised and in a good deal of pain, but with rest he should be fine. Everyone was looking daggers at Larry as Colonel announced that he wanted all of Elvis's books removed forthwith. And don't you dare bring him another one. 2 days later, Colonel called a series of meetings at which Elvis was present. First he met with Joe, then he met with Marty, whom he informed officially that he was no longer co-foreman, that he would no longer be writing checks, and that he would in future be in charge of special projects. Although he went on to say that the first of these special projects was to be the upcoming wedding, for Marty this was little consolation. I thought it was a joke, because the Colonel and Joe had already planned the wedding. He looked over at Elvis, but Elvis wouldn't look back at him. To see Elvis acting that way, and to hear this old fat bastard spewing edicts like he was Elvis's ruler, just made me sick. In fact, it destroyed my desire to be part of the group. To the rest of the guys, Colonel simply laid down the law. With Elvis sitting there, he announced that there were going to be some big changes. From now on, they would not be going to Mr. Presley with their personal problems and concerns. If they had any concerns they needed to address, they would go to Mr. Esposito, who was now the sole person in charge, and he would take care of them. Some of you, he said, looking at Larry, think maybe he's Jesus Christ, who should wear robes and walk down the street helping people, but that's not who he is. Note, it should be noted that Larry places this meeting 2 weeks after the incident, though nearly everyone else has it occurring in the immediate aftermath of Elvis's fall. End of note. There were going to be economies as well. Some salaries and expenses were going to have to be cut. Mr. Presley couldn't afford to just throw his money away, and everyone was going to have to earn his keep. For the present, everyone would remain on payroll, but when they got back to Memphis, some of them would probably be let go. It's nothing personal, Colonel declared. It's just business. In addition, he said, with another meaningful glance at Larry, there would be no more discussions of religion, there would be no more books, and if anyone didn't like it, they knew where the door was. Larry felt sick. Throughout Parker's tirade, Elvis never looked at me once. On the other hand, there was an aspect of it that didn't surprise him. I knew this wasn't Elvis. I mean, obviously it was Elvis, but he looked very strange, as if he were under the influence of something, and there's no doubt in my mind that he was drugged. His eyes were glazed, haunted-looking, and I don't think it's any coincidence that Elvis's descent into experimenting with the next level of psychoactive medication, very heavy downers and synthetic narcotics, followed his recovery. Afterward, everyone was in a state of shock. Jerry Schilling, sure that the Colonel had been looking directly at him while he was speaking about cutbacks, was already packing his suitcase when Elvis walked into his room and reassured him, he wasn't talking about you. Billy, too, took it very personally. I thought I was going to be one of the ones terminated, or if not terminated, I knew I'd have to quit, because me and my wife Jo were getting an apartment in California, and with cutting down on expenses there wouldn't be any rent money for the ones who wanted to stay. He offered Elvis his resignation, but once again Elvis reacted with surprise. He said, "Why?" I said, "Because I can't afford to keep a home in Memphis and an apartment out here." Elvis said, "That doesn't apply to you. You'll get your apartment out here and it'll be paid for." Clambake started up 2 weeks later under familiar enough auspices, but true to the Colonel's instructions, Larry was no longer allowed to spend any time in private with Elvis. Haircutting sessions, once the occasion for grand philosophical discussions, were now limited to half-hour time periods that were strictly chaperoned. Hostility from the guys reached new and undisguised heights, and Elvis didn't even bother to indicate secret sympathy. "You know," he said to Larry one day out of the blue, "those masters of yours have hidden motives. They're trying to control people's minds and use them for their own damn purposes." The atmosphere on the set was one of almost enforced gaiety. Once again there were practical jokes, cherry bombs, cream pie, and water balloon fights, with even the director, Arthur Nadell, getting into the act. It was like a staged remembrance of things past, but there was a wistful note, too, that did not escape some members of the cast. And it hardly seemed coincidental that Elvis kept listening to a single album over and over throughout the filming, a collection of song lyrics recited in heavily accented English by the French actor Charles Boyer. The album was titled "Where Does Love Go?" and the fully orchestrated arrangements were as lushly romantic as Boyer's recitations, with melancholy spoken versions of "What Now, My Love?", Edith Piaf's "La Vie en Rose", Charles Aznavour's "Venice Blue", and "When the World Was Young." Elvis's favorite song by far was "Softly As I Leave You," a dying man's profession of love for his wife, and he gave the album to various members of the cast and crew while playing it again and again for the guys, who could not understand what he saw in its morbid mood. Elvis and the Colonel, too, seemed back on the same old footing. To Bill Bixby, the second lead in the picture, who was meeting them both for the first time, they were like Frick and Frack when they'd get together. They really were. They were great put-on artists. The Colonel got me in on a mind-reading gag, and we worked it out with signals, Elvis and the Colonel and me. One of the guys would tell me a word that he was thinking of, and I'd never go near the Colonel, but he would get it with these indicators. It was a great way of entertaining ourselves. The Colonel still had serious obstacles to overcome. If there was one thing Colonel hated, it was to be on the defensive, but with all these recent downturns in business, and now this latest embarrassment, which all the studio heads were bound to hear about sooner or later, it was no longer possible simply to paper over some of the problems with which they were faced. He had movie contracts that carried them through 1968, maybe into 1969, but he didn't know what he could look forward to after that. He had gotten a taste of the new climate in which they would be operating when Paramount refused to release any money to him for the usual exploitation campaign on the final Hal Wallace picture, Easy Come, Easy Go, scheduled for Easter release. Wallace was embarrassed, but couldn't pry any money loose, and on February 20th, Colonel had angrily told Wallace's loyal lieutenant, Paul Nathan, that he wasn't going to do a goddamn thing for the picture. 3 days later, he found occasion to rethink his stance, as he informed Colonel Wallace in one of his masterful pieces of diplomatic correspondence. The average guy, he said, under these circumstances would simply pull out, but he was not the average guy. He knew that Wallace always honored his promises and non-promises, and he was convinced that in the end, Wallace would probably be overcome with a warm feeling of generosity towards the good old Colonel. He could count on the fact that any evidence of such generosity would be gratefully accepted by the Colonel, and it was, when Wallace and his partner, Joe Hazen, coughed up $3,500 from their personal funds. But Colonel was shaken nonetheless, and when Nathan wrote to Wallace in Spain after the film's opening, he underscored the legitimacy of the Colonel's concern. Obviously, the star is not as big an attraction as he was. Things were no more sanguine for Elvis at home. Marty, whom in a fit of remorse he had asked to be his best man, was at constant odds with Priscilla, who couldn't for the life of her understand why someone with such utter contempt for her should play so important a role in their wedding. Then, as if to make up for his own lapse of judgment, Elvis asked Joe to be co-best man, and he left it to Joe and Marty to work out the details. Billy Smith saw Elvis's behavior as increasingly erratic, though he was not sure of the underlying cause. More and more he saw his own role, and that of the other guys, as simply not to let things bother Elvis too much. But we had our work cut out for us, and it got to be more than most of us could handle. On March 15th, during the enforced film break, Jerry and Sandy got married in Las Vegas. Jerry had wanted to get married for some time, and he definitely considered himself to be engaged, but at the same time, he was very much aware of the less than subtle pressure he was getting from the Colonel, and he began to wonder if this might not have something to do with Elvis's evident reluctance to go through with the ceremony himself. He knew Colonel believed in marriage and propriety, and he accepted to a degree Colonel's professions of concern for his and Sandy's well-being, but still, he couldn't help but feel that his own marriage was designed in some respects as a trial run. It was only after Jerry's wedding that Elvis finally agreed to a date, as soon as the movie was over, and almost immediately Colonel started going to Las Vegas on weekends to tie up all the loose ends. Charlie Hodge drove him most of the time, and as they drove, Colonel would expound upon his thoughts about matrimony. "Now, Charlie," he said, waving his big cigar, "when you finally decide to get married, let me handle it." He shot an amused glance at me. "When are you going to get married?" "Not yet, Colonel," I said. "I'm still practicing." He laughed. "When you do decide, let me know," he said. "Charlie, we could make some money on it." "Make money?" I said. "On my own wedding?" He nodded. "Yes, we can. Now, you listen to the old Colonel." He outlined his plan as we sped along. "I'll rent a football stadium, and you and your bride will ride into the altar, located on the 50-yard line, on a pair of big elephants." He smiled and pulled out a fresh cigar. "We'll charge admission for it." I laughed. "Colonel, that's wild." He waved the cigar at me like a magic wand. "It's not wild. There's money in it. Now you listen to the old Colonel." He'd take me into the casinos with him when he wanted to gamble. I couldn't spend a dime of my own money. He knew I loved to gamble almost as much as he did. He'd sit down at a roulette wheel and start putting out chips for both of us. "Let's put a $25 chip on this square for you, Charlie," he'd say, "and some here, and here, and here." Whenever I won, it would be $200. The Colonel would say, "Now you'd better go wire Mrs. Parker some flowers." He winked. "Listen to the Colonel. Go wire Mrs. Parker some flowers when you win." Invitations were sent out under a veil of secrecy. Lamar and Allen were omitted simply because they were not part of the group that was in California. In addition to the guys on the movie, it was just family, plus Colonel and Mrs. Parker, George Klein, and, unaccountably, Elvis's jeweler Harry Levitch. Rona Barrett sniffed out the news on April 27th, stalking Joe and Joni in the local market, even as everyone was converging on Palm Springs. They flew out of Palm Springs in 2 chartered planes at around 2 o'clock Monday morning, May 1st, with Elvis and Priscilla taking Frank Sinatra's private jet. The engaged couple paid $15 for a marriage license at the Clark County Courthouse at 3 a.m., then drove to the Aladdin Hotel, a 400-room recreation of the English Tudor style across the street from Caesar's Palace, recently purchased by the Colonel's friend Milton Prell, who had previously owned the Sahara, where they always stayed. For the next few hours, they waited nervously in their suite until the Colonel finally indicated it was time, and then they were married in an 8-minute ceremony conducted by Nevada Supreme Court Justice David Zinoff that commenced at 11:41 a.m. Just before the ceremony was about to begin, Red went to Joe's room to find out when he and his wife Pat and the rest of the guys and their wives should get ready. With some embarrassment, Joe told him what he had just learned himself, that with the exception of the 2 best men and Elvis's cousin Billy, none of the guys or their wives were to be included in the actual ceremony. The wedding was scheduled to take place in the relatively confined space of Mr. Prell's private living quarters, and since there wasn't room for everyone, Colonel had decided the only way to avoid accusations of favoritism was for none of the guys to attend. They could all just go to the reception afterward. Red hit the roof. He had never made any secret of his feelings about Joe, but now he cursed him out as a chicken shit brown nose and came close to hitting him. What did Elvis know about all this? He demanded. The motherfucker didn't have any balls and never had. Red was fucked if he was going to attend the reception, if he wasn't welcome at the ceremony itself. This was the so-called friend whom Red had asked to be best man at his own wedding. He hadn't asked to be here, he had come at Elvis's invitation. And he hadn't brought his wife to be humiliated by some asshole who didn't have the guts to tell him what he needed to tell him face to face. Colonel just better stay out of his way. He would beat the shit out of that son of a bitch if he so much as saw him. Fuck him. Fuck Joe. Fuck Elvis. Fuck them all. He was finished with all this bullshit. The rest of them took it a little more diplomatically. There was the same feeling of resentment, there was the same sense of being let down, but mostly they put it on the Colonel, muting their disappointment for Elvis's sake. After all, it was his day. It wasn't his fault. He had never really had the guts to stand up to the Colonel anyway. Jerry Schilling saw denial almost as a matter of self-preservation. Elvis had given him so much as a friend, and he had looked up to Elvis in such a way that he just wasn't prepared to deal with his own conflicting emotions at this point. I don't think I even recognized how I really felt till years later. As for Elvis, for all of his inner turmoil, and for all of the anger and ill feeling that were roiling around just outside the range of his vision, he still retained all of his ability to charm. Judge Zenoff wanted to meet separately with both the bride and the groom before the ceremony. Colonel Parker brought Elvis off to the side of the room to meet me, and I chatted with him a few moments. My pre-ceremony meeting with Elvis was probably the most impressive part of the whole experience. I was simply amazed at the boy's modesty. He was low-key, handsome as a picture, very respectful and very intense, and so nervous he was almost bawling. Then I was taken over to meet Priscilla. She was absolutely petrified. She couldn't open her mouth, just stood there staring at me and nodding a little bit when I explained things to her. Priscilla would not have disagreed with his description. We were both so nervous I don't think either of us was aware of who was there and who was not. We hadn't slept all night long, and were escorted into the room with the judge and everyone already there. We should have had Red there, Elvis agreed afterward. That was not right. And he understood how Red felt, but never did he think it would not be forgiven. It was an oversight. Now, it could have been manipulative. I wouldn't put it past Colonel. And I think, too, from Red's point of view, this was a time when Elvis should have taken a stand. There were all those times he didn't as far as business was concerned, but this was personal, and he should have said, "You get in here. I have a choice of who I want to be at my wedding." I think basically that's where Red was coming from. Elvis didn't take a stand. With the brief ceremony over, they snuck through the pool area to the Aladdin room, where a press conference had been scheduled by the Colonel. In response to reporters' questions, Priscilla's father, Colonel Beaulieu, said that he had known from the beginning that Elvis and his daughter would be married someday. "Our little girl is going to be a good wife." When asked what had caused him to finally tie the knot, Elvis said, "Well, I guess it was about time," then turned disarmingly to his father. "Hey, Daddy, help me," he said. "I can't reach you, son," kidded Vernon with a proud grin. "You just slipped through my fingers." "Remember," said the Colonel, getting his 2 cents in, "you can't end bachelorhood without getting married." There were about 100 people at the reception, reported the commercial appeal, a buffet banquet that by one estimate cost $10,000 and featured such things as ham and eggs, southern fried chicken, roast suckling pig, clams casino, fresh poached candy salmon, eggs minette, oysters Rockefeller, and champagne. A string trio played romantic ballads, including Love Me Tender. There was also a strolling accordionist. Red held true to his vow, remaining in the hotel room with his wife and watching news of the wedding on television as the reception was taking place. He just wanted to catch the first flight back to Los Angeles, and he wasn't going to accept any more damn charity. But when it came time to purchase the plane tickets, he discovered that he had to borrow the money from Harry Levitch, the Memphis jeweler, whose acts of civic philanthropy had originally helped Red get through high school. Then, on the flight to L.A., Red found himself in the midst of half the wedding party, including Vernon and Dee. He didn't say 2 words to anybody, refusing even to give Vernon a glance. As far as he was concerned, this was it. He was never going to go back to work for Presley, that fuck. Ironically, at almost that very moment, Red's principal nemesis, Larry Geller, was learning of the wedding through a newspaper headline. Larry had been feeling the cold wind of rejection ever since the Colonel's edict of 2 months before. It was, as Larry noted in his memoir, If I Can Dream, open season on the Swami, and he had made up his mind to quit when, at the end of April, he called Elvis's house to tell him that I wasn't coming back. Jerry got on the line and said, "Larry, you'd better come to the house right now. We're all going to Vegas." I didn't respond. So they were all going to Vegas. What else was new? "We're all going to Vegas," he repeated, as if I would pick up on his meaning. "No, Jerry," I answered, "I can't go." The next day, when I went to the market to pick up some groceries in the paper, I saw the front-page headline, "Elvis Presley is Married," running above a large photograph of Elvis and Priscilla smiling happily in their wedding attire. Most of the guests flew back to Los Angeles after the reception, while Elvis and Priscilla returned to Palm Springs. 3 days later, on May 4th, they flew to Memphis, leaving early the next day for the ranch. They were planning a reception at the end of the month for all of their hometown friends, but for the time being they had at least 3 weeks free and clear. Most of the guys accompanied them, but even so, it was for Priscilla a rare chance to be alone with her husband. I loved playing house. I personally washed all his clothes, along with the towels and sheets, and took pride in ironing his shirts and rolling up his socks the way my mother had taught me. Here was an opportunity to take care of him myself, no maids or housekeepers to pamper us, no large rooms to embrace the regular entourage. Although the rest of the group traveled with us, they respected our privacy as newlyweds and, for the most part, left us alone. Some of the rest of the group adopted a more cynical view. Lamar, who had not even heard about the wedding until after the fact, drove over from Nashville and joined the newlyweds in the trailer they had commandeered from Alan, who moved into the ranch house. I guess you could say I went on their honeymoon with them. I'd been with them from the beginning, so nothing had changed, really. Alan, for his part, goaded on by the pills, scarcely bothered to hide his resentment of Priscilla. He blamed her for exiling him to the ranch, and felt that she was conspiring with Vernon to find a way to get rid of us, the guys, or at least reduce our numbers. It wasn't that she didn't like us as individuals. She just felt threatened by our presence. I think she had a fantasy of a normal home life with Elvis, one in which he went to work like other husbands, came home in the evening, helped her cook dinner, and then sat around with her at night. We never have any privacy, she told me once, and it was true. Just as she couldn't believe Elvis would want to take all of us and our wives down to the ranch, I found it odd that Elvis often circumvented her plans to be alone with him by inviting an entire herd of people to come along. Still, it was an idyllic time. Elvis had had a porch and steps built for his trailer and a white picket fence around it. They rode horses and relaxed, and in Jerry Schilling's view, it was like we were all just friends. They spent a lot of time by themselves, and when they came over, it was more like neighbors dropping by. We'd go out riding and maybe have a little picnic, and it was as if things had kind of calmed down for a little while. It was, said Priscilla, almost like a commune effect. At the end of the month, on May 29th, they had the reception for their Memphis friends in the former slot car room. Elvis and Priscilla dressed in the same formal clothing they had worn for the wedding, but it was an informal affair, with Elvis's doctor, dentist, painter, horse trainer, and electrician, all of his uncles and aunts and cousins and most of the guys, along with the entire Graceland staff, making up the greater part of the small guest list. Priscilla felt a new sense of security, not just as a young bride, but as someone who had finally managed to put history behind her. One night, when they were at Graceland, just before the reception, she persuaded Elvis to burn the books that the Colonel had banned. At 3 in the morning, they dumped a large box filled with books and magazines into an abandoned well, poured gasoline over the pile, and kissed the past goodbye. Everyone remarked on how serene the newlyweds looked. Elvis's dentist, Dr. Lester Hoffman, and his wife Sterling savored the moment as something very special. There was a beautiful, lavish buffet. We figured if we were invited, the whole world would be there, but I don't think there were more than 40 or 45 people. Tony Barrasso, a well-known society band leader who was dating Bonnie Bunkley, Elvis's former girlfriend, and would eventually marry her, was playing the accordion. I said, "I am so thrilled you got married. I was about to give up on you." He said, "Mrs. Hoffman, I wanted to be sure, because I cannot imagine ever loving somebody enough to marry them and then falling out of love." He said that would just kill me. No one was prouder than Vernon, though. He practically beamed as he surveyed the festive scene, the head table decorated in green and white with white carnations, the grounds all decked out, his son looking handsome with his beautiful bride. Not at all characteristically, Vernon just kept pouring the champagne. He was very drunk and very happy. The last roundup. They left Memphis on June 10th in the big Greyhound bus that George Barris had customized so lavishly for Elvis. For the first time, in honor of his own marriage, wives were included on the cross-country trip, though of course children were not, and a long, leisurely sightseeing drive was planned. It was like a much-anticipated family vacation, with a visit to the Grand Canyon giving everyone a chance to act like typical tourists, and Joe's home movie camera recording events in the same random manner that might memorialize any other kind of domestic event. Mostly they just enjoyed each other's company, in an atmosphere that appeared to combine a newfound embrace of maturity with an almost desperate determination not to let go of their youth. Joe's movies show men performing self-consciously for the camera, feinting and dodging, and taking occasional karate swipes at one another, as the women gaze on approvingly, pick wildflowers, and play the familiar role of wife, lover, friend. At the center of it all is Elvis, looking sober and silly at the same time, wearing a pork pie hat, and seemingly suspended for a moment from the action, as he quizzically contemplates just what could have caused all of this to come about, then once again throws himself back into the fray. The MGM picture they were going out to do, Speedway, featured Elvis as a race car driver for the third time, and was to be director Norman Torg's 8th Elvis Presley picture. Nancy Sinatra was the love interest. The guys played various roles. Even Torg's 1.5-year-old granddaughter was given a small part. In keeping with his renewed commitment, Elvis actually worked till 4 in the morning on one of the 2 nights dedicated to soundtrack recording, completing 2 versions of Suppose, the romantic ballad he had been experimenting with at home for over a year, but occupying himself for the most part with dispiriting material like He's Your Uncle, Not Your Dad, the most egregious but by no means the only example of the standard to which Freddie Beanstalk and Hill & Range had been reduced. Life at Rocca Place was fraught with some of the same tensions and contradictions that continued to be reflected in his career. It was a somewhat reduced retinue, with Red and Sonny and Alan all gone, though Gigi Gambill, who had married Elvis's cousin Patsy, filled in as best he could, moving into the house with Patsy, who had worked in the office at Graceland for years. There was no mistaking the difference in mood. Everyone recognized the inevitable changes that marriage, not to mention the Colonel's edict of 3 months before, was bound to bring, and everyone made their own adjustments. Jerry planned to stay in L.A. when the movie was done, making his living as an extra and bit player until he could figure out exactly what he wanted to do with his life. Billy was chafing at the bit to go home, looking to spend more time with his family, and increasingly resentful of the arbitrary demands that his cousin so often put on him. Joe intended to make a more permanent home for himself out on the coast with his wife and daughters, while Marty was definitely out of favor, and Charlie tended to get under everyone's skin with his ceaseless chatter, his emotional fragility, and his sycophantic ways. To Joan Esposito it was an incestuous world, in which Elvis could be so wonderful and warm. I always respected who he was, regardless, but as close as you could be as friends, he was still signing the paycheck. Nor was there ever any question as to who was calling the shots, or the extent to which you lived your life around their lives. Priscilla would probably not have disagreed, though she might have changed the possessive to the singular. It was the whim of the moment. It was who was around at the moment, and that's why everyone wanted to be around. It was like some of the guys would say, "You got to be around for the gravy." Elvis was funny. He would tell one person one thing, and then he would tell another person something else, and they all thought they knew him so well. I'm sure they knew parts of him that I didn't know, just like I, as a woman, knew parts of him they would never know, but a lot of times they just couldn't see him as a man. Priscilla had her own reasons for resentment. Just before they left on the cross-country trip, she found out that she was pregnant. Her first reaction was one of anger. Before the wedding, she had asked Elvis if she should start taking birth control pills, but he was adamantly opposed because, he told her, they had not yet been proven to be medically safe. She saw pregnancy as the end of all their dreams. If I were pregnant, I knew that our plans to travel would have to be postponed. For the first year, I truly wanted to be alone with Elvis without any responsibilities or obligations. She approached Elvis with a considerable degree of trepidation. I expected him to react with the same mixed reactions I felt, but he was ecstatic and immediately wanted to tell everyone. The instant that it was confirmed, he informed his father that he was going to be a grandfather. "You're going to be a gray-headed granddaddy," he teased him in the doctor's waiting room, as father and son shared a moment of unalloyed joy. Priscilla was determined not to let pregnancy interfere with her normal life. As far as I was concerned, the less people mentioned about my looking pregnant, the better, and she went on a program to lose rather than to gain weight. She experienced periods of despondency nonetheless, and she made no attempt to hide her deepest feelings from Joni Esposito, who observed that it just took all the glow off. For all of Priscilla's deep-seated ambivalence, Elvis's own feelings seemed to run remarkably true. When Priscilla, in a moment of despair, confessed that she was contemplating abortion, Elvis said he would support her in whatever she chose to do. Brought face to face with the necessity of actually making a decision, he realized she couldn't go through with it. "It's our baby," I said, sobbing. "I could never live with myself, neither could you." There were no words, only his smile of approval. He held me tightly in his arms as I cried. And when he announced her pregnancy on the movie set, handing out cigars to cast and crew, he showed nothing but paternal pride, mixed with the understandable bewilderment of most first-time fathers. "This is the greatest thing that has ever happened to me," he told reporters. "We really hadn't planned to have a baby this soon. When Priscilla told me the good news, at first I was so shocked I didn't think I could move for a while. Then it began to dawn on me this is what marriage is all about." The Colonel confessed that he too was surprised. "But I've already got a contract drawn up for the new Presley singer." Marty would be dismissed before the movie was over, sent back to Mississippi to join Alan on the ranch. There, under the increasing influence of pills and depression, all I really did was sleep, working as a caretaker and relief guard before going off the payroll for good in September. To Marty it was all part of an alliance of convenience between Vernon and Priscilla, cleverly encouraged by the Colonel to cut spending and place Priscilla's friends in positions of power. There was no longer any question of who was mistress of the house, and Elvis and Priscilla spent the rest of the summer finishing up the movie, enjoying a long visit from Vernon and Dee, and on weekends getting away to Palm Springs with Joni and Joe, where they relaxed and enjoyed themselves under the Colonel's watchful eye. The Colonel continued to violate his own long-standing rule never to mix business and pleasure. Whether out of concern for Elvis's narrow escape from the clutches of mystical messianism, or out of approval for Elvis's newfound matrimonial state, the Colonel and his wife continued to socialize openly with the young people, frequently including Joe and Joni in their Sunday dinner invitations. After dinner, in time-honored fashion, the men would talk among themselves, puffing on their cigars, while the women, more often than not, played Yahtzee with Mrs. Parker, who made up her own rules and never stopped complaining about being abandoned by her husband all week while he was off on a Hollywood movie lot. Joan Esposito appreciated Colonel's sense of humor and his affection for her children, whose bedroom was filled with stuffed animals from his office. One night in L.A., Joe called and said, "Colonel wants to come home for dinner." I said, "We're having sloppy joes." He told Colonel, who said he was so tired of restaurant food that would be perfect. So he came over and ate with us, and he just made you feel like he really appreciated it. Another time, driving back from Palm Springs with Joe, he suggested that they stop and split a beer. I realized I'd never seen him drink before, not once. So I said, "Did you ever drink, Colonel Parker?" He said, "I can't drink." He said, "I completely change when I drink. My personality does. I get very mean. That's why I don't drink." It was a whole different view of the Colonel than either Joe or his employer had ever seen. Watching him putter endlessly around the pool area to which Mrs. Parker had banished him from the fussy plastic-wrapped neatness of the house, pointing out some new feature on the outdoor barbecue that was his pride and joy. There was a little rock waterfall garden with a miniature Dutch windmill. He had a stove and a fully stocked refrigerator, another windmill on top of a white trellis, and everything was painted blue and white. It was never too hot for him. He loved to sit out in his deck chair, baking like a lobster in the hot, dry desert sun, and telling them of his dog-catcher days in Tampa, or life with the carnival, explaining once again the disappearing hot dog trick, or, Elvis's favorite, how you took the customer for 25 cents on every ticket by pretending to make change with a quarter welded to the inside of your pinky ring. As fond as he sometimes felt toward the old man, however, and as much as he appreciated his antics, Elvis was under no illusions as to why the Colonel wanted him in Palm Springs, and there was no question in anyone else's mind that he resented it. Everyone had the same sense of being under scrutiny, but for Elvis it was particularly acute since he was the prime object of observation. Jerry was the Colonel's principal driver to and from Palm Springs at this point. If he were not down for the weekend himself, Jerry would leave Los Angeles early Monday morning, arriving 2 hours later to collect the Colonel for his 4- or 5-day work week. Lots of times I'd have breakfast with the Colonel when I got there, or chit-chat with Mrs. Parker. She was always saying, "I just wish the Colonel would stay here." Then I'd load up the car and we'd drive back to L.A. with the windows rolled up and Colonel smoking cigars. And that's when he would start probing me about what was going on. It was the scariest thing in the world to me at first. I mean, he would always say he had nothing to do with Elvis's personal life. He had everything to do with Elvis's personal life, from our going to Palm Springs in the first place, where he could come and check up on us, to everything. Jerry didn't pretend to understand it all, but he knew that if Colonel had come right out and said what was on his mind, Elvis would probably just have blown. And if Elvis had expressed any of his own resentment, Colonel might have said things he could never take back. So they continued to circle each other warily, like an old married couple locked in a relationship from which neither could see any escape. Business showed no signs of picking up. Easy Come, Easy Go, the picture made at Paramount the previous fall, had confirmed all of Hal Wallace's worst fears, failing even to recoup its costs. It grossed less than $2 million when it came out in March, with the soundtrack EP bottoming out at 36,000 sales. Double Trouble, released in April, did little better, with the soundtrack album selling approximately 185,000, but topping out in the high 40s on the charts, in comparison, say, to 1964-65's Roustabout, which sold nearly 500,000 and went to number 1 on the charts. There was some consolation in the steady sales of the gospel album, How Great Thou Art, on its way to nearly 750,000 units sold over the next few years, and in the moderate success, 400,000 sales, of the year's first single, the song Lamar had originally brought to the first Felton Jarvis session, Indescribably Blue. In addition, with only 3 pictures left on the MGM contract, and National General alone exhibiting any real interest in future projects, the movie cupboard was just about bare. Others might have sought solace or found false hope in the occasional success, the unreadable blip on the horizon, but Colonel was never one to hypnotize himself with pipe dreams. It was clear that changes were going to have to be made by both Mr. Presley and himself. Figures, as the Colonel well knew, didn't lie. The first result should not have been unexpected, though it may well have been coincidental. By the end of the summer, Elvis had virtually shut down the Circle G ranch. Expenses, of course, had long since spun out of control, but the principal factor in his decision seems to have been that after 6 months, Elvis had simply grown tired of the cowboy life. Most of the ranchero pickups were gone by now. The mobile homes that were to have been the basis for his commune were being sold off one by one. The Santa Gertrudis cattle that Vernon had dreamed would make him a gentleman rancher were on the block. Even Allen had been given notice that his days as ranch foreman were numbered. The word among the guys and all the various Presley and Smith relatives who depended upon Elvis for their living was that Colonel had warned him that he was going broke. Gladys's brother Travis, a gate guard like Vester Presley, said that he had heard that Elvis was spending $500,000 a month just to keep things running. And even though no one really believed that Elvis would ever run out of money, least of all Elvis himself, he appeared, for once, to be acting on prudent financial advice. Of greater long-term consequence was the whole business of his recording career. In June, the decision had been made not to return to Nashville, but to record in Los Angeles instead. It was a decision that may well have been taken principally for reasons of geographical convenience, but it seems more than likely that ditching the Nashville musicians with whom Elvis had become so comfortable, as well as the familiar surroundings of RCA's Studio B, was part of the same attempt to modernize his sound that had begun with the introduction of Felton Jarvis the year before. Moreover, although Felton was still slated to produce the August session, and RCA's principal Nashville engineer Jim Malloy was being flown in to work the board, a new arranger contractor had usurped much of the function that a producer ordinarily serves, hiring the musicians, helping to choose the material, and generally taking part in areas in which no one but Elvis or RCA had previously been involved. Billy Strange, a flamboyant 37-year-old session guitarist and entrepreneur who had grown up in the music business — his father was a well-known California country radio personality — had gained a foothold with Elvis and the Colonel, both from past soundtrack session work and from his connection with Elvis's most recent co-star, Nancy Sinatra. A big, bluff man, not at all shy about proclaiming his qualifications, he was tied in with the new wave of Hollywood writers, producers, and studio players that in 1966 had helped create Nancy Sinatra's brief but explosive hit-making career. Billy shared with Elvis a taste for motorcycle riding and got along well with the guys, but mostly he just seemed like the right kind of person to accommodate himself to a situation that called for a different approach, but not a radically different one. The aim of the session was straightforward enough: 2 singles, 4 or 5 bonus tracks for the upcoming Clambake album, which would have only 7 songs from the actual soundtrack, and an Easter single if possible. Billy's conception of the sound was contemporary country as played by crack L.A. musicians, with a brass section and fully worked-out arrangements, but he was as confounded as any of his predecessors by Elvis's all-over-the-map approach. Every time he thought he had the repertoire worked out and started to sketch in some arrangements, the lineup was apt to shift radically once again, and Elvis's enthusiasms, communicated now via Charlie Hodge, sent him scurrying to run down titles he might up till that moment never even have heard of. Elvis resurrected Della Reese's After Loving You, originally an Eddie Arnold number, and Ray Peterson's The Wonder of You for the session. Both had been strong contenders the previous May, and he added to them such old favorites as Sanford Clark's rockabilly classic from 1956, The Fool, Johnny Ace's posthumous 1955 R&B chart topper, Pledging My Love, and the Golden Gate Quartet's Born 10,000 Years Ago, to which Charlie had introduced him in Germany. That summer he heard a new song on the radio called Guitar Man by fellow RCA artist Jerry Reed, and Freddie was instructed to work out the publishing on that too, as well as on the old Jimmy Reed blues Baby What You Want Me to Do, and one of Vernon's all-time country favorites, From a Jack to a King. Freddie's mind, unfortunately, wasn't really focused on the business at hand. Hill and Range had recently been forced to divest itself of its foreign publishing, and Freddie had been chosen to take over his cousin's holdings in Great Britain, with the presumption that his interests would be their interests. He apparently saw this as an opportunity to establish an independent identity, and as a result, he was even less responsive than usual to the Colonel's and Tom Diskin's constant prodding. Nonetheless, the session took shape, and Billy Strange felt that he was prepared for any eventuality as they got ready to go into the studio on the evening of Tuesday, August 22nd. That very day, however, Richard Davis ran over and killed a Japanese gardener who stepped out from behind a hedge on a curve that screened any view from the road. It was too late to notify Felton and Jim Malloy, who were already on flights coming into L.A., but Colonel, sensing that there might be a lawsuit brewing and wanting at all costs to keep Elvis out of it, canceled the session, suggesting to Joe that it might be better for them all to get out of town for a few days. So Elvis, Joe, Priscilla, Charlie, Billy, and Gigi all headed for Las Vegas, where they remained for a couple of days before returning to Memphis, without the session ever taking place at all. It was rescheduled for Nashville on September 10th, with all thought of Billy Strange's participation evidently forgotten, and in its place a new focus, the recording of the Jerry Reed song, whose driving acoustic sound Elvis couldn't get out of his head. Felton at this point was feeling increasingly hamstrung in his role as producer without portfolio, a kind of glorified cheerleader who could suggest neither material nor direction. As much as he loved Elvis, and as thrilled as he still was by being in a position to contribute anything to the music, Felton couldn't help but conclude that he was in a box. He couldn't call a rehearsal session, he couldn't get Elvis to learn the material ahead of time, he couldn't even be sure that Elvis would show up. The only thing he felt confident of was his ability to establish an atmosphere that allowed Elvis to sound like he did when he was just in there singing to himself, and he was frequently thwarted even in that by the politics of the situation. As second engineer Al Pachucky saw it, it was like a marbles game, with everyone competing on one level or another for Elvis's attention to the detriment of the business at hand. That was a scene to see. Freddie would have his stack of records, and Lamar would walk in and slip his record on top, and then Freddie would do the same thing. And I would say, man, I don't believe it. Look at these dudes, man, trying to get their material cut. At least this time there was some clear sense of direction, as the session kicked off with a rundown of Guitar Man, but it soon became apparent that there was no way they were going to get the Jerry Reed sound without Jerry Reed himself. Someone said they thought Reed had gone fishing, but nobody was sure how to get hold of him until Chet's assistant, Mary Lynch, was finally able to locate him on the phone, and he agreed to come in. When he arrived, he looked, said Felton, like a sure-enough Alabama wild man. You know, he hadn't shaved in about a week, and he had them old clogs on. That was just the way he dressed. He come in, and Elvis looked at him and said, "Lord have mercy, what is that?" Reed was a genuine individualist, even in Nashville terms. 30 years old, like Felton, a native of Atlanta, and a graduate of the Bill Lowry School of Music, he had been writing songs and making records off and on for over 10 years. He got session work through an admiring Chet Atkins after moving to Nashville in 1962, but he had not really enjoyed any recording success until signing with RCA in 1965. Guitar Man, which had reached number 53 in the country field just a few months earlier, was his first record even to chart. Nonetheless, Reed, a whirlwind of energy with a ready supply of infectious charm and irrepressible enthusiasm, was never bashful about his talent. He had strong opinions of his own from the start, and never wavered in his belief that if he was going to make it, he was going to make it his way. I never thought of myself as a Nashville recording musician, because I was a stylist. I could only play my stuff, and I wasn't worth a damn playing all that other stuff. See, I had my own tuning, and they were trying to record Guitar Man, and they couldn't make it feel like my record. And I forget if it was Pete Drake or Charlie McCoy or Chip Young, one of those musicians said, "Well, these guitar players in here are playing with straight picks, and, Reed plays with his fingers." So they called me, and I went down, and I hooked up that electric gut string, tuned the B string up a whole tone, and I toned the low E string down a whole tone so I could bar straight across, and as soon as we hit the intro, you could see Elvis's eyes light up. He knew we had it. Reed immediately took over the session. You can hear it from the first notes of the first take. Reed is coaching the musicians, encouraging them, egging them on, with Felton happy just to be presiding over something that is actually happening. There is a bright, shimmering surface to the music, different in many respects from anything Elvis has ever recorded before, but providing at the same time the kind of churning, driving rhythm that has characterized Elvis's music from the first. There is not the slightest question of Elvis's engagement. There is no self-deprecation. There is no wisecracking. All of the singer's attention is focused on the music. By the fifth take, he has started to fool around with the song, introducing a hint of Ray Charles' "What I Say" on the outro, which by the 10th take has evolved into a full-blown quote so infectious that everyone just bursts out laughing. Reed himself felt nothing but pure delight. It was just a jamming session. I thought I was going to be so damn nervous I couldn't play, but it was right the opposite. I got pumped, and then Elvis got pumped, and the more he got pumped up, the more I did. It was like a snowball effect. To tell you the truth, I was on cloud 9. And once Elvis got the spirit, things really began to happen. When the guitars and the rhythm sounded right, I guess the guitar lick kind of reminded him of What I Say, and he just sort of started testifying at the end. That was how it happened. One of those rare moments in your life you never forget. They jumped almost without pausing for breath into the Jimmy Reed blues standard Big Boss Man. And once again you can hear the Alabama wild man pushing, prodding, encouraging, contributing his exuberant personality and musicianship to every note. The whole room is reverberating by now, and Elvis is obviously totally at ease. On the 7th take, he yells out, "Go apeshit!" And it is clear that everyone is relaxed and having fun. "That's a gas, man," Felton announces at one point. Elvis has roughened his voice for the blues, a tactic of which Felton obviously approves. He adjures Elvis to sound like you're mad, like you're mean. By the time that they nail the song in 11 carefree takes, it feels like everyone is ready to go on all night long. But then politics entered the picture once again. Freddie was supposed to have cleared the publishing on Guitar Man for the Billy Strange session, but whether due to the exigencies of his new business situation or because it had simply slipped his mind when he went on vacation the previous month, he had somehow neglected to approach Jerry Reed about it, a situation of which he now became embarrassingly aware. He got Lamar to try to deal with the songwriter, who held his own publishing, but Reed was in no mood to be bullied or sold out. I remember saying, "Why didn't you tell me this before I come here? I could have saved you all a lot of effort." I started to get emotional now. I said, "You done wasted Elvis's time. You done wasted all these musicians' time and RCA's time. I'm not going to give you my soul." At this point, Freddie got into it. Session leader Scotty Moore, who had witnessed his share of confrontations over the years and even been involved in one or two, observed the scene admiringly. They got Jerry off in a corner, but he wouldn't sell. Of course, it helped his position to know the song had already been cut and that Elvis loved it. Even for as independent a spirit as Jerry Reed, that knowledge could only have been emboldening. I said, "I know how important it is to have an Elvis Presley cut. I mean, I'm thrilled to death, and we can work out a split on this record, because I do appreciate the importance of it and what it means, but I said, you are not going to get any of the copyright on this damn song." He said, "You know, it will be an important copyright," and I said, "I understand that, Mr. Beanstalk," but I wasn't really listening because I had my side of the argument in concrete anyway. I can remember him saying, "You know, the record is not going to come out if we can't work out some kind of an arrangement here," and I said, "Mr. Beanstalk, I'll put it to you this way. You don't need the money, and Elvis don't need the money, and I'm making more money than I can spend right now, so why don't we just forget we ever recorded this damn song?" The musicians watched practically open-mouthed. Nobody could recall a time when business had intruded so nakedly into an Elvis Presley session. Everyone was aware of the arbitrariness of the rules, but no one had ever seen them challenged so boldly before. The upshot was that Reed left in high dudgeon, and the session stumbled on, but the heart had long since gone out of it when they finally gave up at 5:30 in the morning. The next night they were back to the same old grind, fumbling around for songs, settling for the best of a mediocre lot, trying somehow just to get Elvis through. Elvis himself remained thoroughly professional. He didn't complain and did all that he could to work up some kind of enthusiasm, even on the most stubbornly recalcitrant material. It wasn't a bad session, and Elvis took over the piano bench for You'll Never Walk Alone, the Rodgers and Hammerstein ballad, which had been one of his favorites ever since Roy Hamilton's inspirational R&B version in 1954. He sang with all the full-throated fervor of Hamilton or Jake Hess, and although his playing remained necessarily limited, both rhythmically and melodically, it was always a measure of his engagement when he sat down at the keyboard to play. There was a moment when session guitarists Chip Young and Harold Bradley tried to get things going by playing a few bars from High Heel Sneakers, a 1964 Tommy Tucker hit, with much the same bluesy appeal as Big Boss Man. Elvis leapt to the bait, and they did a fine version of the song, but afterward Harold was told by Felton never to do that again. I said, "Do what?" He said, "Pitch any songs." He said, "Freddie Beanstalk went bananas." I said, "Okay, I didn't know. I thought we were making records. If I had known we were playing games, I wouldn't have pitched it." I said I wouldn't do it again. The session broke off at 3:30 in the morning with everyone feeling more than a little dispirited. On balance, they had achieved what they set out to do. In 2 nights, they had recorded 9 separate songs, including a couple of singles, some B-sides, and some album filler. But they never came close to recapturing the feeling they had glimpsed for the few hours that Jerry Reed was in the studio the previous night. It had slipped through their fingers, and no one knew how to get it back. There was about a month before the next film was scheduled to begin, and Elvis spent most of it watching 2 or 3 movies a night at the Memphian Theater, traveling back and forth to the ranch on many days, but doing more shooting than writing. Friday, September 29th, was declared Elvis Presley Day by Tennessee Governor Buford Ellington, and Elvis celebrated by shooting off fireworks at Graceland all day. Billy got burned, and Elvis did too, and getting drunk at the Memphian that night, seemingly embarrassed, even while he was in the midst of the experience, by his public loss of control. Priscilla was supervising the upstairs redecoration of Graceland in preparation for the baby's arrival, and remained determined not to let her condition restrict her in any way. An accomplished and highly competitive rider, she insisted on continuing to ride bareback until one day, as stable manager Mike McGregor watched, her horse, Diamond, swerved, and she went flying through the air. By the time that Mike got to her, she was sitting in a mud puddle, a streak on her cheek, laughing. Priscilla told everyone about her adventure, and everyone marveled at her gutsiness and determination to keep going, even if some wondered about her common sense. Elvis tried to get her to promise to be more careful in future, but in Priscilla's mind, it was part of a pact she had made with herself. She was going to have to show the same kind of reckless abandon that Elvis did, if she wanted to be able to maintain any degree of self-respect. Elvis was back in Nashville on October 1st for the soundtrack recording of his new MGM picture, Stay Away Joe. Scheduled to go into production the following week, it seemed at first glance a complete change of pace, a social satire that pitted Indian ingenuity against government bureaucracy, and was to be shot entirely on location in Sedona, Arizona. Elvis's character was an Indian rodeo rider named Joe Whitecloud, a wheeler-dealer who was always promoting something, from Elvis's point of view. He had high hopes that this film would provide him with a more grown-up character, a role that he could play in sophisticated fashion, somewhere between Paul Newman's HUD and Michael Caine's Alfie. That they were recording only 3 titles for the picture might have added to his overall optimism, except for the fact that one of the numbers, Dominic, was written to be sung to a bull. In a rare moment of candor, Elvis told Harry Jenkins, the RCA vice president in charge of Elvis Presley product, who was present at the session, "God, Harry, I don't want to record this." He begged Felton, only half-jokingly, that if he ever died, promise me they won't put this out. Even Colonel was aware that Freddie had achieved a new low in terms of supplying soundtrack material, a fact of which he informed MGM marketing vice president Clark Ramsey, somewhat obliquely, in a telephone conversation the following day. Elvis had simply come up against a blank wall in the studio, Colonel apprised the MGM executive, and while he had done everything that was asked of him, and done it without complaint, the Colonel just wanted to go on record as to what the creative situation really was. It was as close to outright criticism in non-business affairs as the Colonel was ever likely to come, but it was addressed to the wrong party. The Colonel might better have directed his criticism at himself. The picture started a week later in Sedona, after Elvis had detoured for a few days with some of the guys to Las Vegas. The director, Peter Tewksbury, had a long and successful track record in comedy, though mostly in television. He had directed the long-running situation comedies Father Knows Best and My Three Sons, and the cast was somewhat better than usual, with veteran actors Burgess Meredith, Thomas Gomez, and Katie Jurado lending a touch of professionalism to the proceedings. Elvis rose to the occasion up to a point, offering his warmest and most relaxed performance since Follow That Dream, one of his last out-and-out attempts at an actual movie rather than an Elvis Presley movie, and perhaps his only legitimate comedy. Unfortunately, Stay Away Joe lacked the earlier movie's coherence, storyline, and point of view. It was a disaster, and everyone knew it was a disaster, a fireworks display without a payoff. Still, they had fun on location. The Colonel clowned around, having his picture taken in the pool with several days' growth of beard and a mean snarl on his face, then getting the picture printed up in the same form as the Elvis pocket calendar that RCA gave out as a staple of its promotional material, and proudly presenting it to fans, friends, and business acquaintances. End of Side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette.